Order, order. Before we come to question 1, I wish to inform the House that there is an error on the call list. Cat Smith, question 14, is listed as asking about the dismantling of County Lines drug gangs. In fact, a table question was about steps taken to ensure that Border Force staff are trained on exemptions from requirements for COVID-19 testing. I understand that ministers have been informed and that the correct question will be answered when we reach that point. We now come to questions to the Secretary of State for Home Department, Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All forms of hate crime are completely unacceptable, and the UK has a robust legislative framework to respond to it. We're absolutely clear that the cowards who commit these hateful acts should feel the full force of the law, and of course we will work with the Law Commission on its review on hate crime legislation.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's comments about the complete unacceptability of hate crimes. But the dictionary defines misogyny as dislike of, contempt for or ingrained prejudice against women. Every year, tens of thousands of women in this country face emotional or physical violence, often prompted by exactly that sort of prejudice. Laws making racially and religious motivated crimes aggravated offences have helped police to tackle them. But the law does not provide the same protections against gender-based hate crimes. So does the Home Secretary agree with me that if the Law Commission recommends improvement in those areas, they should be a matter of priority?
Home Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, well, first of all, let me acknowledge the very points that the Honourable Lady has made. She's absolutely right about hate crimes and misogyny and crimes against women in particular. And also, Mr. Speaker, some of the most appalling and corrosive attitudes against women that we have seen across our society for too long. With regards to the Law Commission report, we are waiting for their findings, and I can give the Honourable Lady and the House every assurance that we will work with the Law Commission. And alongside this important point, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be publishing very soon, in the next few weeks, in fact, our strategy with regards to violence against women and girls. And I do want to go on the record and emphasise that any form of violence, oppression, sexism, hatred against women and girls is thoroughly unacceptable, and this government is absolutely adamant to deal with this.
Substantive question to Minister Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, fire and rescue professionals work tirelessly to protect their communities. Currently, the National Joint Council of the Local Authority Fire and Rescue Services is responsible for negotiating the pay and conditions of Fire and Rescue Authority employees, and central government has no direct role in this process. The Home Office will be launching a consultative white paper on fire reform later this year.
Let's go to Ian Lavery. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, this government should salute the courageous men and women of the Fire and Rescue Service. They're the envy of the world, not constantly attack them. It's universally recognised that trade union membership and collective bargaining rights for workers are one of the most effective ways to reduce inequality. Brexit will not be used to reduce labour standards, was a constant cry from government ministers. Prove it, Home Secretary. Commitment after commitment has been given to protect and promote collective bargaining. Deliver it, Home Secretary. Stand by your word and confirm that collective bargaining rights of firefighters, the firefighters who are the chosen trade union, will not be diminished in any way.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has a long association with the trades union movement, which I know he's found rewarding in every sense of the word. As I said earlier, we are not, as a government, involved in pay bargaining for the fire service. There is a national joint council where the fire brigades union are represented 50-50 with employers. And as I'm sure he will know, the FBU have accepted a pay offer for the coming year, which will be payable from the 1st of this month. There will be a white paper looking at reform in the future, and we'll see what comes out of that consultative process, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think it's good terms for the Minister to be sneaky in the way that he approached the answer. I think the underhand in there was a bit leading, and I hope that we have a better relationship on all sides of this House.
Mr. Speaker, I apologise.
Thank you for that. Right, substantive question to Minister Atkins.
Thank Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I would like to group this question with questions 4 and 5. From 2019 to 2022, this government will have provided more than £242 million across the 18 areas that account for the majority of knife crime and other serious violence incidents. This money is funding violence reduction units, which will draw together all key partners to address the root causes of violence, as well as targeted police action to deter and disrupt knife crime. Of course, the House has recently approved the serious violence duty in the police crime sentencing and courts bill, and we are investing more than £200 million over the next decade in the Youth Endowment Fund to help interventions diverting young people away from serious violence.
Let's go to Darren Henry. Darren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Nottinghamshire, our violence reduction unit has played a key role in strategic planning and supporting practical local work to protect our young people from harm. Can the Minister provide any reassurance that VRUs will continue to form part of our local response to serious youth violence, supported by Home Office funding?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government takes extremely seriously the harm that serious violence causes all people across society, but particularly young people who are dragged into gangs by gang leaders. This is why, through the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill, we have introduced, as I said before, the serious violence duty, but we're also increasing sentences for the toughest, most violent offenders. And VRUs remain a key part of our work to tackle serious violence, as demonstrated by our £2.6 million invested in Nottingham alone.
We now go to Simon Bain. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Youth clubs and groups teach young people valuable skills and help reduce crime and antisocial behaviour. Would the Minister join me in praising the neighbourhood policing teams in Clwyd South who work in partnership with youth services and local councils, such as in the Ceiriog Valley, where together they are involving more young people in the local rugby club and hiring a mobile BMX bike course?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to join my honourable friend in praising his local police, but also the local charities and other services that are working together to help young people escape a life of crime. Sport can have many benefits, and indeed in our £200 million Youth Endowment Fund over the next 10 years we will see the benefits of sport programmes, but also other types of intervention to help remove young people from the clutches of gang leaders. But I'm delighted also that my honourable friend's police force has received almost 100 new police officers as part of this government's commitment to tackling violent crime and making our streets safer with 20,000 new officers.
Let's go to Paul Howell. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that one way to stop young people becoming involved in crime is to give them more opportunity to be active? And would you support the efforts of people like Sean Ivey, who, despite suffering personal attacks, including having his home, car and caravan torched, is now leading efforts to support his community in attacking antisocial behaviour? Could I ask her to look at how we can support his efforts through some targeted funding for distressed communities, and encourage her to come to Wingate in Sedgefield and see for herself the efforts that's been made?
Minister.
Well, may I join my friend in commending and thanking Mr Ivey for all his efforts in his constituency to support others in Sedgefield and to tackle antisocial behaviour. Antisocial behaviour, particularly of the sort that my honourable friend has described, is absolutely unacceptable. And indeed, next week we have a week of awareness raising on the perils of antisocial behaviour and the tools available to our councils, to the police and indeed to us as members of Parliament to tackle antisocial behaviour in our communities. As a government, we have committed an additional £7.3 million in funding, and almost 90 new officers have been recruited to help keep County Durham's streets safe. But I'm very, very pleased to receive my honourable friend's invitation, and I will, of course, accept.
Shadow Minister Holly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had the pleasure of visiting Calderdale's Early Action Team on Friday, where West Yorkshire Police and partner agencies are delivering some exemplary work, keeping children and young people safe from crime and exploitation. But for all of the positive work that they do, chronic backlogs in the criminal justice system mean that it's taken anywhere up to 18 months for cases to be heard, delaying restorative justice for often young victims. Only with a swift and effective criminal justice system will these agencies be able to do their best work in protecting young people from criminality. So what is this government's plan to deliver a dynamic and effective youth justice system which is fit for purpose?
Minister.
Well, I do thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and indeed I know her own commitment in this area. The government is taking a whole systems approach as to how we tackle serious violence. The journey of a young person in particular who's involved in serious violence may start in seemingly tiny steps. It may be the offer of a new pair of trainers, it may be the offer of a meal, and that is how gang leaders ensnare young people into their gangs to go around the country and selling drugs and so on. So as part of the government's work, not only are we investing in very, very tough enforcement action, but we're also investing in early intervention programmes, and the Youth Endowment Fund has just launched its toolkit, which will help local commissioners discover which programmes work and have the best impact on early intervention. So I would commend that to the Honourable Lady, and obviously I very much look forward to working with her and her local police force in helping prevent serious violence amongst young people.
Question 7, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to group this question with questions 8 and 9. This year we are investing more than £130 million to tackle serious violence at local level. This includes funding violence reduction units, which draw in all key partners, including the police, local authorities and the community, to address the root causes of violence, as well as targeted police action to deter and disrupt knife crime. It also includes up to £23 million for new early intervention programmes that will help stop young people from being drawn into violence in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I spoke to Cindy, who I met 3 years ago, as we both worked to support her friend whose son had been murdered with a knife. She'd phoned to tell me that a 16-year-old son of another friend had also been stabbed and killed this weekend. She told me, "I haven't called his mum yet. I don't know how I will bear hearing her screams in my ears." Knife crime has risen in every police command area across the country in the last decade, doubling since 2013. Lives are being lost, families devastated, and communities traumatised every single week. Yet the government has disbanded the Serious Violence Task Force. Why are they so complacent about the loss of young lives?
May I try to correct the Honourable Lady? First of all, clearly everyone in the House has heard the account that she's given of her constituent and the families affected in her constituency with knife crime. We understand, we pay very seriously our commiserations to the families involved. But I do think the Honourable Lady has perhaps missed the news about the violence reduction units, which we are funding, particularly in London, to help police work together with other agencies, local authorities, local groups and so on, to try to tackle serious violence, both in terms of enforcement, but also importantly in terms of local intervention projects. So again, I very much welcome the opportunity at some point of sitting her down to talk about the Youth Endowment Fund, for example, to explain how that will help young people in her local communities. But this government is not complacent about serious violence or the deaths that she has described. We are working very, very hard with the police and with local communities to ensure that these terrible, terrible crimes stop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has stated that it's committed to a public health approach to tackling violence affecting young people, and the Minister just mentioned the violence reduction units. Yet our 18 violence reduction units only receive short-term funding settlements. The work these units do is extremely important in tackling the root causes of violence, but they cannot formulate long-term strategies without long-term funding. So what is the Home Secretary doing to ensure the comprehensive spending review delivers on this?
Minister.
Well, as the Honourable Lady knows, because we have discussed this many times in the past, violence reduction units are a key part of our work to tackle serious violence. Now, we are constrained within the current spending review with the wider problems of the pandemic and the impact that has had on government spending. But she will know that the government has invested record amounts into these units in order to get these units working across the country in the 18 areas most hit by serious violence. But we're going further than that, because through the police crime sentencing courts bill, we are imposing a serious violence duty on every single local area across the country, so that every single area is taking the public health approach which she so commends, and rightly so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Michael Jonas, Ayodeji Habib Aziz, Jay Hughes, Levi Ernest Morrison and Tashawn Watt. All young children and young people who have been stabbed to death in my constituency over the past few years. Words cannot do justice to the grief and anguish this has caused their families and the wider community. The government say they are committed to a public health approach to youth violence, but youth centres, schools, health services, children's centres have all had their budgets decimated over the past 10 years. My constituents cannot wait any longer. When will the government reverse these cuts and take urgent action before more lives are lost?
Minister.
Well, again, the Honourable Lady rightly raises the names of those who have been murdered in her constituency, and of course our thoughts go to the families and friends affected by that. But of course serious violence affects not just the individual family, it affects the whole community. And this is why we are taking this whole systems approach, both in terms of very tough law enforcement, but also critically trying to intervene at an early stage to help these young people avoid the gangs and which will have an impact on the wider streets. This is why the serious violence duty is so very important, and I do hope that on the next occasion that the Labour Party have to vote in support of the serious violence duty, I really hope they take that opportunity to do so, because this working together with with schools, with hospitals, with other healthcare agencies, with the police, with local authorities, that's how we're going to help ensure that the sorts of incidents she describes do not happen again.
Shadow Minister Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've been watching the incredible achievements of the England football team, the epidemic of violence on our streets has been growing. Younger and younger boys losing their lives in horrific murders, including a 16-year-old we are mourning in my own constituency. Many of our football heroes, Mr. Speaker, actually had tough upbringings, and they've spoken out about the importance of role models and mentors, adults in their lives who helped them unlock their talent. I want all our young people to be able to unlock their talent, including that small group of vulnerable people at risk of being gripped by crime. But as my friend says, as many of these adults in youth work, in education, in social care, in health service, have disappeared following a decade of extreme cuts. Our summer holidays should be flooded with youth work, mentorship programmes, sports clubs, mental health support, as well, of course, as good neighbourhood policing. Mr. Speaker, the scale of the problem deserves an appropriate response. So will the government today recognise the potential of our whole nation and commit to helping every vulnerable child this summer?
Minister.
Well, may I join the Honourable Lady in acknowledging the sportsmanship, the talents, the dignity and the joy that the English football team have brought so many people over the tournament. They have been the very best of us, and they have been the very best of us whilst facing some horrific abuse, absolutely horrific racist abuse during the tournament, and that is not acceptable. But she's quite right to raise the question of role models, because I know from my own son's adoration of many of the England footballers just what a powerful role model many of those footballers are to younger people. But of course, sadly, we cannot incorporate a Sterling or a Harry Kane into every youth project, but what we can do is to build the structures around them, and that's precisely what we're doing with increased investment, both through the Department for Education funding over the summer, but also through our own work in funds such as the Trusted Relationships Fund, that is helping young people to build positive relationships with positive role models. But I join her cri de coeur that we pay full credit and respect to our footballers, and they themselves tell the tale of just, if you have the belief and you have the talent, my goodness, you can make it. Substantive
question to Minister Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, by your leave, I'd like to group this question with questions 12 and 13. Since 2019, we've invested over £65 million to tackle county lines and drug supply, including £40 million committed this year. Through our county lines programme, we've become smarter in our activity against these ruthless gangs, resulting in more than 1,000 lines closed, over 5,800 arrests and more than 1,500 vulnerable adults and children safeguarded.
We now go to Anthony Higginbottom. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Drug dealing is a despicable crime that preys on the vulnerable, damages communities and causes misery to so many. Locally, the Birmingham Padiham Neighbourhood Policing Team have set up a task force to tackle this issue. So could I ask the Minister to confirm that local police forces will continue to have the resources and support they need to really tackle this issue, to rid our communities of it, and will you meet with me and our Police and Crime Commissioner Andrew Snowden to see what more we could do on this issue?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm always happy to meet with police and crime commissioners and their members of Parliament to talk about fighting crime, and I'm very pleased that he is so embedded in the collective mission to reduce crime in his constituency, sir. But he is quite right that we are having enormous success with county lines, and that is off the back of significant government investment. I am hopeful that police and crime commissioners can see the wider benefits of this programme in suppression of violence in their own areas and will supplement the work that we are doing. But please be assured that we will be making a very strong case into the spending round for the continued investment. The one thing I have learned, Mr Speaker, over the last few years about the Treasury is they like investing in success, and that is certainly what we're having with county lines.
Lawrence Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his reply. And the Minister mentioned that the Home Office and officials are getting smarter, but so are the gang members. They're getting so smart that even during this lockdown, they had the sheer audacity to use our young people to carry drugs up and down the country dressed as key workers. They are always one step ahead. They will continue to exploit our children until we have a clear definition on child criminal exploitation. It is estimated that over 4,000 teenagers in London alone are being criminally exploited. So what more and what additional steps will the Minister be taking to make sure that this is a real serious issue, that the government are going to put their full weight behind addressing it?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Lady rightly highlights one of the truly despicable aspects of the County Lines programme, which is the horrible exploitation and often victimisation of young people who are driven into this awful activity. She might be interested to know that we are very focused, not necessarily on them, but on those people who control and who victimise them. And much of the activity that's taking place in the three big forces where we're funding, Liverpool, London and in the West Midlands, is targeting those line controllers who drive that exploitation. And interestingly, Mr Speaker, more and more of them are now not just being prosecuted for drugs importation or distribution, but prosecuted for modern slavery, or indeed under child grooming legislation, which means that when they are convicted, they're put behind bars on the sex offenders wing, which is something that not even they see as desirable and is proving to be a very strong deterrent. One of the key aspects, Mr Speaker, if I might just say, to our work is gripping the transport network, and particularly rail. And what we are finding is that where we do shut down their ability to use the rail, and they divert to roads, obviously their likelihood of using young people who can't drive and are more likely to be arrested is dropping. So all of our effort is being focused not just on restricting the supply of county lines across the country, but on rescuing and preventing young people from getting involved.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There have been a number of illegal cannabis farms that have been busted recently by Staffordshire Police, and many of these are in derelict and abandoned buildings. This includes the empty former Woolworths building in Longton, which was raided for the second time in under 2 years, with 1,500 marijuana plants found recently. So will my right honourable friend look at what more can be done to tackle empty and derelict buildings being used by organised gangs to cultivate drugs?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is known for his innovative approach to policy, and he certainly raised something which merits further investigation. He is quite right that we've seen a growth, if you like, in the number of cannabis farms across the country in all sorts of buildings. And, of course, notwithstanding the drugs they produce, there is very often disgusting oppression and victimisation that takes place inside. People who are trafficked across the world, frankly, to tend those plants, and we need to do something about that as well. He might be interested to know, however, that in their off hours, when the police helicopters aren't dealing with other crimes, one of the things they do is circle around using thermal imaging cameras, Mr Speaker, to find houses that are strangely heated to full blast in the middle of summer. indicating there may be something afoot, and that has been a very rewarding way of investigating these farms. But I will look at his idea and pursue it further.
We have a substantive question to Minister Foster.
Comprehensive guidance and training plans have been developed and are continually reviewed to ensure all Border Force frontline officers are trained in new policy, process and system changes relating to COVID-19 border health measures, including those set by the devolved administrations. This comprehensive guidance includes training and shift briefings.
Let's go to Kat Smith. Kat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. RDI Trucking, based in Procedural in my constituency, provide international logistics for the Formula One and other racing industries. Under the coronavirus legislation, they are international transport workers, and therefore as essential workers, the legislation does apply slightly different to them, providing an exemption from the requirement to provide a negative test prior to cross-border travel. However, they have been having some issues in applying this, and I wondered if the Minister would take the time to meet me and my constituent Bascott to discuss some of the issues they're facing in his industry.
Minister.
Well, certainly happy to look into the issue raised if the honourable member provides the detail of it. But she'll obviously appreciate at this time Border Force's first priority is to ensure our defences against COVID-19 are maintained. But we are looking, as part of the work we're doing, to move decisions around exemptions away from the border and to look towards more automatic checking of them, because that is in everyone's interest, including other passengers who need to comply with regulations, that they're not stood behind those trying to prove exemptions at the primary control point.
Shrebard-Lee. 16, sir. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. People smuggling is a despicable crime, often leading to tragic deaths. For example, the 39 deaths we saw in Purfleet. The government is determined to crack down on organised immigration crime, which is why we introduced last week a new nationality and borders bill receiving its second reading next week. And it's why the National Crime Agency and Immigration Enforcement last year in 2020 was involved in 750 arrests in relation to organised immigration crime.
Shrebard-Lee.
Following the ridiculous decision by the Crown Prosecution Service not to prosecute illegal migrants on the grounds that, quote, they have no choice as to how they travel, as if they don't voluntarily pay a people smuggler €10,000 or voluntarily get in a dinghy, or even the more absurd reason from the CPS that we can rely on administrative removal channels when corrupt human rights lawyers just string these claims out for years and nobody's ever deported. Where does this leave the absolutely good bill of my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary? She wants to arrest these people in the Channel. Where does this bill left now, and isn't it make it even more urgent that we bring in safe havens for these people in a third country?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is quite right to point out that countries like France are obviously safe, and if somebody is genuinely in need of protection or asylum, they can claim asylum quite properly and quite easily in countries like France and Germany, rather than attempting dangerous and unnecessary crossings over the English Channel. Notwithstanding the CPS's recent announcement, we can and do and will prosecute people who organise and pilot dangerous boat crossings across the English Channel for gain, or where people do so with the intention of avoiding immigration controls. But the bill, which will receive its second reading next week, critically contains provisions that will close some of the loopholes which may have led to the CPS's recent decision, making clear that any attempt to arrive in the United Kingdom from a safe place like France will be rightly treated as a criminal offence.
Let us go to SNP spokesperson Stuart C. MacDonald. Stuart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Around 5,000 or so family members benefit each year from refugee family reunion rights, 90% of whom are women and children. So depriving refugees of family reunion rights would therefore drive many of those women and children straight into the arms of despicable people smugglers in desperation to be reunited with their loved ones. So why on earth is the government going to provide exactly that massive bonus to people smugglers through its nasty anti-refugee bill?
Say the honourable gentleman is misinformed and misguided on this point. There is no plan to weaken or undermine the refugee family reunion provisions that exist already, provisions which have seen 29,000 people use refugee family reunion over the last 6 years, in addition to which we've been operating Europe's largest resettlement programme over the last 5 or 6 years, which have seen an additional 25,000 people coming to the UK directly from places of danger. Because we have these effective and well-used safe and legal routes, it is reasonable, indeed it's our responsibility, to clamp down on the people smugglers who are exploiting migrants and charging them money to make an unnecessary and dangerous journey, often across the English Channel, from a patently safe country, France. No one needs to leave France to claim asylum. Asylum can quite easily and properly be claimed in France.
We now have a substantive question to the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Violence against women and girls is thoroughly unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, you heard my comments earlier on. There is no place in our society for such acts. The Honourable Gentleman will be well aware, as I've already said, we are publishing in the next few weeks, Mr. Speaker, our strategy on violence against women and girls.
Let's go to Dr. Jamie Wallace. Jamie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was recently left horrified by a sexual assault that occurred just outside my own constituency office. Tackling violence against women and girls begins to address the issue of female safety, but many women still don't feel safe simply walking home. So how will my right honourable friend begin to rebuild confidence for women and girls to feel safe while walking our streets?
Mr. Speaker, well, first of all, I'm appalled and very sorry to hear of the offence and the sexual assault that took place outside the Honourable Gentleman's constituency office. There is a range of work taking place across government right now. But I think importantly, he addresses this point about the lack of protection and the way women do not feel it's safe to walk our streets. Many women around the country have sensed that. And we have heard that as well, Mr. Speaker, in the call for evidence, where we had over 180,000 people respond to our call for evidence in the VOG strategy. If he will see in the next few weeks the details in terms of our approach, because we will announce them rightly through the appropriate measures and means, Mr. Speaker. But this is also not just about policing, it's about the criminal justice system, it's about public attitudes, it's actually about how women are treated and how women are respected. And there's a lot of work we all need to do together on this.
Shadow Minister, Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I shockingly couldn't agree with the Home Secretary more. I'm not sure that I'll say that many times in my life, but she's absolutely right that it is the respect of women when they come forward that is very, very important. So the heartbreaking cases of Bieber Henry, Nicole Smallman and Sarah Everard have raised serious questions about police handling of reported violence against women and girls. There is currently an ongoing investigation into claims that Kent Police failed to look at the incident of indecent exposure linked to Sarah Everard's killer in 2015. There is also a probe into the Metropolitan Police alleged failure to investigate allegations of indecent exposure in February this year. I'm afraid to say that this will be the similar pattern all over the country. Can the Home Secretary tell me exactly what the government is doing to ensure allegations such as indecent exposure are taken seriously by police forces and that cases involving police officers as perpetrators are not ignored in the future as they have been in the past?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. First and foremost, there should be no aspect of anybody ignoring these cases whatsoever, particularly from a policing perspective. And she has highlighted rightly, I'm afraid, some incredibly tragic and harrowing cases. And for those of us that have also sat down with members of the families of those that have been involved in these cases, they're absolutely awful at every single level. So it is right that there are various investigations. Mr. Speaker, there are independent investigations taking place into the cases the Honourable Lady has mentioned and raised directly, rightly so, that's IOPC. But actually, there is no place for anybody to hide, and that applies equally to the police. While we always want the full force of the law to be applied to perpetrators of violence and the most abhorrent crimes, any police involvement must also be uncovered, and that means the police must be held to account, commissioners, chief constables, the highest level of policing, and I can give the Honourable Lady every assurance that we as a government are making sure that happens.
We have a Marie Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the National Crime Agency received 24,000... question number 20.
No problem. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK Government is committed to eradicating all forms of child sexual abuse and continuing to be a global leader in tackling these crimes. The Government's Tackling Child Sexual Abuse strategy sets out our ambition to drive action across government, law enforcement and society as a whole to combat this heinous crime in all its forms.
And can I thank my honourable friend for that answer, because she knows that the National Crime Agency are receiving more than 20,000 referrals a year, child abuse referrals from organisations like Facebook and Instagram. And if these services are end-to-end encrypted, those referrals may not be possible in the future. So how is the government addressing this really important problem to ensure those who abuse children online continue to be brought to justice?
Minister.
Well, the implementation of end-to-end encryption in a way which intentionally binds tech companies to content on their platforms will have a disastrous impact on public safety. We remain seriously concerned with Facebook's end-to-end encryption proposals. The safety and security of the public is at the heart of this issue, and Facebook must continue to work with us to embed the safety of the public in their system designs. Companies have a responsibility to prevent the proliferation of child sexual abuse imagery and protect children from predators on their platforms.
Neil Parish.
Question number 21, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Walters.
Mr. Speaker, the government will not tolerate criminals lining their pockets while causing serious financial and emotional harm to victims. We are working closely with the industry, regulators, law enforcement and consumer groups to crack down on scam callers. Additionally, since its launch last year, the National Cybersecurity Centre has shut down over 50,000 scams and taken down almost 100,000 websites.
No Parish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the onset of the pandemic, many of my constituents have been contacting me reporting an influx of fraudulent or scam telephone calls. Fraudsters behind these malicious enterprises often target elderly or vulnerable individuals, posing as government agencies, telecom companies, banks or pension providers. Sadly, too many of these cases result in scammers convincing or indeed coercing individuals with parting with their hard-earned savings. Does my right honourable friend agree that we must clamp down on this dreadful crime activity and ensure that there is somewhere that victims can go immediately to get help?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as our lives have moved increasingly online, the honourable gentleman is right that so has crime. And can there be any member in the chamber who hasn't received a dodgy email or text or even recorded message on your telephone, which is becoming increasingly frequent? It is, however, typical of the honourable gentleman that he should point out the particular vulnerability of elderly people who are often coming to grips with technology and have had to do so over the last year or so for the first time in their lives and being taken advantage of. He is quite right that we need to do all we can to help them, and through the Economic Crime Victim Care Unit, we're doing exactly that, working with the banking sector to make sure that victims are not left out of pocket through no fault of their own. But critically, Mr. Speaker, we can all help the fight by reporting these emails and text messages. And if I could just take a moment, if you get, Mr. Speaker, a suspicious email, please forward it to this email address, report@phishing with a PH, phishing.gov.uk. And if you receive a similarly suspicious text, please forward it to 7726. The police and other services will be collating texts and emails, and when they come from the same source on many occasions, they will act swiftly to shut it down.
We now have a substantive question to the Home Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to group this question with 23. As of the 30th of June, the EU settlement scheme received more than 6 million applications and issued more than 5.1 million grants of status. As we've discussed before, Mr. Speaker, the scheme has been a success, and we have secured the status, as we've already said, of 5.1 million individuals.
Let's go to Fleur Anderson. Fleur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed not to hear the exact number. In Wandsworth, there are an estimated 41,000 EU citizens, but the gap in applications to the EU settlement scheme is not known. Can the Home Secretary say which resources she's making available to process the 500,000 or so applications currently in the system, but not yet determined? and how long she will envisage allowing late applications to the scheme.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, as I've said, this scheme has been a phenomenal success, and there are many naysayers across the country and in this House that even refuse to believe that even 3 million people would be registered for the scheme. First and foremost, there is an abundance of support available for applicants, including from the 72 organisations to which the Home Office has granted £22 million in terms of support for vulnerable groups and vulnerable individuals to absolutely apply to the scheme. And on top of that, of course, we've invested millions of pounds, 8 million, Mr. Speaker, into communications. And that is, of course, working with local authorities like her own to make sure that no one is missed and that all the support is in place for them.
Let's go to Kate Osborne. Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent research from the Children's Society showed that less than 40% of looked after children and care leavers have made applications to the EU settlement scheme, with 156 local authorities positively identifying over 2,000 looked after children and care leavers who have yet to apply. So can I ask the Secretary of State to tell the House what steps the Home Office has taken to make sure that children in care who are eligible to apply have applied?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, let me just re-emphasise a point that both the Minister and I have made in this House on repeated occasions. When it comes to children in care, it is absolutely right that we do everything possible to give them the support via, more often than not, Mr. Speaker, their local authorities to ensure that they are applying for the scheme. And we have been doing exactly that, working with councils, social services and local authorities across the country. So if she has any particular cases she'd like to draw to our attention, we'd be very happy to pick them up, Mr. Speaker.
Final question, Shadow Minister Bambos Choromamos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Home Secretary is aware, acquiring settled status has an impact on a person's right to work and access to accommodation and other services. So can the Home Secretary tell me what steps the Government is taking to ensure that employers and landlords are complying with the right to work and rent guidance and are not discriminating against EU citizens? And can she also tell me what protections are in place for people to submit late applications to the EU settlement scheme to ensure that they're not left in limbo, unable to work or at risk of homelessness while they wait for the outcome of their application?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, with regards to late applications, the Home Office has been very clear in the support that it will provide to people and late applications. But he has rightly made an important point about right to work and obviously the role for employers. Let me give the honourable gentleman the assurance that we've been working with employers, organisations and groups, and this is exactly the vehicle through which, even throughout the pandemic, we have been working with to communicate the need for employers to work with us to actually secure the settled status of many, many individuals. And if I may finally, Mr. Speaker, just to say, I would like to pay tribute to many of the employers that have been working with us on this scheme to guarantee that settled status for individuals.
Scott Bent.
Topical question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the whole House will join me in condemning the sickening racist abuse directed last night at our heroic England football team on social media. These young men represented our nation with pride and dignity, Mr. Speaker, and we are proud of them and the fortitude that they showed the country last night. Racist abuse, Mr. Speaker, is utterly unacceptable and illegal, whether it takes place in front of people or on or offline. And those individuals that commit racist offences should rightly face the full force of the law. Social media companies in particular have a clear responsibility for the content that they host on their platforms, and they can no longer ignore some of the appalling, vile, racist, violent and hateful content that appear on their platforms. We've been clear, Mr. Speaker, that if they do not stamp this out, we will take actions against them in the Online Safety Bill. It will take, Mr. Speaker, a determined effort and action by everyone across society and all institutions to end the corrosive culture of racism. And on that point as well, the thuggish and violent behaviour that we saw last night was utterly disgusting, and there's no place in our society for this. These people have no right to be called fans. They will face serious consequences for their actions. And just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, our nation is immensely proud of our 3 Lions, and they showed true grit and determination in their actions last night and their endeavours on the pitch.
Scott Benson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the measures set out in the Borders Bill and the Home Secretary's ongoing commitment to finally getting a grip of our borders and stemming the flow of illegal immigrants across the Channel. Can my right honourable friend confirm that the bill will include measures for the removal of migrants to offshore centres where they can be housed while their claims and appeals are being processed?
Home Secretary.
Absolutely right, and we've heard in the House this afternoon, Mr Speaker, from many honourable and right honourable colleagues, the absolute challenge this country faces when it comes to illegal migration and illegal entry to the United Kingdom. The asylum system is broken, and it is being exploited by illegal migration issues and also the criminal gangs that basically are exploiting vulnerable individuals. As he will know, the new bill, which will be discussed at second reading next week, covers many, many aspects, and it's right the government absolutely explores all options to fix our broken asylum system.
Shadow Home Secretary Nick Thomason.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to start by congratulating the England team on its fantastic achievements at the European Championships. Those players led by the inspirational Gareth Southgate have shown incredible skill and determination on and off the pitch, taking a stand on child poverty, free school meals and so much else. They took the knee to stand against racism. It was a brave stance that led to them being booed by some. That booing was unacceptable and should have been condemned by all. And sadly overnight, Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho and Bukayo Saka have been subject to the most appalling racist abuse. The Home Secretary spoke a moment ago about potential action in the future. But haven't the social media companies had long enough to get this right? So what immediate action will she take to deal with this?
Well, Mr Speaker, everyone in the House will absolutely join in both celebrating our incredible football team and the resilience of all our players, but fundamentally calling out the appalling acts and the actions that we saw last night. And it is absolutely appalling that we've seen this terrible racist abuse. And in fairness to the right honourable gentleman, he's absolutely right. The social media companies have had far too long, and it's on racism, hatred, violence, anti-Semitism. The list goes on and on and on, and quite frankly, it is utterly unacceptable. I have pointed rightly to the online harms bill because we do need to legislate, and this is the message that needs to go out from this House very, very strongly to all the social media companies that they need to take responsibility. This is content they host on their platform. We will legislate against them, on top of the fact, Mr Speaker, that we are absolutely on top of them right now. We are pursuing them as we do in every single case, but they need to wake up and take action themselves.
But, Mr Speaker, we've had to wait years for the online harms bill, and there has to be a greater urgency to do more now. The awful abuse continues to happen. It isn't contained to football, it's right across society, and we still have so far to go. Now, our footballers have used their platform to help give voice to the millions of people in this country who are desperate for change. But change is not happening fast enough. Now, the government and Parliament has to respond. Absolutely, all necessary resources must be allocated to tracking down perpetrators and bringing them to justice. But can the Home Secretary also confirm the online harms bill will be brought forward immediately? It will contain the toughest of sanctions against social media companies for hosting vile material and must include as well criminal sanctions for senior social media executives.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, the online harms bill, which is also led by the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, that will be brought forward, and the government has been very, very clear about that. There should be no room whatsoever either for complacency, equivocation or absence when it comes to social media companies taking responsibility. This House has been unequivocal in our own determination in terms of driving that change directly with these organisations. And I would just say the Honourable Gentleman is right. We need the toughest possible sanctions because, of course, social media companies, they're only one component part of the change that we need to see. We also need the criminal justice system to go after the individuals that are perpetrating some of these online harms, the hateful content that is put on these platforms. And of course, there is never any room for complacency whatsoever on this, which is why this legislation will be pivotal, absolutely pivotal in terms of bringing forward the societal change that is required, but also, Mr Speaker, in holding these executives and these very significant companies to account.
Mr Speaker. Last night's Euro final showed one united England team, young men of many backgrounds with the single aim of securing victory for their country. So in sharing my and the entire House's utter disgust at the racist abuse that was targeted at some of those incredibly talented and dedicated young players, can my right honourable friend confirm that she's already spoken to the police, who will ensure that they will do everything that is already in their power to identify and charge the perpetrators of this vile behaviour by people who sicken every decent person in this country?
Honourable friend for his question and also for the important points that he has aired this afternoon in the House. He's absolutely right. Both myself and the Policing Minister have been on a call this morning with policing, the police lead actually for football issues and policing, more to the point. But there is absolutely, as we've all said very clearly, there is no place for racism, there is no place for violence whatsoever. And quite frankly, there's clear guidance and there's legislation, there are laws in place that we absolutely should be applying and following. That applies to the police as well, to go after the perpetrators and the individuals. And of course, my honourable friend will be well aware of the Public Order Act, but also the Football Offences Act and football banning orders. All of these play a very, very important part in terms of the actions that everyone should be taking.
Committee of Ethics.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Jadon Sancho, Marcus Rashford and Bukayo Saka are incredible players, part of an incredible team that has made us all proud to be English. But while they're the best of us, they have endured vile racism from the worst of us. And on their Instagram profiles right now, there is still vile racist abuse which has been up there 15 or 16 hours or more, visible to everyone, including to children and young people who are there to support their heroes. I've spoken to Instagram this afternoon to urge them to take much stronger action. Can I ask, has the Home Secretary done so, and will she do so and now speak to the social media companies to urge them to take this action, and will she also take the opportunity to condemn those who stood up in our stadiums and booed our brave players for taking a stand against racism, and call on them to show solidarity instead?
Speaker, first and foremost, as I've said already, the actions that we've seen, there are no words for the appalling acts that have taken place. That is... Would the Honourable Lady like to intervene? I mean, the point is, if the Honourable Lady would be prepared to listen, everything when it comes to racism, hatred across society and involving any individual is completely unacceptable. The Right Honourable Lady is right to point to Instagram, but all social media platforms. It's not just Instagram. They are all culpable and they're all responsible. And it is right that we all take action against them. And we in the Home Office are absolutely, as I've already said, on top of these organisations. But of course, legislation is the way that we will go forward on this, but it is simply unacceptable. And this takes determined effort by everyone. Booing, there is no place for booing. Individuals themselves have the right to express themselves. We live in a free country, and thank God we do. Express themselves in whichever way when it comes to tackling hatred and violence and racism. But the fact of the matter right now, in terms of what we have seen overnight, is completely unacceptable. And it is right that from a policing perspective and when it comes to social media companies, that they have no place to hide and that action is taken.
We now come to Sir Edward Lee.
I thank the Home Secretary for fulfilling her pledge on the floor of the House to meet Aid the Church in Need and myself tomorrow to discuss the case of Mara Shabazz, a 14-year-old Christian girl abducted, kidnapped, forced into hiding. I don't want the Home Secretary to comment on that case, but doesn't this make it even more important that we deal with illegal migration? Because if we don't deal with illegal migration, we can't deal better with genuine asylum seekers. Indeed, for every illegal we deport, I think we should accept a genuine asylum seeker.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I look forward to the discussion we're going to have tomorrow. This is a very, very harrowing case, and I've been following the details of this case for some time, and we'll discuss that tomorrow. The fact of the matter is, he is speaking, the honourable gentleman is speaking to the fact that our asylum system is completely broken. We are seeing too many abuses of the system, we are seeing vulnerable people being preyed upon, and that actually scuppers our ability to assist those that are fleeing persecution and having the most appalling and abhorrent acts forced upon them or taken against them, which is why this bill is so important. And I urge all colleagues in the House to work with us and support this bill as it comes to second reading next week.
Let's go to Stuart C. MacDonald, SNP spokesperson.
Mr Speaker, what we've just heard is errant nonsense. If a Uyghur fleeing torture or Syrian fleeing war crimes or Christian convert escaping death threats arrives in the UK seeking protection but without a visa, under her outrageous anti-refugee bill, that would make them guilty of an offence punishable by up to 4 years in prison. How on earth can the Home Secretary defend criminalising torture victims, victims of war crimes, persecuted Christian converts and other refugees for seeking our protection?
Home Secretary.
Mr Speaker, well, in respect to the honourable gentleman's question, I'm afraid I just don't think he's actually read the bill or read the new plan for immigration or actually followed the debate and the discussion. I've been absolutely clear that we will support those individuals who, as he absolutely says, are fleeing persecution, fleeing torture. It is our objective as a government to absolutely support those individuals, not those who come to our country by paying money to illegal people traffickers and effectively could have claimed asylum in many of the EU countries that they have travelled through. And I'm sorry that the honourable gentleman fails to realise that there are blatant abuses, flagrant abuses taking place through the use of people smugglers and people traffickers, and effectively that individuals could claim asylum in other countries and they are simply choosing not to do so.
We're going to Dr. Jamie Wallace. Jamie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Prior to the pandemic, UK haulage businesses such as Owens Group in my constituency of Bridgend and Porthcawl employed about 600,000 HGV drivers. However, as we come out of COVID, thousands of HGVs are parked up as the industry simply cannot find drivers, and the number of trainee drivers dropped 63% last year. The industry needs an immediate solution. Will my right honourable friend consider adding HGV drivers to the UK shortage occupation list?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight, first and foremost, crucial skills that obviously are important to our labour market, and our new points-based immigration system does exactly that in terms of absolutely supporting not just key sectors but giving employers an important role in terms of fulfilling labour market places and also supporting jobs. The government is actually working with the haulage sector, and in fact the Department of Transport are leading on this right now and has from today temporarily extended drivers' hours rules to allow HGV drivers to make slightly longer journeys where necessary. And we have also, this is the Department of Transport, they're providing support directly to the sector to increase the number of driving tests available so clearly more people can qualify and support important haulage companies across his constituency but across the country.
Let's go to Neil Coyle. Neil.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Home Secretary tell me how many EU settled status applications have been refused or rejected where the passport holder applicant is a citizen of an EU member state, but due to the applicant not being born in that country?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm very happy to write to the member with the specifics to his question. I don't have that detail in front of me right now. But the point to make as well is that throughout the application process, where there have been issues with individuals demonstrating their status, the Home Office has been able to work and support individuals through some of the measures that I've already outlined, Mr Speaker, to give them the support so that their status can be secured. And there are ways in which we've been doing this, and I'll write to him with that information.
Final question, Maria.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Changes to the law on abortion are some of the most difficult issues we consider in this place, as the debate last week showed. These will always be matters of conscience. But does my right honourable friend agree that when there are 4 Royal Colleges and the British Medical Association calling for change, as there has been in Northern Ireland, then we need to carefully listen to the views of those medical professionals and consider how, as a House, we can consider these important matters in a timely way?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think first and foremost it's always important to recognise and understand the strength of feeling around this issue, and I pay tribute to colleagues in the House actually who have discussed this issue over the last week in fact, and have aired many not just concerns but also approaches based on evidence and information. It is right, these are matters of conscience. for all members. But I think at the same time it is for Parliament to decide, and therefore the debate that she has been leading and much of the evidence that she's just touched on as well is a matter for consideration, which governments absolutely approach in the right way, particularly for parliamentary debate at the right time.
Can I just say there's a lot of disappointment that we've not gone very far on topicals. I've run it longer than I normally would. I'm disappointed. We really have got to get the front benches working together, speed up those early questions, because in the end it's other members that miss out. I am now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. We now come where I call the Secretary of State, Sajid Javid, to make a statement. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I update the House on the pandemic, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the England football team for making history and for the way that they've brought us all together with their skill and spirit over the past few weeks. Last night's result may not have been the one that many of us were hoping for, but they played like heroes, and the nation is proud of each and every one of them. And, Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to condemn the shameful racism experienced by several members of the England team after the match. Racism has no place in football. It has no place in our society. And I know the whole House will agree that we must always show zero tolerance to this appalling behaviour. Now, Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to turn to our path out of this pandemic. All the way through our fight against the virus, we've looked forward to the day when we can roll back legal restrictions and get closer to normal life. Now, thanks to the shared sacrifices of the British people and the protective wall of our vaccination programme, we have made huge advances. Today, I'd like to update the House on the next decision that is in front of us, whether to proceed to step 4 of our roadmap next Monday. Now, as I set out to this House last week, this will be a major milestone for this country, taking us another step closer to the life that we all used to live. It means carefully removing more of the restrictions that have governed our daily lives, like how many people you can meet, how many people can attend weddings, and how many visitors you can see in care homes and bring them together with their loved ones. We've all been yearning to get there, and we all want this to be a one-way journey. So we've acted in a measured way, taking one step at a time and looking at the very latest data and at our 4 tests before deciding whether to proceed. Mr. Speaker, the first test is the success of our vaccination programme. Ever since the 8th of December last year, when the world's first clinically authorised vaccine was given right here in the UK, we've been putting jabs in the arms of people at a phenomenal pace, giving over 80 million doses in just 7 months. We've given more doses per capita than any other large nation. And as a result, around 9 in 10 adults in the UK now have COVID-19 antibodies, which are so important in helping us and our bodies to fight this virus. To bolster this protective wall even further, we made the tough but necessary decision to take a 4-week pause to step 4, so we could protect even more people before easing restrictions. And since making the decision, we've been able to give 7 million extra doses across the UK. We've pledged that by the 19th of July, that we would have offered every adult a first dose of the vaccine and have given 2 doses to 2/3 of all adults. And I'm pleased to inform the House today that we're on track to beat both of these targets. So, as we make this crucial decision, we're in a stronger position than ever before. Mr. Speaker, we've looked not just at how many jabs we've put in arms, but what impact they're having on hospitalisations and the loss of loved ones. And this is our second test. There's increasing evidence that the vaccine has severely weakened this link, the link that was once a grim inevitability. Data from Public Health England estimates that 2 doses of a COVID-19 vaccine offers protection of around 96% against hospitalisation, meaning fewer COVID patients in hospital beds and fewer mourning the loss of a loved one. And they also estimate that the vaccination programme in England has prevented between 7.5 million and 8.9 million infections. It's prevented some 46,000 hospitalisations and around 30,000 people losing their lives, all because of the protection the vaccines can bring. Mr. Speaker, our third test is around whether infection rates would put unsustainable pressure on the NHS. And I want to be open about what the data is telling us and why we've reached the decision that we have. Cases are rising, propelled by the new, more transmissible Delta variant. The average number of daily cases is over 26,000, and this has doubled over the past 11 days. And sadly, the case numbers will get a lot worse before they get better. We could reach 100,000 cases a day later in the summer. Hospitalisations are also rising, with sustained growth over the past month, and once again, they will rise too. but we should be encouraged that hospitalisations are far lower than they were at this point during the previous wave, just as we should be encouraged that people over the age of 65 who are more likely to have had both doses of the vaccines, they make up 31% of COVID admissions last week compared to 61% in January. This is further evidence that our vaccination programme is doing its job and protecting the NHS. And as more people get the jab, our protective wall is getting stronger still. We will stay vigilant and keep a very close eye on the data, as well as the impact of long COVID, where we're investing £50 million into new research. But on the basis of the evidence in front of us, we do not believe that infection rates will be put unsustainable pressure on the NHS. It's so important that everyone still does their bit in helping the NHS to stand strong, and the best thing that each and every one of us can do, if we haven't done already, is get the jab and, crucially, get both doses. Now, our final test is that the risks are not fundamentally changed by new variants of concern. We've seen from the growth of the Delta variant, which now makes up 99% of new cases in this country, just how quickly a new variant can take hold. However, although the Delta variant is more transmissible than the Alpha variant, the evidence showing 2 doses of the vaccine appears to be just as effective against hospitalisation. But we know that the greatest risk to the progress we've made is the possibility of another new variant, especially one that can escape immunity and puncture the protective wall of our vaccination programme. So even as we look to ease restrictions, we'll maintain our tough measures at the borders, and we will expand our capacity for genomic sequencing already it's one of the largest in the world, so that we can come down hard the moment we detect a new variant. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have looked closely at the data against these 4 tests, and we firmly believe that this is the right time to get our nation closer to normal life. So we will move to the next stage of our roadmap on July the 19th. Now, to those who say, why take this step now? I say, if not now, when? There will never be a perfect time to take this step, because we simply cannot eradicate this virus. Whether we like it or not, coronavirus is not going away. But moving forward next week, supported by the arrival of summer and the school holidays, it gives us the best possible chance of a return to normal life. If we wait longer, then we risk pushing the virus towards winter, when the virus will have an advantage, or worse still, we will not be opening up at all. We delayed step 4 by 4 weeks so we could build our vaccine wall even higher. And we believe this wall means that we can withstand a summer wave. And while the wall would be higher still if we waited till winter, we know the wave would be much more dangerous. So while we know there are risks with any decision, this is the most responsible decision that we can take. This step forward is about balancing the harms that are caused by COVID with the undeniable harms that restrictions bring. These restrictions, they were vital to protect the NHS. But we must be upfront about the impact of keeping them, just as we are about removing them. The rise in domestic violence, the impact on mental health, the undiagnosed cancer, to name just a few. So we'll ease the restrictions next week, while at the same time we'll be maintaining the defences we've built against this virus, like our vaccination programme, where we still need more young people to come forward, our work to support the most vulnerable, and the contingency plans that we've put in place to stay one step ahead of this virus. But this is not the end of the road. It's the start of a new phase of continued caution while we live with this virus and we manage the risks. And we're publishing a plan today showing the safe and gradual approach that we'll be taking throughout the summer. It includes details of how we'll be encouraging businesses and large events to use certification in high-risk settings to limit the risk of spreading the infection, how we'll use guidance for those who are clinically extremely vulnerable, and details of a review that we'll be conducting in September to assess our preparedness for autumn and winter. Mr. Speaker, as we make these changes, it's so important that people act with caution and with personal responsibility. For example, everyone should return to work gradually if they're currently working from home. They should try to meet people outside where that's possible. And it's expected and recommended that people should wear face coverings unless they're exempt in crowded indoor settings like public transport. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to update the House on our policies for self-isolation. Last week, I announced to the House that from the 16th of August, double-jabbed adults and under-18s will no longer need to self-isolate if they're a close contact of someone with COVID-19. Until then, with case rates are expected to rise, it's vital that we make sure our systems for self-isolation are proportionate and that they reflect both the protection given by our vaccine programme. Now, as part of this approach, we'll be working with clinicians and the NHS to explore what more can be done for colleagues in patient-facing roles. This would only be used in exceptional circumstances where the self-isolation of fully vaccinated close contacts could directly impact the safety of patients, so that we can keep our vital services going as we safely and gradually get to a closer to normal life. Mr. Speaker, the 19th of July will mark another step forward in our road to recovery. Getting here has been hard fought and it's been long awaited, but this battle isn't over yet. Let's move forward in a confident but measured way so that we can get closer to normal life and protect the progress that we've already made. I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I, of course, thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, and I want to join him and others, I'm sure, across the House in paying tribute to the England side for they did indeed unite the country, and we are indeed proud of each and every one of them. Those players did, of course, take the knee to show they were taking a stand against racism. And we again offer them our solidarity and join with others in condemning utterly the racist, vile abuse we've seen in the last 24 hours. Now, Mr. Speaker, we want to see the economy reopen in a balanced, safe and sustainable way. That means maintaining certain mitigations to both contain the speed at which infections are rising and help reduce transmission and help limit the numbers exposed to the virus before they themselves are fully vaccinated. Instead, the Secretary of State has taken a high-risk, indeed fatalistic approach, trying to gain what might happen in the winter, deciding that infections are going up anyway, and instead of caution, he's pushing his foot down on the accelerator while throwing the seatbelts off. He admits that could mean 100,000 infections a day. That means potentially thousands suffering debilitating long COVID. It means, as more cases arise, potentially more escape and the threat of a new, more transmissible variant emerging. Now, 2 weeks ago, he justified unlocking, suggesting it would make us healthier. While today, hospital admissions are running at over 400 a day. There are now 393 people in ICU, up over 100 since the start of July. And of course, significant increases in admissions knocks on to the NHS's ability to provide wider care. Now, he says the infection rates will not put unsustainable pressure on the NHS. But last week at Leeds, cancer patients were having their surgery cancelled. Last week, ambulance trusts across the country were reporting some of their busiest days ever. 111 is under intense pressure. And of course, at the weekend, he warned that the elective waiting list could rise as high as 13 million. So perhaps he could define what he means by unsustainable pressure, and could he tell us what is his prediction that hospital admissions will peak at? He's told us he expects 100,000 infections. Can he tell us how many hospital admissions he expects? And does his confidence mean that there will be no extra resources for the NHS this summer to get through this summer wave? Now again, he highlights vaccination. But why are vaccination rates slowing down? And what will he do to drive up vaccination rates amongst younger people, where it is still only around 56% of 18 to 24-year-olds? And when will we begin vaccination of adolescents? Other countries are doing it. Why aren't we? But just to rely only on vaccination as infections climb is the approach of the one-club golfer. He needs to put other measures in place as well. So Labour, this side, would continue with mandatory mask wearing. I notice his tone has shifted actually from the last week or so, and it's now his view that it would be irresponsible not to wear a mask in a crowded room. Surely then it is equally irresponsible for the government to abandon mandatory mask wearing. Secondly, yesterday, on working from home, Susan Hopkins from PHE suggested that for the next 4 to 6 weeks at least, people should try their best to work from home. So will he guarantee that anyone who wants to continue working from home will have the right to do so? Thirdly, we know how important fresh air is. Germany has funded air filtration systems in public buildings. Now, last week he referred to the infection control funding given to social care, but that wasn't for ventilation. There are, Mr. Speaker, British firms that manufacture air filtration and ventilation units. So let's support those firms and British jobs and offer grants to premises to install air infiltration units. And will he use the summer to install air filtration systems in every school? Fourthly, as more virus circulates, more people will be exposed and more people will become ill and more will have to isolate. But some people still can't isolate because of finances. And those with caring responsibilities for someone who has had to isolate can also be financially penalised. Furlough is beginning to be withdrawn, so financial support for isolation will become even more urgent. So will he ensure that those who need to isolate can access adequate sick pay and support? Fifthly, to get through this third wave and flatten the curve, we will need ongoing testing and contact tracing will need extra capacity. Will he give local authorities resources to lead the enhanced retrospective and forward contact tracing they need to do? And will he now abandon his proposed charges for lateral flow tests, which he is set to introduce? Finally, when he was appointed, he said that any easing on July the 19th would be, in his words, irreversible. Other countries have thought the same with their roadmaps. Yet Israel has reintroduced masks. The Netherlands reopened nightclubs and had to close them again after 2 weeks. Is it still his view that the 19th is terminus day and that everything he has announced today is irreversible? Or does he agree it would be more sensible to have regular review dates in place through the summer as we deal with this third wave and rising infections?
So, State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right honourable gentleman started by saying that he supports a balanced approach in a sustainable way, and that's exactly what I've set out today from this dispatch box. That is the government's approach. So I agree with him. It's just that we, as the government, have set out the detail. I'm still not sure what his plan actually is. And so, given he set out the objectives, I hope he can support this plan. And he talks about the risks that are involved, and I've been very upfront about that. The government has been upfront. There is no risk-free way forward, and while opening up is not without risk, but ongoing restrictions are not without cost. I hope the right honourable gentleman would appreciate that. He's raised a number of questions, Mr. Speaker, around hospitalisations. Was one of his first questions, and as I've said, that case numbers are going up. We expect them to continue going up, but the most important difference today versus the last wave is the vaccination, that wall of defence that our country has built, which has meant that hospitalisations, although they are rising as case numbers rise, they're rising at a lot slower rate than before. And as I've set out specifically regarding test 3 in our roadmap, that we believe that the pressure with all the data that we are seeing at this point is not unsustainable for the NHS. The right honourable gentleman talked about vaccinations, and I'm pleased he's highlighting that, especially for more young people to come forward. As I mentioned in my statement, Mr. Speaker, that we are ahead of the plans that we set out when Step 4 was temporarily pushed out by 4 weeks. And he's also asked about the vaccination of children, and he knows that we have a group of expert science advisors, the JCVI. This is something that they're actively looking at, and at some point we will reach a final decision, but I hope he will agree with me that we should take the scientific advice on that and consider it very carefully before making such a move. On air ventilation units, or some of the £90+ billion extra the government has provided to the health and care system during the course of this pandemic, some of it has gone, of course, onto air ventilation units, and we should continue to support that, and as has a lot of extra funding gone to people to support them financially if they are asked to isolate, and it's important that that is something that is both kept under review, but that is something that continues to be taken seriously. He mentioned lateral flow tests and testing, something about charging for them. It might be his policy, but it's not this government's policy. I don't know where he's got that one from, but we have no plans to charge for lateral flow tests. And then lastly, on July the 19th, what that is a step forward on our roadmap. As we've clearly set out, the pandemic is not over. It's a very significant step forward. And he talked about reviews, and I've just set out, Mr. Speaker, in September we will have a review to make sure that we're properly set up for autumn and for winter.
Let's come to the Chair's Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The virus today is a totally different creature to a year ago, with only 1 in 40 new cases being hospitalised, an average age for new cases of 25, and all over 40s being offered 2 jabs, accounting for 99% of the age group that have had COVID fatalities to date. So the government's approach is entirely reasonable. But does the Health Secretary agree that there remain, to paraphrase the late Donald Rumsfeld, a number of unknown unknowns and known unknowns, not least the impact of long COVID, the potential for vaccine escape and the potential for new variants? So will he reassure the House that if the data deteriorates beyond what is currently envisaged, he will not hesitate to take decisive action, not just to save lives, but also to head off the need for a further lockdown that will be so enormously damaging for our jobs and businesses?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to give my right honourable friend that assurance. He's made some excellent points just there. And first of all, I thank him for his support for the government's action. But also, he's right to point out that there is still uncertainty for us, for countries across the world in dealing with this pandemic. And I'm very pleased to assure him that if that risk matrix changes, for example, with variants of concern, we will not hesitate to take the appropriate action.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to associate myself and my colleagues with the Health Secretary's condemnation of the racism sadly faced by members of the England football team after their impressive performance throughout the Euros. Now, turning to COVID, the Secretary of State himself has suggested COVID cases could soar to 100,000 a day once all restrictions are removed next Monday. While research shows hospitalisation rates have thankfully dropped to 3% of cases due to vaccination, this would still mean up to 3,000 admissions, the same as during the first wave. Can he explain how he will avoid such a surge, putting pressure on health services, which would further delay clearance of the backlog of patients waiting with other conditions? With the likelihood of such high transmission rates, how does he hope to prevent the generation of yet more new variants within the UK, perhaps with significant vaccine resistance? Evidence is growing of the debilitating impact of post-COVID morbidity, and the Office of National Statistics estimate it could affect 10% of those who've had the virus. So how does he plan to avoid an unacceptably high risk of long COVID in young adults and children who are not fully vaccinated? And finally, why is he ending the mandatory wearing of masks in indoor spaces and public transport when they reduce viral spread and cause no economic detriment? Does he not recognise that as vulnerable people can't count on others wearing masks, for them the 19th of July will not be Freedom Day, but the exact opposite?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I noticed the Honourable Lady, thanks for what she said about the English football team, but she didn't say who she actually supported, so I hope it was actually England. But turning to her questions, on the hospitalisations, she's right to raise this, as other colleagues have, that, of course, as cases rise, which sadly they will for the reasons I've set out, hospitalisations will rise too. But again, for a reason set out, number one being the vaccine, that the rate of hospitalisation will be far, far lower than anything we've seen before. And she will also know, given her experience, that also the treatments that are available are a lot better and effective than what we had at the start of this pandemic and during the last wave, which is also helping should people sadly find themselves in hospital. It is something as part of the three tests, test number 3, that we've looked at very carefully. We've looked at the data. Of course, we work very closely with our colleagues on an almost minute-by-minute basis in the NHS to make sure that the increased pressure, and I accept there will be increased pressure, I've been very open about that it will be something that can be met and sustained. And it is important, though, I think, to understand that, because she mentioned the backlogs, that the backlog has built up over the pandemic because people stayed away from the NHS for perfectly understandable reasons. But we do need to start getting back to normal as quickly as we reasonably can, so that we can start looking at more and more people in the longer term at the NHS and actually improve the backlog more quickly than otherwise. And then on masks, Mr. Speaker, I believe I've answered that question. And the most important thing is that our guidelines are going to be very clear on masks, and they will be published later today as well.
We now come to Sir Desmond Swain.
Mr. Speaker, enterprises are having to shut because key members of staff, notwithstanding having been vaccinated twice, are having to isolate as contacts. As infections increase, so will contacts, and there's every possibility of the economy grinding to a halt. Will he review the need to self-isolate if twice vaccinated and show a negative test?
Mr. Speaker, it's precisely for the reasons and other reasons that my honourable friend sets out that we have already reviewed those rules around self-isolation, and that's why we've announced that there will be a change from August the 16th, and we will keep those under review.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the 3.8 million clinically extremely vulnerable people, the prospect of a so-called Freedom Day next week is actually anything but. They and many clinically vulnerable people, such as pregnant women, are living in fear of what living with COVID means for them. Now, last Monday, the Secretary of State promised me that guidance was forthcoming. Last Wednesday, members in the other place and charities met with his ministerial colleague, Lord Bethell, and officials who admitted that this was not good enough and something more had to be done. So could the Secretary of State confirm today what support and what guidance will be forthcoming and when? Or is he pursuing a survival of the fittest policy where the most vulnerable will be thrown to the wolves?
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most important issues, and as the Honourable Lady says, that there are many people that are immunosuppressed or severely clinically vulnerable, and it is important that every stage of dealing with this pandemic that we are thinking of them and having them front of mind, and that is what I believe we have done. Of course, where the people in that category are able to take the vaccine, they should. Not all are able to do so, but she asked about advice, and we are publishing this advice today.
We now come to Mark Harper.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. First of all, it's worth saying I strongly welcome the statement from the Secretary of State. But when he's back at that dispatch box in the autumn, as I fear he may be, announcing further restrictions, guidance, or even another lockdown, one of the things that will have driven that will be hospitalisation data. There's a big flaw with that data at the moment, is that it includes anyone who tests positive for COVID who goes into hospital, not whether they've gone into hospital because they're ill with COVID. That is going to drive poor decision-making. It's vital it's fixed urgently. We can't have hundreds of thousands of livelihoods and well-being sacrificed on the altar of dodgy data.
Mr. Speaker, it's an important point by my right honourable friend, and he will know, because I judge that's why he's asked the question. At the moment, the data that is available is the figures are with COVID, which doesn't make a distinction between what's causing that individual to be in hospital. So it's not precise and detailed enough. And I think that's what he's getting at. I think it's a very good point, and I have asked for advice on this, and I hope that we can start getting clearer data on this, precisely for the reason he said.
7th withdrawn, which is not usual. So we'll now go to Andrew Selous. Andrew.
Primary care is not only the front line of the fight against COVID, but is also the front door of the NHS, and many staff are on their knees at the moment. Can I ask the Secretary of State to help more medical students to choose general practice and to help them stay in it? As that is absolutely fundamental to helping more people get in to see a GP easily.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend. My parents wanted me to be a doctor, to be a GP, and they were a bit disappointed, Mr. Speaker, but I think my mum did say she thinks my current role might make up for it. My honourable friend is absolutely right about this, and he knows our commitment to 50 million more appointments, to having more GPs, and that remains a huge priority, and I think this pandemic has made it even more important than before.
Let's go to Caroline Lucas. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the Secretary of State and other colleagues in deploring the appalling racism shown against a football team that has shown the absolute best of our country. The Secretary of State says that caution is absolutely vital given the soaring infection rates. I agree with him, but if caution is absolutely vital, why is he weakening the measures to deliver it? The message around face masks on public transport, for example, has been downgraded from being a clear legal requirement to being an optional personal choice. As over 100 scientists and medics said last week in a letter to The Lancet, this is reckless and risks driving infections. He asks if we don't open up now, then when? Well, the answer has to be that when a far higher percentage of the total population is vaccinated, when basic public health protections like test, trace and isolate are properly functioning, when people can afford to self-isolate, when measures like air filtration systems are in our classrooms. Frankly, the government seems to be pursuing a Darwinian strategy relying on immunity by natural infection. Does he realise how dangerous this is?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the Honourable Lady is just not being realistic. I think I've set out very clearly in my statement the issues around timing. No one is pretending that there is a perfect time to start lifting some of these restrictions. It is therefore something that requires a balanced and measured approach, and that is exactly what we're doing.
Sir Graham Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Steroid inhalers of the type used by millions of asthma sufferers worldwide are known to be safe, cheap, and trials show that they are also very effective in reducing the severity and the time for which COVID symptoms are suffered. Will my right honourable friend take rapid steps to revise the guidance to make sure this becomes an immediate part of the armoury of GPs dealing with people presenting with COVID symptoms.
Mr. Speaker, when my right honourable friend wants something done rapidly, I listen very carefully to him. So I am pleased to tell him that the clinical guidelines have been published today that allow the central alerting system to recommend to clinicians and to prescribe inhaled steroids for exactly the purpose he's just set out on a case-by-case basis. I hope that's big enough for him, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody would have thought it was lined up. Dame Angela Riedel. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope I'll get an equally happy response to my question. The Secretary of State has said that he's anticipating as many as 100,000 COVID infections daily. If that were actually to happen, can he tell the House how many people he and his figures we would expect to see hospitalised, and how many people he would expect to see develop long COVID as a result?
State.
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell the right honourable lady is that currently there are around 30,000 infections a day, and we have seen also in the last 24 hours in England around 400 people being hospitalised. The last time infections were around the same level at 30,000, it was, I believe, over 2,000 people a day being hospitalised. So that's what I mean about the link has been severely weakened, and for that we've got the vaccines to thank.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you very much. I look forward to having a look and scrutinising the new roadmap when it's published this afternoon. Further to the point raised by my right honourable friend Forrester Dean, I'm just trying to get clear this data on hospitalisations. I was told today of a lady admitted this weekend to a hospital in my region to give birth. She was, of course, tested on admission and was positive, so she's a COVID positive person in hospital. When does the Secretary of State think, given the advice that he's just confirmed to the House that he sought, he will be able to advise us of the figures for those admitted with COVID versus those admitted for COVID?
Mr. Speaker, I know my honourable friend speaks with experience, and again, I'm glad he's raised this point again. So I have asked for this advice because it is important that we try to better analyse the primary diagnosis of anyone coming into hospital. I can understand why in the early days of this pandemic why that was not easily possible, but I do think now we're at the stage to provide better data, and I hope I can get that done as quickly as possible.
Let's go to Sarah Owen. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent Health Select Committee report on NHS staff burnout showed low pay as particular issues for care workers, and most NHS staff working unpaid hours on top of their contract. These are hours that could be spent with families like the brilliant student I met this morning, Brendan from Cardinal Newman School, whose dad works for the NHS. How does the Secretary of State plan to clear the backlog and fill the 40,000 nursing and 112,000 care worker vacancies if this government continues saying no to the pay rise that NHS heroes like Brendan's dad deserve?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable lady that the workers of the NHS, no matter what their role, they have been the heroes of this crisis, as have care workers. I think we agree on that, and making sure that is recognised is also requires us to make sure that they are paid properly. And she's right also to link this, for example, to the backlog and the huge amount of work that lies ahead. So I hope she'll bear with me, and in due course we'll set out our response to the pay review recommendations.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's statement. He will know that on the 29th of April, a pilot scheme to test and release people was introduced to avoid the disruption of people who were the contacts of someone with COVID having to isolate for 10 days. He'll also know that our right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, was a beneficiary of that scheme. Will he say what the results of that pilot have been and when it might be available to the rest of us, which I hope will be before the third week in August?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for his support for the statement, and turning to his question, It is a very important pilot. I haven't yet seen the final results of that, but there are results starting to come through to the department. He will know that whilst that pilot has been going on, the government has also made this announcement around double vaccinated people and more flexibilities from then for those people from August the 16th onwards. But I will endeavour to say more about this and publish more data as soon as I can.
Let's go to Joanna Cherry. Joanna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard what the Secretary of State has said about masks today, but as my honourable friend, the SNP spokesperson, said, there will be no Freedom Day for vulnerable people if the legal requirement to wear a mask is scrapped. Now, many of my constituents have written to me over the weekend expressing concern about this issue, and like leading scientists, trade unionists and large sections of the public, they're keen for the legal requirement to wear masks in indoor spaces and on public transport to be kept at least for now. So why can't the Secretary of State commit to do this?
Mr. Speaker, I think I've set out in the dispatch box now a number of times the general approach, which is as we start to go towards a more normal, that we want to start removing the regulations, replace them with guidelines, and then ask people to follow those guidelines. And in the case of masks, for example, we've been very clear that in crowded, enclosed spaces, we would expect everyone to wear a mask. We would recommend it. And given everything and the data we've set out, the vaccination rate and everything else, we think now is the time to take this kind of more measured approach, and we will keep it under review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much welcome what the Secretary of State has said. On Friday, I visited Blue Bay Travel, an international travel company based in Stoke-on-Trent South, and they very much support the easing of public health restrictions from the 19th of July for those fully vaccinated. So would my right honourable friend continue to do all he can to ensure that we support jobs and industries like this, which have been hardest hit by the COVID measures, to fully recover as soon as possible?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can make that commitment to my honourable friend. He's right to raise this. The sector, the travel sector, has been one of the hardest hit, and I hope that as we take this measured approach and start opening up more, that's a sector in terms of both jobs and opportunities will start to benefit in his constituency and elsewhere. And I hope the company he referred to in his constituency welcome the changes we've set out so far.
Ben Bradshaw. He mentioned the serious problems being caused in the NHS by the government's pinging system, but schools, businesses are also suffering, and now the transport and travel sector, scores of trains being cancelled over the weekend because drivers and other train staff have been pinged. So if he won't bring forward his August the 16th date, why on earth won't he continue to mandate masks on public transport, both to protect staff and passengers and give them the confidence to travel, at least up until that August the 16th date?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman may know that when we set the August the 16th date, and I think I made this clear in the statement last week, it was based on clinical advice, the public health advice that we received, especially around just it was better to make sure more people than now are vaccinated, or more than on July the 19th. And I think that's valuable advice. And when it comes to masks, Mr. Speaker, I think I've made the government position clear.
Let's go to Mike Wood. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lifting legal restrictions is a massive relief for all those who rely on pubs, restaurants and nightclubs for their livelihoods, the overwhelming majority of which are taking their responsibilities seriously at enormous costs to themselves. Does my right honourable friend agree that as we open up our society and economy, not only must all hospitality businesses take sensible steps to protect us from disease, but all customers must also play their part and respect venues and their staff who are working so hard to do the right thing?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree wholeheartedly with my honourable friend. It's a responsibility as we open up, not just for the owners of the businesses, the nightclubs and the pubs, to take that sensible, measured attitude, but also for customers to give a thought about those people that are serving them at the table, serving behind the bar, and be respectful for their needs as well.
Eitel.
Last week, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster's review was reported to this House as having concluded that COVID vaccine certification was not necessary and would not go ahead. Since then, however, there seems to have been a review of the review, because the Secretary of State says that today that the Government will be encouraging businesses and large events to use certification in high-risk settings. So, can the Secretary of State tell the House now what constitutes a high-risk setting in this context, and who will be the judge of what is a high-risk setting? What constitutes large events, and who will be judging what they are? What is meant by encouraging businesses, and what will be the consequences for any businesses that resist the encouragement from government in this way? And finally, how will the data that is captured in this way, that belongs to us all, be held and protected?
Mr. Speaker, the remarks that the Right Honourable Gentleman refers to by the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster are absolutely correct, is that as we move away from regulations, there will no longer be a legal requirement for any establishment to have COVID vaccine certification, but the guidelines, which we will publish today, will be very clear that we expect your corporate bodies, responsible businesses, to have a system where we will continue to provide the infrastructure, where we would work with them and work with the respective government departments. So DCMS and BEIS are already talking to industry leaders and working with them, and it's something that actually industry welcomes, to work on a basis of guidelines rather than regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A rate of 87% for first vaccinations is truly impressive, and it is in excess of all the estimates that I read about when the vaccination programme was first launched. But there is evidence of a worrying fall-off in people coming forward for their second vaccinations in London and the South East. So could my right honourable friend say what steps he's taking to ensure that people, especially young people, are committing to completing the vaccination course?
Yep, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to raise this. And as she says, the rate of vaccination that we have achieved in this country is the envy of the world, and that we want to make sure that is maintained. We definitely want to make sure that more young people are coming forward. So, for example, the walk-in clinics that have popped up around the country, the sort of mass vaccination events that have been taking place in parts of the country is part of that. And we are also looking actively at what other ways that we can put in place to promote the importance of vaccination.
Let's go to Janet Davey. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A school teacher recently told me that some families cannot afford to self-isolate. And if we're learning to live with the virus, why has the Secretary of State for Health refused to introduce proper financial support to self-isolate to ensure those who test positive can safely isolate at home?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady will know that we do have in place financial support for those who need it, that are asked to self-isolate. It is something I think that is important. It continues to be important, and it's something that we will keep under review.
Let's go to Dr. Andrew Morrison. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to jabs and far better treatment, case fatality rate now is 0.085% and falling. Had it been a year ago, is there the remotest possibility that jurisdictions would have embarked upon the breadth and scope of restrictions that they did do? And does it not follow that now is the right time to move to step 4 and release burdens on people so that we can get society going? And will he please caution the opposition on their undue reliance on masks? They're not the solution. Vaccinations are.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the importance of vaccination. That has been the key to step 4, to get us to where we are on our roadmap, and that's why I think we cannot emphasise enough the importance to continue with that programme, and that is, for example, why we set out that we plan to have a booster programme in September.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have constituents who are absolutely ready for restrictions to be lifted, and I have others who are very concerned about, for example, the effect of the Johnson variant, which is prevalent in my area. So I can understand entirely the Secretary of State's desire for balance. That balance is not provided by the Prime Minister saying one thing, usually incoherent bluster about Freedom Day or Terminus Day, and other ministers, such as the Secretary of State, saying others about the need to continue wearing masks. Will he understand that the continued mixed messaging from government is not helping us to get through this crisis?
Mr. Speaker, the government is speaking with one voice, and I believe our view is very clear.
Christopher Cho.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow my right honourable friend is going to be asking the House to approve regulations which will put thousands of care workers in England out of a job. 2 weeks ago, we were promised that a regulatory impact assessment was available. As at midday today, that regulatory impact assessment is still not available. When will it be available, and why hasn't it been made available so far?
Mr. Speaker, I believe my right honourable friend is referring to the measures the government has already announced around vaccinations and people who work in care homes. I would like to ideally make sure that impact assessment is available. I do understand, and I don't know the full detail as to why it has not been completed, but at the same time, I do think it is important to get on with this part of building our vaccine wall, and we will have more to say about it tomorrow.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Secretary of State will be aware that Singapore has announced its plan to navigate from pandemic to endemic and to coexist with the virus. They could almost have been reading my speeches and articles, Mr. Speaker. But so will he get the economy and society moving again, and in particular take a fresh look at vaccine passports or certificates, including the vaccine card, after all, that we all carry? Minister, let's allow our people to get back to normality.
Well, I take it by that, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable gentleman supports the measures that I've set out today in this statement, and I thank him very much for his support.
Julian Sturdy. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome this statement today on the back of the successful vaccine rollout programme. However, given the rising numbers of people having to isolate and the impact this is having on businesses and our economy, can I reiterate the call to my right honourable friend to consider bringing forward changes to the requirement to isolate after contact with a confirmed case for those that are fully vaccinated? There has to be a better way forward that doesn't have the economic impact that the current isolation policy is having.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand the importance of the point my honourable friend has made. And as I said earlier in response to another question, the date of August the 16th is based on the best advice that we can get at this point in time. He may be interested to know that there's, as well as the test and trace system, there is also the app, the NHS COVID app, and a number of people have referred to the so-called pinging. And I do want to take a careful look at this to make sure that also can provide a more proportionate and balanced system given the rate of vaccination.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's understandably concern amongst those who are immunosuppressed, and particularly those with blood cancers, about the effectiveness of vaccines. And I know that the Secretary of State mentioned this earlier on. Can you be really clear? Are the vaccines working? Will they get booster doses early? And when will very detailed and specific advice for the whole range of conditions, and I declare an interest on this as somebody with in my own family and indeed many constituents, when will they get that clear advice so that that concern can be put to one side?
So, State.
Mr. Speaker, again, the honourable friend is right to raise this issue. The vaccines are working, and I think I've set out clearly why, and the government has published much evidence of that. In terms of the booster programme, which begins in September, the immunosuppressed and clinically vulnerable will get priority in that, and they will be in the initial cohorts. And the advice that I referred to earlier will be published today.
Lynn Saxby.
Mr. Speaker, under what circumstances or conditions does my right honourable friend consider it will be responsible to work in crowded spaces such as in retail, in hospitality, or indeed even in this place without wearing a mask?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think my honourable friend is right to raise this, and that's why our guidelines on mask wearing will be very clear that if people are in retail spaces and they're crowded and certainly, as we know, most of them are enclosed, that they should consider wearing a mask, and that also they should not just be thinking about those themselves, but also the people around them and the people serving them.
Now we go to Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you. The Secretary of State will have seen the huge and rising number of COVID infections in the North East, and the decision to remove controls will clearly accelerate that and increase concerns about the short and long-term impact of COVID and the risk of vaccine-resistant variants. But regardless of the proposed COVID passports, businesses in the North East, especially in sectors like hospitality, where there are large numbers of young, unvaccinated people who work, they're already struggling to function with reduced staff and customers cancelling at the last minute to self-isolate. So with the government withdrawing economic support at the same time, does he appreciate the concerns that for many hospitality businesses, the government's summer of high COVID may be too much to survive?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady will know, first of all, there's still significant economic support in place, and of course it's the job of the Treasury to keep that under review. And when it comes to self-isolation and the impact that has on businesses, it is important that now that we have such a high level of vaccination, including in the North East, that we can take a more proportionate and balanced approach, and that is exactly what we're doing.
And now we go by video link to Jacob Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's great news that we're moving back to personal responsibility next week, and I thank the Secretary of State for that. However, rates are increasing in Redcar and Cleveland, and while hospitalisations are not climbing in the same way, my concern is that more and more people are having to self-isolate due to the dreaded ping from the NHS app. We all remember the difficulties of last year where people struggled to get a test. But since then, the government's massively increased the testing capability available, and getting a test is no longer an issue. What more can be done to utilise this immense testing capability to prevent people from having to self-isolate unnecessarily?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I always say to my honourable friend is that, again, he's right to raise this, that the so-called ping, it does serve a purpose. It has served a huge purpose as we've been dealing with this pandemic, particularly during the last wave. If someone is pinged, it might certainly be very useful information to them if they were planning, let's say, in the days ahead to visit a vulnerable person, perhaps a grandparent or something. So I think it's valuable information to give people. But as I've said earlier, that I do think we can look at the approach and make it more measured, given the high rate of vaccination, and then also, as he suggested, make more use of tests, which is exactly what we are doing.
Now we go by video link to Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What assessment has the Secretary of State and its department made on the number of children with long COVID, and when will children get vaccinated?
Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to children and COVID, and the Honourable Gentleman has asked about long COVID, there is a huge amount of research being done both within the NHS and in my department. And I mentioned earlier, for example, the extra £50 million of funding that we are providing to do even more research and to step this up. As the Honourable Gentleman knows, long COVID is a problem the world over, and that I hope the UK can become a world leader in trying to help with this problem and share the research it does with other countries. In terms of vaccination of children, as I said earlier in response to a similar question, the JCVI is actively looking at this issue, and once we have their final advice, we will set out our plans.
Mark Jenkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's confirmation on the return of our freedoms. Knowing what we do now about the impact of some of our interventions, we must never return to those dark days. While we've taken a huge backward step in this regard, does he agree that we should use this great unlock to usher in a new era of personal responsibility? Perhaps we could start with a review of Clause 125 of the Health and Care Bill, which would appeal on the face of it to prevent UK food manufacturers advertising their products anywhere online, not just in the UK, while conferring advantage on huge globally recognised brands.
Madam Deputy Speaker, obesity is a real problem in this country and others, and the causes of it are very complex, but we do want to make sure that we have the best approach possible. And my honourable friend will know that we are planning to debate this bill on Wednesday, and I look forward to seeing him in the debate.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to press the Secretary of State a little further on wearing masks. He has said that he has been perfectly clear, but the opposite is the case. His government was dithering on mask wearing on this very week last year, and the dithering and mixed messages continue. He tells us that masks will no longer be compulsory, but wearing them will be expected, as the Chancellor boasts that he will stop wearing a mask on the 19th of July. The Chief Government Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor say they will continue to wear masks. Why has this important public health tool been so undermined by the dithering and mixed messages of his government?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe I've answered this question a number of times during this session.
We now go by video link to Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. It's 16 months since I contracted a fairly mild bout of coronavirus, which unfortunately developed into terrible long COVID, and the symptoms still persist all these months later. Look, the vaccination programme has been a game changer, and I want a return to normality like everyone else. But does he understand that the consequence of his decision may well be more people with long COVID? The money for research is welcome, but what more is he planning to do to support those with long COVID with health, rehabilitation and social security measures, and to support employers with the reality that sections of their workforce might be unfit for work for periods too?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first, if I can say to the honourable gentleman, as I've said a number of times during this debate, that opening up is not without risk, but I hope the honourable gentleman understands that keeping restrictions in place is also not without cost. So the government has to take a balanced approach. He's right to raise the issue of long COVID. As I mentioned earlier, this is something the government takes very seriously. I've announced another £50 million of funding of researcher into this, and he's right to raise this. This is a problem not just in the UK, it's an issue the world over. We still don't know enough about long COVID. I think it's fair to say we are learning more all the time, but it will be an absolute priority of this government to work with people with long COVID and do everything that we possibly can.
Holly Mumby-Croft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. More double vaccinated people than ever are being asked to self-isolate because they've come into contact with someone who is positive for COVID. This is really incredibly difficult for individuals and families, and of course disrupts jobs and businesses. And I've heard cases of people being asked to self-isolate more than once in the same month. So can I add my voice to others across this House and ask my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, to consider bringing forward some form of test and release measure for people who are double vaccinated before the 16th of August?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, again, this is an important issue, and my honourable friend may have heard the response I gave earlier about the test and release scheme. That is something that I'm eagerly waiting to look at the result from and see if we can provide further flexibilities. But I hope she would also welcome some of the flexibilities that we already announced, including the changes that would take effect on August the 16th.
And now we go by video link to Debbie Abrams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I take the opportunity to condemn the vile online racism against some members of the England football team yesterday after they'd given their all for their country? But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the World Health Organization has expressed their concerns about rising infections in England and the risk to the 17 million people who still remain unprotected by vaccination. But even those who have been vaccinated are at risk of long-term illness and disability if they become infected. ONS data indicates that 1 in 7 infected people of working age will experience ill health after 12 weeks. So can I follow up on my honourable friend, the member for Denton and Reddish, in chasing the Health Secretary on what his estimates are of the incidence of long COVID as a result of this third wave, and what discussions he's had with the Work and Pension Secretary about what this means if they're unable to work in terms of support through the social security system.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady raises the importance of vaccination. She's right to do so. I mentioned earlier that according to the ONS, 9 out of 10 adults in this country have antibodies, which is part of that wall of protection. She's right to mention that the cases will rise in this wave. We've been very open about that. But I hope that she heard earlier in my statement that there is no perfect time to start opening up, because the risk is if we don't do it now and we wait until the summer, the schools will be back. If we wait longer, it will be winter. And there's a real serious risk that we've been advised on that the wave could be even bigger than what is anticipated at this point, and many more people will then end up getting affected and thereby extension getting long COVID. So I hope that she can consider all of this together in a balanced way. And if she would like to meet with any of the ministers and my department or officials to understand this better, I'd be happy to arrange that.
Craig McKinley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From previous answers given, I'm delighted my right honourable friend is now looking at the underlying settings of the Track and Trace app. Could I ask him to do this as a matter of some urgency, because it takes no account of vaccination status or any other behaviours. It's just a blunt Bluetooth signal. And whilst it might have had value when we had few other tools in the box, to now be condemning potentially millions of people to unnecessary self-isolation and the economic impact thereon now must be perceived to be highly questionable.
Secretary of State.
It's an important point, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope my honourable friend would have noted earlier that I've said that precisely for the reasons that he set out, that given the high rate of vaccination, we are taking a fresh look at the app. I've asked for advice on this. I've just started to receive some of that advice to see how we can take a more proportionate and balanced approach.
Now we go by video link to Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clearly right to take further steps towards unlocking, but it's not the all or nothing choice the Secretary of State has suggested, and vaccines are not the only tool available. Wearing masks in enclosed spaces reduces infection and therefore hospitalisation and death. It's supported by health experts and it's backed by the public. The reasons it was made mandatory remain the same as when the government recommended it those months ago. So with hospitalisation up 34% on a week ago, will he not put public health before the pressure from his more vocal backbenchers and retain mandatory mask wearing for public transport and other enclosed spaces?
Madam Deputy Speaker, where I agree with the honourable gentleman is that it's not all or nothing, and that's why the government's been very clear that as we start opening up, there are other measures which will rightfully stay in place. I've mentioned earlier the border controls, the test and trace system, the plan for booster vaccines, and I hope that's something the honourable gentleman would welcome.
Robin Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Aberconwy, I've had the privilege of seeing some of the terrific work being done by Betsy Cadwallader Health Board on the delivery of a UK vaccine across North Wales. Does my right honourable friend think that the pandemic has shown us, perhaps reheated or reinforced the importance of working together on health matters? And does my right honourable friend agree with me that UK governments and devolved administrations should now explore opportunities of working together on better health outcomes for all UK residents in all parts of the UK?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree wholeheartedly with my honourable friend that what we have seen during this pandemic is by working together on public health, or all types of public health issues during the pandemic, but especially on the vaccine and the delivery of the vaccine, we are stronger together, and we should draw some long-term lessons from this about how that we can utilise some of that for not just protecting against future pandemics, because sadly they will be some, but how we can look at other public health issues that we collectively face and just find a way to do a better job together.
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've written to the Secretary of State urging him to do everything he can to protect immunocompromised people as restrictions are eased. We urgently need the results of the Octave study into the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines on this population. When will we get this? And in the meantime, will the government provide antibody tests for immunocompromised people, allowing them to make informed decisions? Better communication and proper support will go a long way towards alleviating escalating levels of concern.
Madam Deputy Speaker, regarding the study that the Honourable Lady has referred to, I will look into that and I will write to her if she'll allow me. And in terms of the immunocompromised people and what we can do, it's come up a number of times during this statement, and I would just to guide her to the comments I already made, but also just to highlight again that we will be publishing some guidance on this today.
Robbie Moore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend's statement, but can I add that last week I heard from a self-employed small business owner in my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley who has been told to self-isolate 3 times in the last 2 months despite not testing positive on any of these occasions. This is both impractical to the individual but also harmful to our local economy. So can my right honourable friend assure me that he is exploring all possible options to remedy this, whether that be through adjustments to the NHS app or changes to the self-isolation rules?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the app and the sort of so-called pinging, and my honourable friend has referred to an individual constituency that's perhaps been pinged too many times. That it is right, as I've said, that we take a fresh look at any changes that we can make to that in light of the mass vaccination campaign, the success of that campaign. And if my honourable friend will bear with me, I think he'll be pleased with our course of action.
And finally, Kevin Jones.
Mr. Speaker, in response to my honourable friend, the member for Chester, he said the government speaks with one voice. Well, clearly on masks it changes in response to whatever the latest YouGov poll says. But can I ask him, he's been very clear today that people should wear masks in confined spaces. So can I ask him a direct question? What is his advice to retailers? Should they insist on their customers wearing masks when they enter their shops?
Madam Deputy Speaker, our guidance that we'll publish today will be very clear on that.
Thank you. Point of order, Sir Christopher Chope.
This point of order arises directly out of the response that the Secretary of State gave to me, because tomorrow this House is being asked to approve the Health and Social Care Act 2008 Regulated Activities Amendment Coronavirus Regulations 2021. When that instrument was laid on the 22nd of June, the explanatory memorandum said, and I quote, "A full impact assessment of the costs and benefits of this instrument is," I put the emphasis on is, available from the Department of Health and Social Care and is published alongside this instrument. As at 12 o'clock today, I've been trying through the good offices of our excellent colleagues in the library to get an answer from the department as to when this we were going to get this impact assessment. And the officials at the DHSC are quoted by the library as having said the impact assessment has not been laid yet. We knew that. We will be laying it at the earliest opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is very serious because the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee on the 6th of July referred to the impossibility of being able to scrutinise this legislation properly without the impact assessment, despite the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee recommending that the debate be deferred. Nothing has happened, and all that the Secretary of State has said in response to me was, well, we don't know where it is, but don't worry about it, we'll carry on tomorrow anyway. That is just not good enough, and I'd be grateful for your guidance as to what we can do to ensure that we have an informed debate with the impact assessment before us.
Further to that point of order, Mr Harper.
Well, just to, obviously intending to be helpful to the Treasury bench, I've noticed looking at the said regulations that they don't actually come into force for 16 weeks until after they're made and approved by the House. So it would seem to me, it's 4 months, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's plenty of time for the government to produce the relevant information for the House to take a decision with no detriment at all to the health and safety of anyone in our care homes.
Well, I thank both right honourable gentlemen for their points of order, which I'm sure the House is well aware is not a matter for the Chair, and I'm not going to spring it on the Secretary of State to give an answer on this operational matter, but Mr Speaker does usually observe that it is helpful to the House to have as much information before members when a matter of importance is to be considered. Well, further to that point of order.
That is that we've had this explanatory memorandum which falsely asserted that a full impact assessment is available. Why was the House misled in that way?
Once again, the honourable gentleman knows that I cannot answer that question because what is said by ministers and their departments is not a matter for the Chair. But if it were to be the case that a spokesman for a minister had suggested that something had happened which had not happened and upon which members were trying to rely and could not rely, Mr Speaker would take a very dim view of that, and it is better if ministers make sure that their departments give as much information to members ahead of discussions as is possible. Is it further to that point of order, Mr Ashford?
Deputy Speaker,
to order.
I rise to reinforce the point from the honourable gentleman and the honourable gentleman from the Forest of Dean. What the House is being asked to decide tomorrow is whether to proceed with compulsory vaccination for a certain section of the healthcare workforce. We've never had compulsory vaccination in this country since the 19th century, when it was tried and then abandoned. This is an incredibly serious intervention. Is there a procedure by which the House can delay coming to a decision tomorrow until this assessment is published?
I don't believe there is such a procedure, as the matters which are on the order paper are a matter for the government. And I note that the Lord President of the Council has just come into the chamber, so he will undoubtedly hear the end of this matter, although he didn't hear the beginning of it, so I wouldn't dream of asking him to comment. But if the honourable gentleman is suggesting that a delay should be put in place, I'm sure it's something that he will be able to make reference to when he has the opportunity to do so tomorrow. Point of order, Sir Desmond Swain.
Will it be possible, will it be in order, Madam Deputy Speaker, to question the Leader of the House about this matter as he's about to make a statement about tomorrow's business?
No. No. The right honourable gentleman is fond of short questions and short answers, and that's my short answer. The statement, which will be made after a brief suspension of the House, which I'm about to announce by the Lord President of the Council, will be, I understand, on a very narrow and specific matter, and I will only allow questions on that very narrow and specific matter. Having said all of that, I'm quite sure that the Secretary of State and the Treasury bench have taken note of what has been said over these last few minutes, and I'm pleased to see that the Secretary of State has indeed taken note. So honourable members have achieved what they set out to achieve. I'm now going to suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order! Order! I call the Lord President of the Council to make a business statement. Mr. Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should like to make a short business statement. Further to my statement to the House last Thursday, the first item of business tomorrow will now be consideration of a business of the House motion, followed by general debate on the Treasury update on international aid. This will be followed by the remaining stages of the Armed Forces Bill, followed by a motion to approve the Draft Health and Social Care Act 2008 Regulated Activities Amendment Coronavirus Regulations 2021. There will then be a motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to terrorism, followed by a motion relating to English votes for English laws. The last item of business will be a motion relating to the appointment of a chairman of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority. The business for the rest of the week remains unchanged, and I shall make a further business statement as usual on Thursday. It may be useful for members of the House to know that the call list will be open once the business statement has concluded and will close at 8 o'clock this evening.
Langham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the House for advanced sight of the statement. And we on this side, but of course many on the other side, have argued strongly for a proper debate and an amendable motion with a vote on international aid cuts. So I have various questions about what's going to happen tomorrow. The Leader says it's a general debate, but what will be the question for that debate? Will this debate be on an amendable motion, and if not, why not? How long will the debate be? If we are to have a vote, can the Leader of the House confirm that it will be legally binding on the government? Or is it just politically binding? Now is obviously not the time this evening for us to debate the merits, or rather the lack of merits, of cutting aid and undermining our legally and morally binding commitments to the world's poorest. That will be for tomorrow. But if this motion on the general debate is votable, can I ask, what will be the consequences if the motion is defeated? It looks, at the moment, my suspicions are that this could be a Treasury roadmap to 0.7%, which might take a rather roundabout route, rather than this House deciding, which I know the Right Honourable Gentleman is usually in favour of, defending the rights of this House. But so am I correct on that? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, so we can all understand precisely where we will be, especially as so many members on both sides of the House have expressed such strong views, if the House tomorrow votes down the motion on the general debate, if there is a motion, will international aid go back to 0.7% of gross national income in January 2022, yes or no? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the answer to the last question is yes. The written ministerial statement from the Treasury says, however, if the House were to negative the motion, rejecting the government's assessment of the fiscal circumstances, then the government would consequently return to spending 0.7% of GNI on international aid in the next calendar year, so that is from January 2022, and with likely consequences for the fiscal situation, including for taxation and current public spending plans. The motion will be that this House has considered the written ministerial statement relating to the Treasury update on international aid, which was laid before this House on Monday the 12th of July. The debate will be for 3 hours, and the decision will be binding upon Her Majesty's Government. Votes have consequences, and if the motion were to be negative, that would be a significant consequence for our fiscal situation, where I would remind the House that over £400 billion has had to be spent because of the coronavirus pandemic, and yet we remain one of the most generous nations in terms of overseas aid. This is merely an effort to facilitate the House in debating an issue which is of concern to many members, because unfortunately some missed the opportunity to do so on the estimates days.
Owen Thompson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, obviously it was only on Thursday last week that we had the previous business statement, so I guess my first question to the Leader would be what has changed in the time from Thursday till today, and clearly it's welcome that the opportunity is being presented, but it does appear to me to be highly unusual that a general debate is being used as a mechanism to allow for this vote to take place, especially when it's the government themselves who are bringing it forward. So is there a particular reason that the government are using a general debate rather than any other more substantive mechanism to bring this forward? And beyond that, Madam Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Leader what time or protected time is going to be then allocated to the other items of business that were already on the agenda for tomorrow?
Lord President.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What has changed? Well, I do my best to facilitate the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, and very distinguished honourable and right honourable members wanted further debates because, as I'd mentioned, they'd rather forgotten their early education on how estimates days worked, and therefore they wanted to have a further debate. So it is being provided in this way to allow the House to come to a clear decision. It will be a yes or no answer. Does this House wish to see the public finances kept under reasonable control? Does it recognise that there are limits to what we can do? Does it recognise that there are, in fact, generous billionaires who are giving money for overseas aid, which should be enormously welcome? Or, on the other hand, do we want to hard-press our hard-pressed taxpayers even further? That will be the question for the debate tomorrow, and it will be a very clear answer that can be given. In terms of the timings for the debates tomorrow, most of them are set out in terms of standing orders, so debates under an Act always have a 90-minute debate. and the motion relating to English votes for English laws, where I think the honourable gentleman and I will be on the same side, will have an hour for its timing.
I had proposed to only hear points, take questions for the Lord President from the front benches, but if the two right honourable gentlemen who have caught my eye are asking specifically about the narrow point that the Lord President has brought to the Chamber, I will hear them. Mr Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll resist quoting page 688 of Erskine May to the Lord President. Can he give us an answer to the question? He's told us about the financial numbers. Are we going to have an impact assessment on the number of lives lost as a result of this policy? And will this vote be amendable?
I will allow that question because it is very specific. Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman is coming on to some of the topics that will be discussed tomorrow. It is effectively a deponent motion tomorrow. It is passive in form but active in meaning.
Mark Harper.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and following your strictures, I'm going to limit my very specific question to what's in the emergency business statement. So, the Leader will know that the motion to approve the Draft Health and Social Care Act 2008 Regulated Activities Amendment Coronavirus Regulations 2021 is also a very important matter about effective compulsory vaccination for care home workers. What I'm not clear about, even from his answer to the honourable gentleman, is that will be of enormous interest to many outside this House. Can the Leader give me an indication of when we would be expecting that debate to take place? In other words, when will the remaining stages of the Armed Forces Bill finish for that debate to start? Because it will be of interest to many outside the House.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend is a former Chief Whip, and he will know that the progress of business is dependent upon the loquacity of honourable and right honourable members, and that is not something that is possible for me to predict.
How true. Oh, right on cue. Sir Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask my right honourable friend whether it will be possible to amend the business of the House motion to facilitate the deferral of the debate on the Draft Health and Social Care Act 2008 Regulated Activities, etc.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, those matters are matters properly for the Speaker rather than for me, but it may be possible that we could have an interesting discussion on the meaning of the word forthwith. I seem to remember that was a topic that exercised the House to a considerable degree in a previous Parliament.
Indeed we could, but let us hope that we won't. Thank you. That concludes the business statement, and I will very briefly suspend the House just for 2 minutes. Order. Order! The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill, second reading.
Now, I should report to the House that the reasoned amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras has been selected. Secretary of State to move the second reading. Mr. Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. I wonder how many of us here ever pause to reflect on how very fortunate we are to be able to do what we are doing right now, and that is discussing freely a subject that many of us will feel passionate about. I suspect that most of us accept without pause that this is what democracy is all about. In short, we take freedom of speech and open debate for granted, and nothing that is precious in life should ever be taken for granted. The privileges that we are enjoying today and which underpin any successful democratic society are essential and fundamental to a free and liberal society. Genuine academic freedom has long been a cornerstone of our world-leading universities. Their mission to stretch the boundaries of human learning, knowledge and wisdom was only possible because they were free to challenge the views of the time. Without their courage and without the bravery of those who defended their right to speak out, the world would be a much darker place today. These challenges, these dissenting voices, have not always met with approval or agreement at the time. Some paid dearly for their intellectual independence. Take those trailblazers who argued for gay rights or women's suffrage, or Charles Darwin, whose theory of evolution was considered blasphemous and deeply offensive by many, but which we now accept as simple truth. One of the reasons students from all over the world flock to our universities is because they know or expect that they will not only get a first-class education, but they will also hear a broad range of views and opinions. And academics, who our outstanding universities similarly attract from a global talent pool, similarly expect the freedom to freely and fiercely seek out for truth. What they don't expect, Madam Deputy Speaker, and should not tolerate, is to be prevented from hearing those views or even be silenced themselves. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right in any civilised country, but especially for students and faculty in higher education, which has always been a crucible for new ideas and ways of looking at the world. Staff and students should be free to discuss, debate and debunk views of others. Fear of censure, I'm afraid, is deeply saddening and has a chilling effect and spread upon campuses. There continue to be too many reported instances where students or staff have been silenced or threatened with a loss of privileges or even dismissal for airing views or opinions that others disagree with. I have previously spoken on how this growing intolerance cannot be allowed to take root and had made clear that if universities would not protect free speech, the government would. Turning to the reasoned amendment selected by the Speaker, the government has been clear that this bill protects lawful speech only, and lawful speech on campuses will not be tolerated. To bring about clarity, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is nothing in this bill which encourages higher education providers or student unions to encourage baseless or harmful claims or bad science on campus. We should be proud, I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman in one moment, we should be proud of our life-saving COVID-19 vaccine rollout, and we're always pleased to see that over half of 18 to 24-year-old population have already received their first dose. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman for North East Durham.
But can I say to the Minister, I agree totally about freedom of speech, one of the most proudest things and best things about this country, which I'm proud of. But could he tell us what data he's using? Because if he looks at the OFS data from 2017 to 18, the instances referred to amount to 0.009%, 17 cases in an entire year of an academic institutions of over 500. So what data is he basing his claims on?
I apologise for causing such offence to the right honourable gentleman by referring to him as the honourable gentleman. I wasn't right to ignore the fitting status he holds in this House, and I'm sure he will not take too much offence by that. But one of the great challenges in terms of what we're tackling is we're talking about principles here. We're talking about the need to, in order for people to feel free to be able to speak freely and actually challenge ideas. And one of the great challenges that we face in terms of campuses up and down this country is so many people are concerned about the fact that actually by speaking out, speaking their views, they may not be in a position to be able to do that, and their censure will be taken against them by those academic institutions. I'll give way to Bill.
In response to my right honourable friend's point, had Darwin and only Darwin been suppressed in the debates he talked about, that would have been a 0.00001% of the issues, but it would have changed the course of history.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. And we do have to... So much of legislation that goes through this place is about nuts and bolts, for things that government has to do, for things that government has to enact in order to be able to ensure good government and actually all the things that we wish to deliver. But we also mustn't be blind to the fact that this place is also about principle. And there has to be a principle that needs to be defended, and that is free speech. And there are unfortunately too many instances where people feel as if they cannot speak as freely as they wish. I'll happily give way, and then I'll make some progress.
The Secretary of State for giving way. Does he believe in evidence-based policy making? If he believes in that, can he cite the evidence that there is a problem that he is seeking to address, rather than what it appears, which is he's manufacturing a problem in order to have today's debate?
Exactly. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're talking about principles here. We're talking about the fact that actually what we want to do is to give people the opportunity to have that freedom. Do you know what was so saddening, Madam Deputy Speaker? When we first announced the intention that we would take this action if it was necessary. There's actually... Because if it was necessary, because what we hoped we'd see is universities across the country to take further action. But what was so saddening is so many people contacting me directly to say about their concerns about actually being able to speak freely on campus because they worked for those universities. But the fact that they weren't able to put their name and address there because they were concerned about the repercussions about having their name and address there. Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Halton Price and Howden, rightly said, wouldn't it be a tragedy if Darwin had not felt he had the freedom to be able to have the ability to challenge established thinking? We have to remember there are those Darwins out there that will be challenging the consensus, and we always need to ensure that all our great institutions deliver the freedoms that we expect them to do. We are a free and democratic society, and we should not ever be in a position where we are actually not doing everything we can do to deliver freedom of speech. And doesn't it seem odd, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Parliament of all places, where freedom of speech is there to be protected, relished and enjoyed, that you have the party opposite not actually necessarily challenging and sort of trying to amend the speech, but will be wanting to the bill, but be wanting to actively vote it down. which seems perverse. The party opposite is not actually there supporting the principles of freedom of speech and not actually doing everything we can do to ensure students and academics have as much freedom as possible to explore ideas. As we look to how we protect free speech, we should all be appalled. There's a report by King's College London only 2 years ago found that a quarter of students believed violence was an acceptable response to inflammatory speech. The same report showed that a similar proportion of students were beginning to keep their own beliefs and opinions to themselves because they were too scared to disagree with their peers. If I can just make a little progress, and of course I'll give way to the Honourable Lady, I'm sure the whole House would agree that this intolerance is simply intolerable. Recent research from Policy Exchange revealed that 32% of those who identified as fairly right or right have refrained from airing views in teaching and research, with 15% of those identifying as centre or left also self-censoring. This is both unwise and it's also unhealthy. Our universities must not become spaces where ideas are debated within a narrow consensus, with those who challenge majority views subject to censorship themselves. Last year, I warned Vice-Chancellors that this situation could not and would not be allowed to continue. While some have taken action, we cannot sit by while others do not. Our students and our faculty, quite simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, deserve better. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you. As the Secretary of State talks about people being scared on campus and what he has himself asked Vice-Chancellors to do, I wonder if he's got the data in front of him for sexual harassment and sexual violence cases that are rife in our university campuses, and if he could tell me on the deep principles that he holds, what exactly is he doing about that, and when can I expect a bill on that in our campuses, because that surely is a principled priority that the government would want to take.
And it absolutely is, and I'm sure the Honourable Lady was actually just about to come on to the amazing work that the Office for Students has already commissioned in terms of looking at this, in order to be able to look at this and in order to ensure that all universities take the action that is required, including looking at as to whether it is a condition of registration for universities, which, of course, as the Honourable Lady will understand, is absolutely fundamental for universities to be able to operate. This bill is going to protect lawful freedom of speech and academic freedom on campus. We're strengthening the legal duties that already exist and ensuring robust action, including imposing fines, will be taken if these are breached. The central core of the bill is Clause 1, which amends the Higher Education and Research Act 2017 to extend the duties of higher education providers relating to freedom of speech and academic freedom. This will ensure that these freedoms are protected and promoted within higher education in England. Just as we have actively protect students from racism and anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination, higher education providers will have to take responsibility and reasonable, practical steps to secure lawful freedom of speech for their staff, members, students and visiting speakers. This includes a duty to secure the academic freedom of academic staff. It is going to mean a change in ethos as well as culture. And providers will be under a duty to promote these fundamental values, as well as maintain a code of practice, setting out how students and staff should act so as to ensure compliance with that duty. The issue of freedom of speech obviously doesn't begin and end with providers. As a matter of principle, every student at every university in every corner of a country should have the same freedom and the same rights. Student unions must not be allowed to silence or intimidate other students within the university. This is why Clause 2 of the bill requires student unions to approve fee cap providers will also have to take reasonably practical steps to secure lawful freedom of speech for their members and staff, as well as students, members and staff of their provider and visiting speakers. As now, the right to lawful free speech will remain balanced by the important important safeguards against harassment, abuse, threats of violence are set out in the Equality Act, the Prevent Duty and other legislation, none of which we are changing. This is not an ideological effort. It is about fundamental fairness and common sense. These legal duties are key to ensuring that the higher education sector in England continues to be an environment in which students, staff and visiting speakers are not just able but welcome to freely express their views, as long as those views are lawful. The reason we need this effort is because the existing legislation provides no clear means of enforcement, nor does it give a specific right to individuals to seek compensation for breach of the freedom of speech duties, leading to concerns that it does not offer serious, sufficient or significant protection. This is why Clause 3 introduces a new statutory tort that will protect visiting fellows, students and other individuals who may not be able to seek redress through employment tribunal. Though this legal route is an important backstop, we do not want all cases going to court where they could otherwise be resolved by other means. We're therefore providing that the Office for Students, the regulator for higher education in England, will play a more active role in strengthening freedom of speech and academic freedom standards in higher education. Clause 4 imposes new freedom of speech duties for the OFS, including requiring the OFS to promote the importance of freedom of speech within the law and the academic freedom of academic staff at higher education providers. The OFS will also play an important role in identifying best practice and providing advice in relation to the promotion of these rights. The OFS will have a more direct route to regulate the freedom of speech duties under Clause 5, which requires the OFS to set new registration conditions relating to freedom of speech and academic freedom. This clause will ensure that the registration conditions relating to freedom of speech and academic freedom are aligned with the duties on higher education providers imposed by the bill. The OFS will be able to make sure these are complied with by using its usual powers of accountability and enforcement, such as the power to impose fines. As I've said, it is vital that students' unions are also doing their bit to ensure freedom of speech on campus. Clause 6 extends the regulatory functions of the OFS so that it can effectively regulate and enforce the new freedom of speech duties we're placing on student unions. The OFS will monitor compliance and have the power to impose fines. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Minister for giving way again. When I heard his colleague, the Universities Minister, discussing this matter on the radio some time ago, she suggested that the bill could enable Holocaust deniers to seek compensation under these regulations, these proposals. Does the government really think that they want to protect people like that and those sort of repugnant views? Why is that the government's priority?
Well, as the Honourable Lady will know, it's absolutely clear that this bill will not and never will create a platform for Holocaust deniers. As she was probably familiar with the 1986 Public Order Act, as the 2010 Equality Act introduced by the party opposite, as well as the Prevent Duties in 2015. This bill, if made an act, will not create the space to tolerate Holocaust deniers and never shall. There is, at the moment, no direct way for anyone to complain about freedom of speech matters other than for students against their higher education provider. The scheme will provide a route to individual redress for all students, staff and visiting speakers to back up the new strengthened freedom of speech duties provided in this bill for providers and student unions. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
All of the protections he's describing that will go to the OFS, I simply ask, will any of those protections be provided for compensation, for regulation, in cases where on university campuses people are raped or sexually abused and they have no redress? Can I ask, will that freedom for those students, will that be included? Will they be able to get compensation when their universities mismanage those cases?
Well, as I refer the Honourable Lady to the comments I made some moments ago, what we're doing is we've asked the Office for Students to look at this whole area, to actually look at how we get this redress. And if the Honourable Lady probably noted that I mentioned about some of the conditions of registration for higher education institutions that can be part of that. That is an area that we're looking at, and we've asked the OFS to sort of address directly. If I can make some more progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, the OFS will be able to make a recommendation to the higher education provider of Students' Union, which could include, for example, a recommendation to pay a sum in compensation or reinstate the complainant's job or place on a course. This scheme will be overseen by the newly created position of Director of Freedom of Speech and Academic Freedom within the OFS. The Director will oversee the various free speech functions of the OFS, including compliance and enforcement. The provision in Clause 8 means that there will be an individual within the OFS who has exclusive focus on championing these key values in our higher education sector. Clause 9, Madam Deputy Speaker, gives effect to the schedule of the bill, which contains minor and consequential amendments to other legislation as a result of this. These are necessary in order to give effect to the main provisions of the bill and make all the relevant legislation work seamlessly and consistently. Of course, government action in this area cannot by itself be enough. Cultural change is essential, but as we have seen in so many areas, such as gender equality or anti-discrimination, cultural change occurs more readily when it is backed up by law. I began by saying that many of us take freedom of speech for granted. The facts on the ground and in universities tell us that this must change. By introducing concise, clear consequences for any breach of the freedom of speech duties, these legislative changes will preserve, protect and safeguard free speech and open debate in our universities right now, tomorrow and for years to come. And someday, not long from now, our children will thank us for what we do today, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Kate Green.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to move the amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, myself and other colleagues. And let me start by making absolutely clear the importance that the Labour Party attaches to freedom of speech and academic freedom. Indeed, it might be useful for me to remind the House of the histories of my party and the party opposite on this issue. The Labour Party is the party that enshrined the Human Rights Act in domestic law, guaranteeing legally protected rights to freedom of thought, of conscience and of expression. The Act is one of the most important legal measures we have protecting the rights of every citizen of this country. And how did the party opposite respond? By seeking to undermine those rights, voting against their enshrinement in domestic law, and subsequently threatening to take them off the statute book altogether. Nobody should be fooled now that the party opposite has changed its stance. Recently, they introduced a new law with significant consequences for freedom of expression, the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill, a bill that creates a new criminal offence if a person performs an act that causes, and I quote, serious inconvenience, a dangerous curtailment of the right to protest that's fundamental to democracy. The Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill and the bill before us this evening tell the House and the country everything they need to know about how this Conservative government really approaches our right to freedom of speech and expression. A group of individuals coming together to protest could face criminal charges for causing serious inconvenience. But because of this bill, a group spreading division and hatred on university campuses wouldn't just be legally protected, they'd be able to sue a university or student union that tried to stop them. That's what we object to on these benches, Madam Deputy Speaker, and what the whole House should object to. A bill that amounts to legal protection for hate speech. It has no place on campus, it has no place in our society, and it has no place on our statute book. Now, the Secretary of State claimed a moment ago that there's already a legislative framework in place to prevent the spreading of hate speech, including, I was pleased to note, his reference to Labour's Equality Act. But that wasn't the view of the government's universities minister, who did acknowledge, as we heard from my honourable friend, the member for Nottingham South, that Holocaust deniers could be protected under this bill. And if the minister responsible for this legislation believes that the bill protects or could protect Holocaust deniers, that should be a sufficient reason for any member of this House to oppose it. And while it is right, as the Secretary of State said, that we do have laws to prevent hate speech, it's not clear at all that they'll prevent the kind of harmful speech that will be protected under this bill. Because it may not always be the case that there's a victim of harassment as prescribed under the Equality Act, if, for instance, there's a meeting to discuss Holocaust denial at which only those who support those horrific views are present. And members opposite have no response for how existing laws will prevent harmful conspiracy theorists which could be protected on campus, such as anti-vaxxers. And I just want to ask the Secretary of State, does his bill protect the misinformation that causes damaging concern about vaccines and their efficacy, such as was spread by Professor Andrew Wakefield? Indeed, not only could Holocaust deniers have their right to speak on campus legally protected, if they feel they're denied their right, they could take universities and student unions to court to seek financial recompense. I will in just 1 second, if my right honourable friend will forgive me. They'd be able to seek a payout from universities seeking to cash in on public money students' tuition fees that should be funding teaching and learning. And I'll give way, of course, to my right honourable friend.
My honourable friend also agree. It also opens the door to states that wish to do us harm. There is a lot of open source evidence in terms of the use of the Chinese Communist Party using students here to propagate anti-Hong Kong stories and other propaganda on behalf of the Chinese government. On this basis, we'd have to allow them to go ahead, as otherwise they could take us to court, allowing the harm that they could do to existing students of Chinese origin who might take a different view.
Well, my right honourable friend, as the House will know, commands great expertise in relation to issues of national security. And the question he asks is one that I think the Secretary of State must satisfactorily answer to the House, because I know he would agree with my right honourable friend and with me and with all honourable and right honourable members that anything that could put our national security at risk, that could call it into question or give succour to those who seek to harm this country would have to be presented. And if the Secretary of State can put that assurance on the record now, I know my right honourable friend would be grateful for it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, indeed there is a great deal of concern among students from Hong Kong about the fact that they are being silenced in university campuses up and down this country, and that they haven't actually had the freedom in order to be able to speak on campus. And that is why this legislation is so important. So different voices, whether if they're Hong Kongers or Uyghurs, are able to speak on campus and not be silenced by much larger groups. So that is exactly why this legislation is so incredibly important. And I'd love to hear from the Honourable Lady as to what freedoms she actually does think are worth protecting.
I'm not sure if the Secretary of State was suggesting that Hong Kong students and Uyghurs are silenced on our campuses, which is, of course, what we're talking about in this bill. I am not aware of instances that the Secretary of State has evidenced of such people being silenced on campuses. And indeed, this is a problem with this whole bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an evidence-free zone when it comes to underpinning the concerns that the Secretary of State says it is addressing. Now, the Secretary of State needs to... I'll take a further intervention, of course I will.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do thank the Honourable Lady for sort of giving way. I mean, sadly, the Honourable Lady is misinformed. There have been a number of instances where minority students have felt themselves silenced as a result of much larger groups of student bodies actually putting pressure on, especially within student unions, to silence them. And this is why this legislation is so incredibly important. So if you are one of those students, whether it is Hong Kong or of Uyghur descent, you always have the ability to be able to talk openly and freely on university campuses so that these challenges can be properly exposed.
I'm sorry, I don't think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Secretary of State has been able to answer my direct question about instances of Uyghur and Hong Kong students being deterred from speaking on our campuses. He talks in general terms about some groups being silenced, and I agree with him that that is wrong, and that's a point I'll come on to in a moment. But at the specific instances I have asked him to present to the House, if he can't do that this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I understand that he may not have that information in front of him, perhaps later he would put that as evidence so that we can all examine it before the bill goes into committee in the House of Commons Library. Of course, I'll give way.
I have a great deal of respect, by the way, and I'd like to put that on the record. She's wrong about that. There have been instances, and I'm happy to give her detail of them, of groups of Hong Kong students in British universities surrounded, physically intimidated and verbally intimidated by students from the Chinese mainland that are also students in this country. It isn't isolated. There is, unfortunately, a theme of this kind, and I know she wouldn't want to associate herself with that kind of thing.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for that information, and it is clearly shocking. And of course, my question to the Secretary of State would be, if intimidation is involved, why are we not already using the criminal law to address it? With my Right Honourable Gentleman.
The Secretary of State in his rant just doesn't get it, does he? The facts are, if this bill goes through as outlined, the Chinese Communist Party, which is, he knows as well as I do, are using universities, placing students in there, funding activities in the universities, will be able to propagate their propaganda. And if a university was to turn around and say no to them, they could then use this bill to actually argue for freedom of speech. Now, if he wants to actually give a safe haven to that type of activity, I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, I think my right honourable friend makes the point perfectly. Now, I want to ask the Secretary of State about some other uncertainties that the bill creates. I think he's seeking to say to the House that the bill could not protect Holocaust deniers. But if a university doesn't want to provide Holocaust deniers with a room, would the proposed speakers be able to seek compensation through the tort created by Clause 3 of this legislation? What about if a meeting's booked, but nobody turns up? Will it be lawful to advertise such a meeting? And what about other forms of hate speech? Will anti-vax campaigners be protected under his bill? Does he believe a university should be liable under his bill if they seek to stop the spread of dangerous misinformation from guest speakers? What about those seeking to spread conspiracy theories or sow division in our communities? Does he really believe that this kind of harmful, hateful, divisive speech should not just be legally protected on campus, but those seeking to peddle it can take a university to court for interfering with their right to do so? Because on this side of the House, we believe there's no place for that on our campuses, and that's why we'll be voting for our reasoned amendment this evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have other objections to this bill. I cannot understand actually why the government thinks it's needed. An assessment by the Office for Students found that just 53 out of 59,574 events with external speakers were refused permission in 2017-18. Perhaps that was an unusually slow year, Madam Deputy Speaker, for cancel culture, and there is a real problem. But then last year, a survey found, as we've heard, that of 10,000 events with external speakers, only 6 were cancelled. Of course I will.
Isn't the point of this that free speech is stifled, not because people won't even put these events forwards? She must understand, from having sat in loads of CLP meetings, how people were silenced for years under the previous Labour leader from speaking out and, in fact, driven out of her party. So surely she can understand how that's happening in education institutions today.
Well, I can assure the honourable gentleman that my experience of CLP meetings is not that they are silent, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the honourable gentleman raises a serious point, actually, about the chilling effect that I think the Secretary of State too was suggesting. But that cuts both ways, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yeah. I believe that universities and student unions, subject to this legislation, will become much, much more fearful and much more under pressure that if they host events or allow certain events to be hosted, then they will come under pressure to host other unsavoury events, and that will mean that they will stifle debate altogether. I think it also means, if I may say so to the honourable gentleman, that campus will not feel a safe place for some students. If it is possible for people to come onto campus and assert their right as Holocaust deniers to have a meeting room, albeit perhaps to discuss that privately, then campus is not going to feel a welcoming and safe space for Jewish students. And what I think is wrong with this legislation, fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that it begins in the wrong place. It started before we've had a proper national public debate about where we think the acceptable boundaries of speech that is offensive or hurtful, but ought to be permitted under this bill, where the boundary sits between that sort of speech and speech that is harmful, divisive, perhaps not unlawful, but has no place on our campus. And I might have been more willing to accept this kind of legislation had that debate taken place across the country, had we had that discussion about boundaries and where we think they sit. But instead what we've got is a government that is in a rush to legislate in the absence of much tangible evidence. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was talking about the small number of events that we have evidence of having been cancelled, and I accept the point the honourable member makes that there will be events we don't know about that didn't take place, but we can't make legislation on the basis of anecdote and speculation. And the figures we do have, Madam Deputy Speaker, really don't support the idea that there's a crisis of free speech on university campuses. All I can say to the Secretary of State is that if he believes otherwise, would he call for the Office for Students to gather and publish this data every year so that we can see what sort of legislation might really be needed? The government's plans, I'm afraid, seem to be based pretty much entirely on a report by Policy Exchange, referenced by the Secretary of State, referenced in more than 1/3 of the footnotes of the policy paper ministers published in advance of this bill's publication. The government's paper cites the report's finding that around 1 in 3 academics, I think the Secretary of State referred to this, who identify as being politically right or fairly right, have stopped openly airing opinions in teaching and research. And he referenced other figures in relation to left and centre-left academics. So let's examine a bit more of the data, Madam Deputy Speaker. 10 currently serving academics said they were self-serving right-wing views, self-censoring right-wing views. Now, I agree that widespread academic self-censorship would be deeply troubling. But the numbers we have are modest and don't, in my view, really make the case for a legislative response when the government's priority right now should be students' recovery from the pandemic, making up the learning they've lost and securing their futures. But even if I am wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Secretary of State is right on there is a chilling effect on campus and that legislation is required to deal with it, do we need this bill to do this? I'll give way.
If the honourable lady could sort of just state what is the acceptable level of self-censorship that she's comfortable with.
The point is not, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether I think self-censorship is acceptable. I don't. The question is whether legislation is the right response to it. And I just believe that at a time when we have many other priorities to deal with on our university campuses, that the number of there should be no self-censorship of lawful and honourable views, but it is not acceptable to me to make legislation, to use valuable parliamentary time to deal with a small number of cases that could be dealt with more effectively without legislation. Now, it seems to me, and the reason I say that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because it seems to me that we do already have the legislative framework we need on the statute book. Section 43 of the Education No. 2 Act 1986 on freedom of speech in universities, polytechnics and colleges reads almost identically like Section A1 of the bill we're debating today. It creates a legal duty to promote freedom of speech on students, staff and visiting speakers. And similarly, the Higher Education and Research Act 2017 already creates a duty on the universities regulator to protect academic freedom. The Secretary of State should have made these arguments perhaps in his opening speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, but of course I will give way to him again, although I hope he will make time for other colleagues.
Well, Lady is always incredibly generous and much appreciated, and I hope that I always repay the compliment in return when she also intervenes. But I'm sure she will also be able to set out under the existing legislation as to what steps you know, an academic or a student or potentially a visiting speaker who has been cancelled would able to take under the current legislation.
Well, so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Secretary of State is driving at Clause 3 of this bill, which would create a statutory tort which would allow Well, I think he's driving at the need for Clause 3, the statutory tort, and I just want to raise some of my concerns about that. It will mean that I'm answering the question the Secretary of State asked me a moment ago. It means that we will be in a situation where those who wish to challenge a refusal to allow them to speak on campus. No, I would not like the Secretary of State to intervene again while I'm still answering the question he asked me a moment ago. The problem with the bill and Clause 3, which creates a new route for individuals, is more harmful in its effect. It's more harmful in its effect in that it opens up the possibility for vexatious litigants and their lawyers repeatedly to bypass internal complaints procedures, repeatedly to bypass the Office of the Independent Adjudicator, the Office for Student route, and go straight to the courts, undermining confidence in those procedures, undermining the funding of universities and student unions, and causing a confusion about the routes for redress that students should be able to, that speakers should be able to take advantage of. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am going to make a little bit of progress because I know many others want to come into this debate, and it seems to me that the bill before us tonight really is wasting legislative time, repeating provisions already found in law to address a problem that I really think has just not been evidenced by the debate so far today. I do recognise that the Joint Committee on Human Rights raised concerns that the current legislative framework was complex, but it seems to me that the government's plans only complicate things further, duplicating legal duties and creating new legally actionable wrongs that would operate in parallel to university and student union processes. It seems to be impossible that the bill will leave the position clearer than it is currently. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be generous and assume for a moment that despite the provisions that already exist in our laws, this bill is needed. That in the face of the evidence we've heard so far, there is a crisis of free speech on campus, and that this bill will remedy the situation. Let's see if it succeeds in its own terms. It doesn't. It's a mess of duplication, poor definition, ill-thought-through provisions that will set back free speech. Let me start with an easy problem, the extent of the bill. It applies to registered higher education providers and to student unions. Immediately, we appear to hit a gap in coverage. Oxford and Cambridge colleges are not included in the register kept by the Office for Students. Does that mean that if a violation of free speech takes place in a building owned by, say, Balliol College, Oxford, instead of the University of Oxford, it's not within the scope of this bill? And if it takes place in, for example, a pub in the city of Cambridge, owned by the university, then someone removed from the pub for offensive but legal speech could take legal action against the university? Who are members of the university for the purpose of this bill? Million Plus, for example, have asked if it would cover emeritus professors. Is it desirable, Madam Deputy Speaker, to risk making the Office for Students, a body whose board is appointed directly by politicians, effectively to become a state censor of controversial topics? And why does the Secretary of State believe that the new Clause 3 is needed? Why does he think that we need a route straight to court, bypassing university complaints procedures? And if he does believe that a route to court is necessary, can he say if there will be any limit on the damages that could be awarded? Does he not agree and understand us, as you UK have warned, that this risks giving a free pass to vexatious litigants and their lawyers? So even if we thought this bill was needed, it's poorly drafted and counterproductive. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're debating a bill that's been put forward in response to a problem that largely exists in the mind of the Secretary of State, a bill that, even if the problem did exist, would not be needed because its core provisions already exist in our laws, a bill that, even if new legislation were needed, creates more problems than it solves and is poorly drafted. In short, in every way that a bill can fail, this bill fails. But the real menace, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what the bill will achieve if the party opposite are able to get it on the statute book. It will enshrine legal protections for harmful and divisive speech. The kind of speech we'd not tolerate in this House would be protected in universities across the country. It's a bill that creates a new legal framework which allows those responsible for such harmful speech to take legal action against universities, eating into the resources that ought to be educating our young people and supporting our world-class research programmes. It's a bill that's unnecessary, it's poorly drafted, but above all, it is deeply wrong, and on this side of the House, we will not support it. I commend our reasoned amendment to the House.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when the Honourable Lady for Stretford and Urmston has proposed an amendment as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made, and as the chairman of the Education Select Committee is now unable to take part in the debate this evening, we will go directly to, by video link, to Carol Monaghan, but just before the Honourable Lady begins, I should tell the House that after the Honourable Lady, there will be an immediate time limit of 8 minutes, but that will very soon reduce to a much shorter time limit, depending, of course, on how many members decide at the last minute not to speak, which is a phenomenon that we face quite often at present, which is why we start with a generous time limit, and then it is up to members how we will progress after that. Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, education and Scots law are devolved, so I'm going to keep my comments brief, so hopefully that'll help move things along this evening. But the issue of free speech is also pertinent to Scotland. Many concerns have been raised regarding academic freedom and the role universities play in championing free speech. But this bill has been presented in a worrying climate where particular views or political positions can lead to calls to remove lecturers from their positions or students from their courses. Free speech within the law includes the right to say things which, though lawful, others may find upsetting. But free speech cannot be exercised in a way which causes harm to others. The law prohibits speech which incites murder or violence, stirs up racial or sectarian hatred, or is defamatory or malicious. However, as I've said already, it doesn't prohibit speech which others might find upsetting or offensive. And there's always going to be a challenge in correctly balancing this. But in a democracy, it's important that those who hold views which may of course differ from one's own are allowed to voice these. Healthy debate on challenging topics has long been an important component of university life, but recently this has come under threat. According to the recent JCHR report on freedom of speech in universities, student societies should not stop other student societies from holding their meetings. The right to protest does not extend to stopping events entirely. And unfortunately, we have had incidents, and I would agree with the opposition spokesperson that these are, of course, very few, but there have been incidences where events have been stopped and speakers have been prevented from speaking. But every one of us will have made comments for which we find ourselves attacked rather than challenged. And an environment that seeks to close down debate is unhealthy. It is important here to understand and, where appropriate, to challenge difficult points of view. And the move towards a cancel culture should cause any properly functioning democracy grave concerns. I'm a teacher by profession, and in my former life as a teacher, I often presented students with difficult views and difficult positions in order that they could research the topic, inform themselves and produce their own balanced argument. And that's how we develop our own opinions, through hearing things that are challenging and forming our own position on these. But whilst there may be some good intent behind this bill, it should be approached with caution. To be clear, this is a government which is curtailing academic freedom by ordering blog posts by academics to be removed, and has told English schools not to use materials from organisations promoting the end of capitalism. I'm not convinced that this government can ever be the champion of free speech. Rather, it seems it'll support free speech when it suits its own purpose and oppose it where conservative ideals are challenged. But more practically, there are concerns with how this bill will operate. Under this proposed bill, any lecture, seminar or guest speech could end up in a lawsuit. This bill is almost unique in the breadth of its provision. In a normal judicial review, if someone wishes to challenge a decision of government, they must have standing. In other words, they must be affected by the decision they wish to challenge. But in this bill, there is no standing requirement. Any person, business, any campaign group, any organisation can sue. So there are concerns that particular groups, particularly well-funded groups, may be able to sue universities for speakers that are there simply to provide debate and simply to provide a challenging argument for students. There's also concerns about the ability of universities to balance the new requirements with other statutory obligations. According to the Russell Group, there's a risk that the duty to promote free speech might indirectly undermine universities' efforts to comply fully with public sector equality duty, which includes duties to eliminate unlawful discrimination, harassment and victimisation, and to foster the participation in university life of protected groups. While I recognise many of the issues being discussed here today, it's important that a proper balance is struck between freedom of speech and anti-discrimination. And whilst the SNP will participate in terms of the debates, it is important to say that this is a devolved issue, and we will be participating as and when we feel it is appropriate. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. David Davis.
Deputy Speaker, before I turn to the substance of my speech, I want to just take on a matter raised by the Honourable Lady early on. She called out, where's the data in this? And there's been already one set of answers with respect to the chilling effect, which you can't measure. But also, the issue here is quite important in terms of the importance of free speech. The changes, I'm a scientist by training. All of the transformations in science, every single one of them, has been a challenge of an existing paradigm. It's often been opposed, often by the church. We heard about Darwin, but Kepler and Copernicus and others at the same time. And right throughout science has been challenges to existing science, and that has been 1,000 times more important than anything you can measure. and you can't judge it in advance. So I just make that point about the importance of free speech. My honourable friend said free speech is a fundamental principle. That's why it's a fundamental principle, and why you can't simply go on a percentage here and a percentage there. Now, this country has for over 300 years enshrined our right, this Parliament in fact has enshrined our right to free speech in law. The 1689 Bill of Rights became a symbol of hope for the rights of people everywhere. It's the most fundamental of freedoms, and it became a symbol for everywhere. And in 1948, it was enshrined as Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Remember, 1948, after we talk about Holocaust deniers, the most sensitive time in terms of these sorts of arguments. And what it said was everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. Now today that right is under threat, and I'm amazed that the Labour Party hasn't recognised that, but let's see how we get on. Today it's under threat. It's under threat in the very institutions where it should be most treasured, namely our universities. And I'll come back to some facts on the matter in a minute. Now, freedom of speech only matters where it's controversial, when it's challenging. And that's why the greatest characterisation of free speech is the one attributed to Voltaire, who said, I may detest what you say. I think that was the original phrasing. I may detest what you say, but I'll fight to the death for your right to say it. I generally try not to detest or even dislike my political opponents, although there is one Labour member who did attack J.K. Rowling in the most disgraceful terms. But I would not for a second want to see him cancelled. I don't want to see him here debating the issue, because he'd lose the debate, because that's our protection in terms of free speech. It's challenge, not obliteration, challenge. Voltaire understood that creativity and progress in a society is dependent on acts of intellectual rebellion, dissent, disagreement and controversy, no matter how uncomfortable. But today, the cancel culture movement think it's reasonable to obliterate the views of people they disagree with, rather than challenge them in open debate. And social media, the interesting element of the latter part of my career is watching the change to this. Social media has had an extraordinary impact here. It's accelerated the growth of online lynch mobs, it's magnified their effect, and it's facilitated their organisation. Today, in one second, today there is a terrible outbreak of intolerance in modern society, the so-called culture wars, which remind me of nothing so much as McCarthyism in the United States. When I first, as it were, came of age politically, this was still in memory, both McCarthyism and the end of Stalinism. And this is like the early stages of a totalitarian repression in other countries. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way, and I agree with him about the problem. I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way, and I agree with him wholeheartedly about the concerns about what's happening on social media. Isn't that precisely why we need an online harms bill to tackle that sort of abuse?
And regulate.
Rather than this bill we have in front of us today.
Precisely.
She prefaces the argument I'm going to bring, which is that we do need to use the online harms bill as well, but this bill is just a part of that. And as I said, this reminds me of McCarthyism, the behaviour that we've seen in the online battles that have taken place. And if honourable members think that's an exaggeration, I recommend that they read the account in the Sunday Times 3 weeks ago by Christina Lamb, or indeed of her mistreatment, or indeed by Suzanne Moore of hers. The incredible and repressive verbal violence, the threats of actual physical violence, alongside heavily orchestrated attacks on their reputations and work, were frightening in the extreme to people whose reputations were already well established. So it's no wonder that ordinary people are terrified to speak out for fear of losing their jobs, their friends, their reputation. This is the chilling issue that we've been talking about here. Now, the bill before us is to correct a small, and I grant you it's small, but extraordinarily important symbolic aspect of this modern McCarthyism, namely the attempt to no platform a number of speakers, including Amber Rudd, Julie Bindle, Peter Hitchens, Peter Tatchell and others. I hope it's just the first step, actually, in a programme to bring free speech back to Britain. And I name them here rather than enumerate them for a reason. I name them because these are all established people. And again, if you can terrorise or suppress or put down established people with high reputation, then how is it going to be for somebody without the defences that they have? Now, the new bill, as the Secretary of State said, replaces Section 43 of the Education No. 2 Act. Again, the Honourable Lady also referred to that as well, which imposes an obligation to take reasonably practical steps to uphold free speech on campus. Well, this replaces it with a slightly broader duty and extends it to apply to student unions as well. And I think that's correct. It also creates some enforcement mechanisms, again what's missing before. So students and academics and visiting speakers whose speech rights are being violated can hold higher education providers and student unions to account. Now, if your speech rights are breached by a university, you can lodge a complaint with the Director for Freedom of Speech, and they'll have the power to investigate it. And if it's upheld, find the institution in question and compensate the victim. The students, academics or speakers will also be able to sue for denial of free speech. Now, it's important that these mechanisms work. That's why this is important as an adjunct to the existing legislation. It's important they work because the suppression of free speech at universities has a chilling effect on free speech in all of society. It is the pinnacle of free speech in our society, and so if you remove it there, you then facilitate and legitimise removing it everywhere else. But it's also, to come back to the point the Honourable Lady raised with me, it's also important that we follow this up in other areas. In the Online Harms Bill, we should protect free speech from casual suppression by commercial platforms. We should look hard at the effect of organised online intimidation and seek to make it less easy, perhaps by removing anonymity from perpetrators. And I'll make one aside to the spokesman, the Honourable Lady, spokesman for the opposition on this, is to say this. She talked about anti-vaxxers. I am very pro-vaccine for fairly obvious reasons. But in the name of suppressing anti-vaxxer propaganda, quite a lot of legitimate scientists who had objections to the exact mechanisms of lockdown or who were raising concerns about blood clots and so on found themselves suppressed online. So I think you have to recognise this is not an easy dividing line to take. Managed free speech is a very hard idea to promote, pursue and make work. Modern communications are a major force for either good or evil. We should make sure that we facilitate the right one. And this bill is just the first step in that important process.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel compelled to speak in today's debate because higher education is absolutely vital to the success of Nottingham South. In the past, people in my city worked as makers of textiles, cigarettes and bicycles. Now the site of the vast Raleigh factory is the University of Nottingham's Jubilee campus. Nottingham College's Adams building is a former lace factory, and the old boot site in the city centre where ibuprofen was invented is now BioCity, a business incubator jointly owned by the city's two universities and using their outstanding research to support the growth of ambitious life science businesses, creating jobs and opportunities for my constituents and ensuring Nottingham's economy has a bright future. So I care deeply about the success of higher education and about the success of Nottingham's two world-class universities. They will need to adapt to meet the challenges of a post-pandemic, post-Brexit world and to do much more to ensure that they're accessible to every young person who wants and has the ability to benefit from an academic education. To ensure that they are welcoming places for young people from all backgrounds that support students to learn and to thrive. In the interim conclusion of their review of post-18 education and funding, the Auger Review, published in January, the government said there would be bold investments and reforms to build a high-quality, unified system. They committed to introducing a lifelong loan entitlement from 2025, described as a radical change. If change is coming to post-18 education, and it clearly is, then our universities must be ready to meet it. But instead of clarity on those important issues from government, we have today's bill. I also care deeply about the students who come to study in our city. I want them to have a great experience living in Nottingham. I want them to stay on in the city after they graduate. I want them to think and speak positively and warmly about Nottingham when they return to their homes across the UK and the world. I also want the young people from my constituency who go to study in other places to have good experiences. Students tell me that they're worried about the cost of living when they're studying, particularly the high costs of rent and transport. They tell me they're concerned about their safety on the streets and on campus, particularly women students. They tell me they're worried about their mental health and accessing the support they need while away at university. My constituents raise other concerns. Being home to more than 50,000 students sometimes puts pressure on our city's local services or gives rise to tensions within neighbourhoods. Rising student numbers have impacted the local housing market over a long period. In Nottingham, we're working to address all these issues by bringing together residents, local partners, including the two universities and their student unions, and the City Council. It isn't easy, and in the last year there have been particularly difficult periods, but we remain focused on finding solutions. The pandemic has hit Nottingham hard, and it continues to impact students, long-term residents and the universities. There are real concerns about the future of our hospitality sector and our high streets, about the ability of our health services to cope with the third wave of infections. Our universities, local residents, prospective students, returning students and their parents will all want reassurance about measures to keep them safe ahead of the autumn term. They need to know how government will support the requirement to quarantine for thousands of overseas students coming to study in our city. They want to know what the COVID testing regime will look like. The youngest students want to know how they'll be able to access their second vaccinations when they start at university. They want to know when they might be required to self-isolate and how they'll be supported if they are. This year, many students have had to pay rent on accommodation that they've been unable to use, while the part-time jobs they rely on to support themselves through education have been unavailable. They want to know what the government's doing to protect them from such unfairness and financial hardship. Big issues, serious concerns that demand answers and solutions, none of which are addressed by this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue this bill seeks to address is not on anyone's list of priorities. It's a sledgehammer to crack a very small nut. While other important issues within the sector and outside it are not being addressed. Why don't we have a bill to address online racist abuse of the sort we've seen in the last 24 hours? Why aren't we debating the government's plans for better student support to widen participation? Why is the government's priority protecting hate speech rather than the students who face racism or sexual harassment on campus, or students who are struggling with poor mental health? Freedom of speech and the free exchange of ideas in pursuit of truth and knowledge is absolutely central to our university's whole purpose. But where is the evidence that there's a problem? The Vice-Chancellor of Nottingham Trent University confirmed to me yesterday that not a single event at the university has been cancelled due to the content to debate it. This bill is unnecessary, unclear, risks opening our universities up to vexatious and frivolous claims, and may actually make universities more risk-averse, more cautious about who they invite to speak. Just a few weeks ago, some MPs opposite seemed determined to create division amongst our country's football fans by criticising the England team for visibly expressing their opposition to racism by taking the knee. Freedom of speech. Today, the government is trying to manufacture a row about free speech on campus. The government should be working with universities and students to address the real priorities for higher education. It's shameful that they aren't, and that's why I oppose this bill.
Well. Dean Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak today from experience working with universities and as an academic myself many years ago studying physics. And what I found during that time was the importance of enabling diversity of thought, the ability to challenge ideas, the ability to propose new ideas even though they go against the grain of what others may think. And I remember a project over 10 years ago working with a Russell Group university where they wouldn't allow their academics to blog because they were too scared they might say the wrong thing. I successfully encouraged them to set up a new website which included the big debate, which enabled a yes and a no debate from academics to debate on what the topic of the day was and provide different points of view. And that's what academia and university should be about. It should be about debating things to get to the truth of it. And even as we've seen over the past year with COVID, there have been disagreements about the science. We have seen disagreements about the ethics, about the morality of different issues that have impacted us all. And we must make sure that we can enable that and continue that within our universities. The challenge, as my right honourable friend mentioned earlier, is that we have to look at this through the lens of modern society. 10 years ago, blogs were a new thing. Now, social media is everywhere. And what happens in one campus can go across the country and across the world in a matter of minutes. And we see all the time now this impact, this awful impact of what I call hate mobbing, this idea that all of a sudden on social media, one person is targeted for their point of view. Now, in many cases, that might be because they've got an absolutely abhorrent point of view and they shouldn't be voicing it in the way that they are. But the point is we need to make sure that they are debated and that they are pulled in terms of the scrutiny of what those views are. And I worry that we're moving towards what I would call a swipe-left society, that where, like with certain apps, where you keep swiping until you get to a point of view or a debate that you agree with, and that's the only thing that you see. We must make sure that in universities we challenge each other, that we see the arguments of other points of view to make sure that it's rounded and that we do, again, as I say, get to the truth. Andy Warhol quite famously said that in the future we would all have 15 minutes of fame. But increasingly, I see that we're getting 15 minutes of shame, with people being attacked for their points of view. And we have to make sure that we protect them on campus, because the academics and the students of today are going to be in this house in 10, 20 years' time. They're going to be the leaders of our culture and our society. They're going to be the people teaching our next generation. And if they feel that they're being stifled in their view, if they're scared of putting a point of view that's different, then we stifle them, we stifle society, and the seeds of doubt are planted now for generations to come. And there's another really important point here that we must take into account. We've talked about hate today and hate-filled speech, and of course we don't want to give those platforms, but we also need to make sure that they are scrutinised. And actually, by putting things into the shadows, that's where hate does fester. The awfulness of certain people's point of view is not dismissed from their mind because they don't say it. They just hide it. And they hide it and get others who hide it with them, and then it becomes a movement or a moment. And we must make sure that we shine a light on hate. We shine a light on different points of view. Because if we do that, we can actually argue and make the point that what they're saying is quite often absolutely foolish and nonsense. And anti-vaxxers is a good example of that, where actually the science has proven, after a year of all of our inboxes, no doubt, being filled with, at times, utter nonsense and fear-mongering, that that's been proven all wrong through the success of the vaccine programme. There's a famous phrase that I like, which is that a mind stretched by a new idea never returns to the same size. And I think within academia, within universities, with the use of free speech, and the truest form of free speech, we stretch everybody's minds, we challenge each other to have new beliefs, new perspectives. And that's why I'm supporting this bill today, because I believe that we need to make sure that we protect freedom of speech on campuses more than anywhere, because that's the one place where we should be challenging each other to find the truth and to be able to support that for our society and our nation to come. Thank you.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Freedom of speech is one of the building blocks of a democratic society. Here in the UK, we take ours for granted, and hearing a variety of opinions on every important issue helps us to form our own and helps us to choose political, societal and cultural leaders who represent our own beliefs, reflect our values and pledge to uphold them when in public office. Similarly, we learn what we find unacceptable, what to reject at the ballot box, and how to form and strengthen our own arguments against these views that we disagree with. I remember how sinister it seemed when Mrs Thatcher's government chose to ban the voices of Sinn Féin from 1988 until 1994, so that broadcasters had to use actors' voices instead. Whilst there were very strong arguments for doing this, and I certainly have no agreement or any affinity whatsoever with the actions associated with that group, who at the time affected my family directly, banning the public from hearing what they had to say seemed controlling, disturbing, patronising and heavy-handed, as it potentially prevented those of us with an interest in politics from forming our own full views on one of the key political topics of that era. Similarly, the government's recent bill which bans peaceful political protest and demonstrations, which is a vital way to make our views heard. The recent trend to no platform, those whose opinions we may not like, feels somewhat sinister too. Universities are, after all, think tanks, seats of learning. We must be able to hear from a variety of academics, writers and thinkers on both current and historic issues. Increasingly, academic freedom has sadly become a feminist issue too. It's not an earth-shattering surprise that there's a worrying trend to no platform or cancel mostly women from some universities. Recent high-profile cases include writers and broadcasters such as Germaine Greer, Julie Bundell, Jenny Murray, and academics Kathleen Stock, Alice Sullivan, Rosa Friedman, Selina Todd, Shireen Benjamin, and many others. Far from being just a handful of women accused of wrongthink and condemned as heretics, this is just the tip of the iceberg, as many students too have been asking the wrong kinds of questions. Crucially, in such cases, the women and some men themselves are then considered to be banned as people and become the subject of targeted harassment, both in their places of work and across social media. It's vital that women are allowed to speak, vital that we are allowed to question, vital that we are able to keep pushing open doors that have previously been closed to us. Of course, academic freedom and freedom of speech must also be balanced. Students and staff have to feel safe from hate and prejudice. Recently, the all-party group against anti-Semitism, of which I'm the Vice-Chair, has written several letters to the Vice-Chancellor of Bristol University to condemn the views expressed by one of their staff. Holocaust denial is not a legitimate opinion or a valid point of view. Perhaps those that think so have missed the testimony of survivors or the very real evidence that still exists on the sites of those atrocious acts of evil. So too must we be allowed to dissect our past role in the repulsive histories of slavery and colonialism. Those facts must be taught in an honest and unfiltered way in order for us to view them from where we are now and in the context of our society today. So there has to be a balanced approach, and we have to be able to entrust universities and their staff and unions with this. I'm not convinced that legislation is the way to go. Universities are under increasing commercial pressure, and in a more competitive market, threatening legal action over their decisions isn't going to help when they've been under considerable financial strain. And how do we ensure that that balance between freedom of speech and hateful prejudice is maintained? Is a set of rules and the threat of financial penalties the best way to protect freedom of speech? And why are the proposals framed around freedom of speech and not academic freedom? As the academic Shireen Benjamin writes, academic freedom specifically refers to the freedom of all members of universities to pursue whatever lines of inquiry they decide in research, teaching and public engagement without fear or favour. So while I do broadly support the aims of this bill and think it raises some really important points for debate, I don't believe such legislation as it stands right now is entirely necessary, and it does seem a little bit like a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Thank you.
Video link. Fiona Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I strongly support this much-needed bill. Over recent years, I have been very concerned to hear of numerous restrictions on freedom of speech in academic settings. Of a doctorate student telling me, there really is no point me trying for an academic career with my political and religious views. Of the advice a careers counsellor gives to Christian students, that's students holding what many in this country would consider to be traditional faith-based views held over hundreds of years. He tells them, if you're seeking a career in academia, expunge all mention of your faith or church membership from your CV or social media to avoid difficulties which these could cause in your job chances. Of a student who told me he was stressed and worried for a long period about whether he would be disciplined in some way and that it might affect his degree because his university authorities were investigating a private conversation which he had had with friends in, I think, a university bar or common room, which had simply been overheard by someone else and reported. A conversation which was not in breach of any regulation. There was clearly no harassment, no abuse, and no threat to violence. Universities of all places should be environments of genuine diversity, of open debate, for the free exchange and exploration of ideas, however unpopular or unfashionable, without fear. And yet there clearly is real fear today amongst certain academics of expressing certain views, often deeply held ones. 2 years ago, a group of parliamentarians, including myself, conducted a cross-party inquiry examining areas of life in the UK today which are challenging for a Christian to live in accordance with their beliefs. And one such area we looked at was academia. One witness working in academia told us that in preparation for giving evidence to us, he conducted a short survey. He contacted 69 Christian academics who he knew in institutions across the country, and he asked them this: do you feel your academic career would be adversely affected if you were to be public or more public about your faith? Virtually half of those asked, 34, replied yes. And not one of them, on being asked, was willing to be identified to our committee for fear of the potential negative impact on their career. Allow me to give one more of the many concerning examples I've heard evidencing why this bill is necessary, and one which involved myself. I was invited by Oxford Students for Life to talk about my parliamentary campaign to allow sex-selective abortion. As I started to speak to a gathering of about 100 students, an attempt was made to no-platform me. A uniformed official arrived in the room requesting the whole meeting be stopped, apparently as the event, including my views, would cause offence to students sitting in a common room on the far side of the quad opposite. They could see but could not hear me. There were many rich ironies to this situation. I was effectively being discriminated against for speaking against discrimination, for across the world many more girls are aborted than boys, and being stopped from simply relating my work already available in the public domain, most of it in Hansard. Eventually, a compromise was reached between the organisers of the meeting, the officials and the objectors. I could continue speaking if all the curtains to the room were closed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was a completely unacceptable incident, which subsequently resulted in an apology from the authorities, but was one of the reasons which prompted me to join with fellow members of the Cross-Party Joint Human Rights Committee to hold our 2018 inquiry into freedom of speech in universities. That inquiry concluded that in universities, and I quote, a number of factors are limiting free speech. It revealed a plethora of such incidents, plenty of evidence if colleagues opposite would like to look at it. Many more are clearly never reported. One university tutor told us that he had no idea of the extent of the issue till he started looking into it in response to our inquiry. We heard of challenges like student groups finding difficulty getting space at freshers' fairs, or booking rooms for speakers, or getting approvals for speakers, or simply registering as a university society at all. I had hoped that adequate change would follow our report's recommendations, perhaps through well-enforced guidelines or codes of practice, but not so. Hence the need for legislative change and this welcome bill. 3 final points, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I may. Firstly, with regard to clauses A1, 6 and 9, can I ask the Minister to check with the draftsman? I am concerned that the freedom for academic job applicants to express their views should not just be limited to freedom in areas, and I quote, within their field of expertise. In many cases, their expressed views may range more widely, but academics should not be affected in terms of job applications just because of those. And secondly, my role as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief is primarily an international facing one. And as I and FCDO ministerial colleagues constantly say, promoting freedom of religion or belief, or FORB, is a key human rights priority for this government. We aspire to be a global leader in FORB, but I cannot speak with credibility in the international community and arena about challenges faced by people in other countries discriminated against on account of their beliefs in terms of not being able to get a job or education or otherwise, although of course much persecution is far worse. If we in this country do not also apply the principles of Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights scrupulously ourselves, I hope that Hansard will put that here in full. This is a point frequently made to me in connection with exactly the issues we are concerned with today. And finally, let us be in no doubt that the kind of challenges to freedom of speech and the very real chilling effect which accompany them are not just limited to university settings. They extend far more widely, and there is more to be done to effectively protect freedom of speech in this country today. But this bill is a good start.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I absolutely agree with lots of what has been said here today about how it is vitally important that we have robust debate, and I am challenged on a daily basis in one forum or another, and it is, to be honest, the best part of my job, the fact that people will challenge me. It's the bit I like the most, and it's the bit I would seek in our universities. I wonder if the Secretary of State remembers his time in the Whip's office when one of the Whips wrote to all the universities about asking them what they were teaching about Brexit. He did promise us a book on that, which I have checked with the library. The book isn't in there, so he wasn't writing to the universities to ask them what they were going to do necessarily because for his book research. One wonders why he was writing to all the universities. I look forward to the book. But of course, the Secretary of State will remember this, and I no doubt was robust with his colleague at the time. I want to talk about the issue where and my honourable friend from the front bench has already highlighted that 6 in 10,000 events were cancelled last year, mostly due to incorrect paperwork. I think 6 is probably too many, unless there was, really bad paperwork. However, so I thought I'm going to take that 6 and I'm going to read some cases to the Secretary of State of 6 cases that have come across my desk that I think need a bill, that I think need government time, not Twitter leaking into our chamber. My husband always says, it's funny how when you politicians take on issues because the internet has leaked all over you as if this is all that matters, and this feels a little bit like the internet leaking all over this magnificent building. So I'll read, here is it's a very, very serious case of somebody, a university student, being quite seriously silenced. I am under an NDA which relates to my experiences of being raped on campus and how the university dealt with my complaint, and threatens me in a written contract of expulsion if I tell anybody about my experiences. In fact, I'm breaking my NDA by emailing you, and I hope you understand how strongly I feel about this issue, given I am putting myself at risk to speak out about it. I turn to another case for the Secretary of State to listen to. This is a case at a university that has already been mentioned today. We were very explicit, each of us, in describing exactly what had happened, This was not consensual, and I want something to be done about that. The 3 women outlined their allegations of varying severity, ranging up to rape. The normal response to this sort of testimony is to lay out the options available, either to go to the police or complain to their college, or to complain to the universities. But the women were not told that. They were told, it will be too onerous on you to go through the complaint system. Complaining through the college was presented as an unappealing option. One of the women who later wrote, "We were advised that a process of pursuing any form of disciplinary action would not be worth the emotional toll it would take on us." One of the women in this particular case, where there were 3 women, so we're now up to 4 of our 6, was actually, she had to leave the university, not the perpetrator of the crimes against her. In another case that was widely reported in the newspapers, at Oxford University's Women's Boats Club, when a woman told of her sexual assault to a senior scholar, the professor laughed again, saying, "I totally get it. I thought we'd sorted this out last time, but clearly we haven't. It's a very toxic combination of alcohol and very young athletes at university. It doesn't work at all." In a separate part of the discussion, Bell said, "The university is not very good on these student welfare type issues." So there's your 6, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the Secretary of State. So where is the action on the widespread problem of sexual harassment and sexual abuse on the campuses in our country? I've just given 6 cases. Where is the bill? Where is the priority for this thing that silences people whose names you will never hear, who could have brilliant scientific ideas, who will leave university because what has happened to them? Where is the regulator in the Office of Students that will provide power to impose fines and breaches when universities do this wrong? Where is it? Where can I send this woman with a non-disclosure agreement? If the Secretary of State would like to intervene on me, I'd love to give that woman some advice. Where's the role for the Director of Freedom of Speech and Academic Freedom? Where's the £1 million in this bill for an officer to oversee universities' efforts in this regard? Where's the £1 million to spend on an officer who goes to every university and makes sure that the women on that campus are safe? Where's that officer? Where's the bill for that? And this reminds me so much of what happened in schools, where recently on the Everyone's Invited, which was university campuses as well, the Secretary of State comes forward and says, "We're going to do something about this. This is horrifying. We're going to make sure that something is done about this." But it was 5 years ago that these issues were highlighted. It was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that the issues I'm standing here today have been highlighted. Where's our bill? Where's the bill around sexual harassment and abuse that is silencing thousands of people up and down the country on campuses in every single town and city in this country? Where is our bill? Why is this the priority? This reminds me very, very much of the fact that, you know, I'm constantly told that the government makes a priority of violence against women and girls, but currently what it's proposing to spend is £100 million less than the boat that the Queen doesn't even want. So where it's the internet, it's leaking. Where is the urgency that those women and men on university campuses who've been silenced by a lack of process, where is the bill for them? Where is the urgency? Where was the urgency 5 years ago when we told the Secretary of State about schools, and it took a young girl who had been raped and put back in the classroom with her rapist, taking the then Secretary of State to court before any regulation was even written? What do we have to do? Do I have to start a meme on the internet? Do I have to get some sort of following of the bots to make it so that this can be heard? Where is the bill about sexual harassment and sexual abuse and the processes that we can take if something bad happens? Where is it? Because it will be stifling freedom of speech more than any list of anybody who hasn't been able to speak at a university. I wouldn't be able to... I like to list the women who've been failed in this country, but 8 minutes, 8 hours wouldn't cut it. So where's the bill for this element of freedom of speech? Or is it just not politically expedient enough?
I honestly, I want everyone to have a freedom to speak freely, give out their ideas. And Darwin has been used all day today. Had Darwin been a woman who'd been abused at university, none of you would be able to say her name.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. To think and speak freely is the foundation of an open society, and there would be little disagreement about that across this House. And one might think that the institutions in which the word of Cardinal Newman give a man a clear view of his own opinions and judgments, a truth in developing and an eloquence in expressing them, and a force in urging them, would be the champions of challenging, contrasting ideas, science and scrutiny. So it is a bitter irony that some people with power in higher education today are the enemies of freedom, and that many of those that are not are intimidated into acquiescence. How sad that intellectual freedom must be protected by law from those with power in those institutions. The Honourable Lady from Glasgow North West cited some examples, and there are many. Let me just give a flavour. Selina Todd, the Professor of Modern History at Exeter, Oxford, who, following pressure from trans activists, she was accused of transphobia, needless to say, was no-platformed. Amber Rudd, the former Home Secretary, as the right honourable gentleman who spoke before me said, had her invitation to speak at Oxford too rescinded. But actually, it's not just visiting speaker, it's students in our universities that are subject to this kind of intolerance. The University of Plymouth investigated a senior lecturer, Mike McCulloch, for tweeting "All Lives Matter" in June 2020. A student at Leeds University was placed under investigation for questioning BLM. And a first-year student at the University of Kent, as the Honourable Lady no doubt knows, was placed under investigation for questioning whether George Floyd deserved martyrdom, given his criminal record, violent criminal record, indeed. Now, these are all contestable opinions. Of course, they're all matters of debate. Of course, some of them are contentious views. But the whole point about a free society is that we should be able to hold and express contentious views. You know, it is worrying. More than that, chilling, as has been said, that we're creating a cohort of young people that are hypersensitive, no longer daring, no longer prepared to think the unthinkable, deprived of intellectual rigour and imagination. And the hallmarks of that woke culture, as we've said, perpetuated principally on social media, are spite, hate and vitriol. The pollster from America, Frank Luntz, has already warned that cultural battles we've seen so far are nothing compared with what's on its way, that the cultural detritus from the United States is making its way to our shores relentlessly. A culture which is intolerant of measured, principled disagreement. And it's gripped many in the United Kingdom, as I've already described, and I could go on with a list. I'm happy to make that list available to the Library of the House if it's helpful to colleagues who doubt the depth of the problem. And the deliberate machinations of the few are dividing the many. We should react with horror that some of those trusted with fostering the flower of Britain's academic youth are instead intent in producing a carbon copy of politically correct individuals, less ambitious, less daring, less imaginative than the generation that came before. Policing the thought of those students who disagree has become commonplace, the defining trait of the unblinking, all-seeing eye of wokery, our short sight and narrow minds. George Orwell recognised that this isn't simply a problem for students. Academics are subject to the same kind of faults. He said that the charlatans of his time were peddling ideas that, in his word, were so stupid only intellectuals could believe them. These people that seem to want to impose their vision, their exclusive vision, on us are so often ignorant of history, they're apparently ignorant of biology, and they're certainly ignorant of human nature.
I will happily give way. Happily give way.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I wholeheartedly agree with what he's saying. Does he agree that we must remind people that you must hear, if not accept, other arguments? And if we continue to raise generations who believe that their opinion trumps others, and to disagree with them means to hate them, then we will find ourselves in a very different UK than we are in at present. Does he agree?
Right, that having one's views challenged, testing ideas, being scrutinised, is the characteristic of the open society I advocated at the beginning of my speech. It is right that we should both have our views challenged and sometimes be disturbed by counter-arguments. It is extraordinary that feminists, notably Germaine Greer and Judy Burchill, have been no platform for believing in the biologically based legal rights that women fought to have protected for so long. The enemies of an open society have successfully cancelled a litany of students and academics who dare to espouse understandings of race, gender and sex which were once regarded as a priori assumptions. Those without wealth or influence to resist have too often been left at the mercy of the mob. These are the quiet, everyday stories of the liberal tyranny which go unreported. These are the people who need recourse, an outreached hand to assure them this government believes in the right to disagree, and yes, to disturb, and perhaps yes, to offend. For to be inspired means first being moved, being changed in a way sufficiently startling to open up new horizons, extend boundaries, and give life to opportunities. Deprived of that, we are lessened, because in safe spaces where nothing disturbs, there is no room for inspiration, no space for innovation. Without the freedom to say what they think, people are poorer, and without laws to defend the lawful entitlement they confer, nations are weaker. Without the chance to read and hear, contest and condone all kinds of ideas, our children are robbed of their future chance to flourish. This legislation must pass into law in a state that leaves no room for doubters and schemers to carry on with their sanctimoniously bigoted practices. Through ignorance or inaction, we cannot condone the wicked ways of the self-appointed thought police. Make no mistake, this culture war is the issue of our age. It is the struggle of our generation. Nothing matters more. This is our battle for Britain.
I think we're now on audio link. Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley for her incredibly powerful and moving speech. I offer her my full support and the support of my party for her calls for a bill to tackle sexual abuse and violence on university campuses. Right now, however, I wish to speak to the reasoned amendment in my name and the names of my Liberal Democrat colleagues, even though it wasn't selected for a vote. I believe in the right to free speech. I welcome the opportunity to challenge people whose views differ to mine, and I regard freedom of speech and informed public debate as vital elements of a democratic society. And I also believe that universities should absolutely welcome rigorous, well-informed debate, because free speech is, after all, at the heart of academic freedom, the freedom to inquire, to explore ideas, facts and data that are difficult and sometimes inconvenient. But the laws required to protect free speech in universities already exist in the Education Act of 1986, so no new laws are needed to achieve this goal. On whether academics are scared to share their own views, the government's own white paper acknowledges that the Joint Committee on Human Rights has examined this issue, and it has concluded that it's just not a widespread problem, so no new laws are needed for this either. And if the government believes that there are still concerns, then surely a more effective solution would be for the government to beef up the office of the independent adjudicator without having to create a whole new role or a whole new piece of legislation to do this. On no platforming, research has shown that in the year 2019 to 2020, from almost 10,000 events involving an external speaker, just 6 were cancelled. That's 0.06%. So again, The evidence just doesn't support the government's claims that this is even really a major problem. And it certainly doesn't justify the heavy-handed approach of giving the Office for Students extended regulatory powers and making it answerable only to the Secretary of State. It is an authoritarian sledgehammer to crack a nut. Moving on, the bill gives students, staff and visiting speakers the right to sue universities and student unions for alleged breaches of free speech with all the associated costs. This would create an open season for vexatious claims and expensive litigation. And what's worse, universities would therefore be incentivised to stop holding events on tricky and controversial issues in the first place for fear of litigation. So the bill would have a chilling effect, because far from protecting free speech, this bill would stifle it. So at the very least, this bill must include a threshold for harm, as in the Defamation Act, so that this route cannot be abused by individuals and groups who do not have genuine grievances. And on hate speech, there is no place for hate speech in universities, but this bill, as currently drafted, would enable Holocaust deniers, anti-vaxxers and more to not only be protected on campus, but also empowered to sue a university in court. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Liberal Democrats oppose this bill as it is currently worded. It is not based on evidence, it is not proportionate, and worst of all, it actively undermines the very principle of free speech which it claims to support. Free speech is about the right of every individual to speak truth to power, but this bill does the opposite. It gives those in power or with power the ability to determine who is free to say what. And far from protecting our freedoms, this is actually yet another example of this government's concerted efforts to take our freedoms away. Given that universities are already required to protect freedom of speech, and that research suggests that no platforming is incredibly rare, the government should drop this bill entirely. And that is what the Liberal Democrat reasoned amendment sought to do. Thank you.
Very much. Video link. Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I strongly support this bill. It was a manifesto commitment in an election that gave the government a landslide majority less than 2 years ago. Given a growing and worrying cultural trend across our campuses over recent years, the government is right to bring this legislation forward. It is a matter of deep regret that the proposed legislation is even necessary in 21st century Britain. It has been said previously in this House that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and we know that open debate allows good ideas to drive out bad ideas, and this, in essence, is the basis of the scientific method. So our places of education should be the last to succumb to the idea of one truth, but it is the case on campuses across the country that freedoms of speech, thought, expression, and individuality are now being censored in increasing numbers, primarily by those of a hard left mindset, and in a manner which has more in common with the European dictatorships of the first part of the last century than a democratic nation such as Britain in this one. If we do not act now, we risk a central tenet of our democracy being lost. University used to be a place where students would go to test theories and engage in critical thinking. As Ruth Kelly, the former Labour Education Secretary, said, universities should not only welcome debate and dissent from established ways of thinking, they should actively encourage it, because that's how we achieve progress and change. If universities were only to follow the regurgitation of the received wisdom, what would be the point of them? Well, what indeed? It is a matter of great regret that too often now, free speech is seen as something to be destroyed by political agitators because they are afraid of having their arguments brought out into the open and challenged. The mob mentality is underpinned by a fanatical zeal that they are the enlightened ones and only they hold objective truth. This has given rise to the phenomenon of cancel culture, as honourable members have already referred, whereby anything which challenges the prevailing thought is denounced as heretical, racist, or fascist, and in many cases, a combination of all three. There are ever increasing numbers of examples of the intolerance that has crept into academic life. I think Peter Hitchens summarised this well when he was hounded by a mob of students, and he said, "They had absolutely no desire to influence me or debate with me. I was an enemy, not an opponent, and so I should not have dared to be there. My actual existence infuriated them. The irony, of course, is that restricting free debate in such a way is deeply undemocratic, indeed a totalitarian action. This bill is therefore necessary to prevent a dystopian Orwellian indoctrination. Now, speaking to the bill, clauses 1 and 2 will amend the Higher Education and Research Act 2017 by creating new duties upon governing bodies and student unions to secure freedom of speech. In order to enforce this where necessary, I warmly welcome Clause 8, which will create a director to champion free speech in academia within the Office of Students. And Clause 3 is perhaps the most crucial, because Section 6A would provide for civil claims to be brought forward where those duties in Clauses 1 and 2 are breached. And this is critical in order to give the bill teeth. However, the dangers I have outlined previously are, of course, not isolated to universities alone. The campus is merely a staging ground for wider civilization and society. What those who wish to do away with the freedom of speech are really attempting to achieve is to dismantle the foundations of our society and supplant them with their own totalitarian doctrine. By removing freedom of speech, dissenting voices can be silenced and submission can be ensured. We only have to look at recent examples to subject British history to a radical revision and the accompanying attempt to taint our greatest heroes for examples of this. This is a deliberate and concerted attempt to erode the pillars of our nation so that we are left with nothing to believe in. Once that point is reached, those responsible, the anarcho-Marxist hard-left agitators, will be able to impose their own ever-changing standards, whereby yesterday's truth is tomorrow's crime. By ensuring the sanctity of the freedom of speech in legislation, I hope the government are setting a precedent to consider further actions. There are areas in which I believe the bill can be improved as it proceeds through the remaining stages, particularly in order to avoid it being neutered by contradictory interpretations of the 2010 Equality Act. But there will be opportunity to discuss that in more detail at a later stage. So I will therefore be supporting the bill at second reading this evening and urge all colleagues on all sides of the House to do likewise.
Thank you very much. Danny Kruger. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Minister first on the very reasonable tone at which she's been advocating this bill and on the Secretary of State's speech earlier. As he said, this is not a battle in a cultural war, this bill. It's not an ideological effort. It's simply an attempt to defend what is already legal in this country. And I don't want to aggravate the cultural war, which, as my right honourable friend says, we certainly are in. But the fact is there really is a battle of ideas going on in our universities at the moment. And if we are to prevent the exacerbation of the cultural war, we need this bill. And ideally, we need this bill to be strengthened. Now, members opposite are right in pointing out that there are very few overt instances of censorship. But nevertheless, academic freedom is under sustained intellectual attack in our universities. And the battle of ideas that we are in is not in the traditional sense of a clash of opinions, the normal free exchange of ideas that universities are all about. It's much more fundamental. It's a battle between, on the one hand, the very idea of the free exchange of opinions, and on the other, the opinion of the radical left, going back to Marx, the idea that the notion of a free exchange of opinions is itself oppressive. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't think many members opposite are radical Marxists, but in opposing this bill, they are empowering radicals. And I want to do justice to them, to those radicals, to the other side. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope you'll indulge some student philosophising briefly. The radical left seems to have two strong beliefs. They believe, first, that identity is psychological, that a person's true essence, their very self, is constructed by themselves or by other people. And this explains the extreme sensitivity around people's feelings, because if the self is a psychological construct, if your identity is basically how you feel, then being hurt or offended is absolutely catastrophic. An insult is a form of violence. It's almost worse than violence. And the second belief of the radical left is that people can and do suffer what is called false consciousness, that they can believe ideas which aren't true and which are in fact harmful to their own interests. And these ideas are also known as conservative opinions, such as belief in the Western political and economic model, or in Brexit, or in the Conservative Party. Now, this explains why the radical left doesn't have a problem with censorship, why indeed they think that censorship is actually necessary for freedom, to suppress false consciousness and allow people to discover their real selves rather than the conservative self that the ruling class has imposed on them. I have to give way.
And that is precisely why, of course, the word heretical is apposite, because views that don't conform to the orthodoxies described in a quasi-religious way are regarded as heresy. And once they're defined as such, almost anything can be legitimised in putting them down.
Absolutely right, and he'll be delighted with what I'm about to quote someone he doesn't strongly agree with. Herbert Marcuse. No debate about universities and students would be complete without Marcuse. He was the great Marxist philosopher who basically wrote the script for the radical left. And in his essay called Repressive Tolerance, admirably well named, he argued for, and I quote, the withdrawal of tolerance of speech and assembly from groups and movements which promote aggressive policies, armament, chauvinism, or which oppose the extension of public services, social security, medical care, etc. Moreover, he goes on, the restoration of freedom of thought, as he calls it, may necessitate new and rigid restrictions on teaching and practices in educational institutions. So that's what we are up against, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't accuse a single member opposite of believing this, but as I say, in opposing this bill, they are empowering those opinions, and we are in a very, very parlous state in our universities. So I welcome the bill. I welcome its strengthening of the duty for universities to protect free speech, the extension of this duty to student unions as well, for the right of academics to sue if they've been no platform, and the role of the new free speech champion at the Office for Students. All excellent provisions. I just to rebut what's been said opposite, the bill does not allow hate speech. Hate speech is illegal. It doesn't protect Holocaust denial. That's not protected speech. It does not. Under the ECHR, Holocaust denial is not protected speech. So if somebody is no platformed for Holocaust denial is no platform, they would have no right under this bill to sue or to challenge the university.
Well, my honourable friend,
Happy to give way.
thank my honourable friend. Would my honourable friend agree with me that the bill is there to deal with the issue of the culture of perpetual offence, of being offended to the point of not being willing to listen or engage in constructive debate, and that this bill does allow for the promotion of freedom of difference of opinion so that you can come together and form new ideas, but you don't always have to agree with what the speaker is saying.
Very good. I absolutely do agree with her on that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll finish with just a few suggested improvements to the bill which we might consider in committee. Firstly, I think we should go further than insisting that all reasonably practical steps are taken to promote free speech. We should be saying that all necessary steps are taken, because there is a real danger in the current wording. For instance, of a university pretending that the cost of security, for instance, makes an event impracticable, which means that its opponents could effectively boycott it or ensure that it's withdrawn. Secondly, I think that we should broaden the protections for academics beyond their field of expertise, which just would beg the question about how do you define their field of expertise. What if a professor of European history were to criticise the Chinese government, for instance, or indeed criticise their own university for being too cosy with the Chinese government? We need to protect those academics too. And in your own field, as an academic, there's a very important consideration about control of the curriculum, what's the freedom, not so much the freedom of speech, but the freedom to teach. Who decides what academics should be teaching? I think we need to explore the concept of conscience rights for academics to resist a drift towards teaching that they would not accept, that they should be obliged to carry out. We need some protection of dissent in the system. As the Shadow Secretary of State mentioned, the current bill does not protect or insist that colleges at Oxbridge and at Durham should take the necessary steps to protect freedom of speech, just the universities and the student union. I think we should extend the obligation onto colleges as well. We should allow academics to appeal not just through the civil law but to an employment tribunal if their academic freedom is restricted. And lastly, I think we need to clarify the role of the Equality Act, which should not be used to close down an event on the grounds that someone says it would constitute harassment or discrimination, which is what happened. Have to give way, certainly.
He's just argued to extend the legislation into employment law. But is he aware that universities have tenure and that they're not actually covered by? That's the reason why they've got protection in terms of their academics, which is nothing to do with employment law.
Thank you for the Right Honourable Gentleman for that intervention. The fact is that we're extending protections into universities, and all aspects of law should be covered, including those who are not covered by tenure, and not just the academics, also visiting speakers and students themselves. So let me lastly suggest that we need to clarify the role of the Equality Act. In Essex University, no platform to visiting academics who had gender-critical views on the grounds that the Equality Act meant that those visitors that event would constitute harassment or discrimination. That is quite wrong, and my honourable friend, the member for Congleton, gave another example of that earlier. So members opposite think that there is no problem with that this bill is unnecessary, that there is no real issue, no problem to address. I could not disagree more, and I agree with my right honourable friend. I don't think we've debated anything as important, except maybe the Brexit legislation, in the 18 months I've been in this House. To prevent a culture war, we need dissident views to have full expression. I give all credit to the Minister, also to Policy Exchange and to the Free Speech Union, and to campaigners outside this place who have campaigned for this law. It's very, very necessary, and I support it. Thank you.
And the next three speakers will still be on 8 minutes, but then from, because we have a dropout at number 19, so from Beth Winter onwards, we will be on 6-minute limit. Tonia Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I agree very much with my honourable friend, the member for Stretford and Urmston, when she says that there should be no censorship of lawful views and that there are many pressing issues for students that this Tory government is not addressing. However, I'm convinced that there is mounting evidence that female academics' ability to discuss their rights in law is already being curtailed in our higher education sector. Now, guidance issued by the Equality and Human Rights Commission in 2019 notes that freedom of expression is a key part of the higher education experience. Sharing ideas freely is crucial for learning and allows students to think critically, challenge and engage with different perspectives. And that higher education providers should encourage discussion and an exchange of views on difficult and controversial topics. Yet, in the last few years, it's come to light that many women in universities across the UK are being censored, harassed and threatened for the simple act of trying to engage in debate and discussion about the impact of gender self-identification on women's sex-based rights. At Oxford, and has been spoken this evening, Professor of Modern History Selina Todd, whose academic specialism is the lives of working-class women, has been given security guards to accompany her to lectures after receiving threats from activists. And in late 2019, Essex University rescinded an invitation to Open University Professor Jo Phoenix, who had been due to speak at a seminar about trans rights and imprisonment. Protesters labelled her a transphobe and the seminar was cancelled. And this is what concerns me, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's the labelling of people, especially women, in this way. It concerns me. Because to seek and to ask is to learn and not to be written off. Around the same time, a Jewish professor of human rights law at Reading University, Rosa Friedman, had been invited to speak at an event on the Holocaust at Essex, only for the invitation to be withdrawn because of her views on gender identity. And both Professors Friedman and Phoenix received an apology after Essex University commissioned a review of their proceedings. But it's not only academics whose freedom of expression is being restricted. A PhD student at Bristol University from the Dominican Republic, Raquel Rosario Sanchez, has been bullied and threatened for her involvement in events convened to discuss proposed reform of the Gender Recognition Act. The second female rector of Edinburgh University, Anne Henderson, wrote recently of her experience of being targeted and harassed by students after she retweeted the details of an event feminist campaign groups had organised for MPs in autumn 2018. At times, she feared for her safety on campus, but received minimal support from senior management. And we know that feminist campaigner and journalist Julie Bindel spoke at an event at Edinburgh University on women's sex-based rights in June 2019 and was attacked as she left. The individual was later charged by Police Scotland. The event was attended by a number of members of the Scottish Parliament, and our Labour colleague Jenny Mara later said that never in more than 25 years of going to political meetings have I felt the intimidation that I felt then. In 2021, women across the UK are being censored, harassed and threatened for simply trying to debate and discuss their rights. This is a wholly unacceptable state of affairs, and I call on all members to join me in condemning these pernicious developments. But the issue that we need to discuss as parliamentarians is when freedom of speech becomes hate speech and vice versa. And that is what we should be discussing in this House. We should address what is legally allowed and isn't. And I know that the speech that I'm making this evening will probably, follow with a torrent of abuse on social media. But members of Parliament and legislators, our responsibility lies in speaking truth to power, Mr Deputy Speaker. And our Labour front bench is right. The party opposite tend to be hypocrites. They are hypocrites, particularly with other bills we've seen pass through Parliament. But I understand the need for a balanced argument, and we need to be able to speak truth to power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I just declare at the start my interest as the Vice Chairman of the APPG on Durham University. And I actually started a few years ago when I was at the Department of Education as a Special Advisor in a roughly similar position to members opposite today. I didn't think this should have been the priority for the government either. However, I'll come on to the reason I've changed my views on that since I became a Member of Parliament. I really enjoyed hearing... well, we'll see how he votes tonight, won't we, along his party lines, in defiance of what I think is actually an overwhelming argument from this side of the House. The member for South Holland and the Deepings, I think, spoke very clearly on some very sensible points about cancel culture. My honourable friendly member for Congleton did the same on freedom of religion, and my honourable friendly member for Devizes had some very interesting suggestions on where I think the government should go further. I was particularly gladdened to hear from the members for Canterbury and for Gower who spoke about issues surrounding women in academia and academic freedom. And I hope that the arguments of the opposition front bench around this hate speech, which has clearly been knocked down by the government, an argument I think is just a Potemkin argument, and we now argue whether even these Potemkin villages ever existed. I think we'll find that actually down the line those arguments don't really stand scrutiny when this bill makes further progress through this House. But I want to concentrate on one real point this evening, and this is what's really changed my view. And that's recent meetings I've had at the University of Durham. I was particularly, as I said at the start of the debate, this isn't something where I thought there could be, is it a sledgehammer to crack a nut, as members opposite have suggested. But when a leading academic in the politics department told me that he'd been castigated by colleagues for teaching about John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, I found that absolutely astonishing. When I found out, when I had constituency cases coming to me with 18, 19-year-old kids in my constituency who were being cancelled within their own student societies for airing their pretty moderate views, that really surprised me and really made me worried. And I gave a speech at South College Durham a few weeks ago on this very subject of freedom of speech. Well, what's really tipped me over, I think, is the concern, and actually it's in total opposition to what my honourable friend, the member for North Durham, and we agree on very many things, but on this we totally disagree on. And that's the influence of certain governments and their financial power within the university education system of the UK. Take, for example, a university with 10,000 students, 60% from the UK, 40% from overseas. Often you'll find in the UK today that half of those overseas students come from the People's Republic of China. And the amount of money they pay in tuition fees is equal to the 60% of tuition fee income from university students from the UK. There is a real issue with freedom of speech if we have our universities so dependent on some of those foreign sources of income. It's very present on our campuses today, and it's there because I've spoken to students, I've spoken to academics who've been affected by it. And the key thing is that universities wash their faces, roughly, with the cash they get from UK students, but it's the extra cash they get from overseas students which allow them to do all the extra stuff that they want to do. All the fancy new buildings you'll have seen going up, that's what that pays for. It's the extra stuff that they want to be able to do that allows them to sort of push themselves up international league tables. And that's what's really worrying me at the moment. We have a university system that is so reliant that it cannot actually pursue academic freedom itself anymore because it's without the government standing up to tell them it has to. And that's one of the most important pieces of this legislation, is that it's not just there to protect freedom of speech, but to promote it. That means that this isn't, and this addresses a point I made when I intervened on the opposition front bench earlier on. People won't put themselves forward, they won't put forward things about the Uyghurs or about Hong Kong and democracy and freedom because they're absolutely petrified of the impact it will have on their careers, on their faculties, on their students. And I think it's that's why I think this legislation is actually so apposite and important at the moment, because we have a duty in our academic institutions in this country, some of the most respected in the world, to not only protect free speech, but also to promote it. The promotion element, the promoting free speech element is absolutely key, because it gives those academics the freedom to challenge sometimes their own academic institutions. And I think that's at the core of everything that we have to do as we look forward to the... Of course I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I understand the point he's making about universities being dependent on income from overseas students. What concerns me more, and it's not touched by this bill, is that some universities are getting investment from companies like Tencent, wholly owned by the Chinese government, and are deeply involved in the surveillance state. Chinese Centre in Cambridge University has put a huge amount of money in there, and the Professor Nolan is telling students not to criticise the People's Republic of China. Isn't that a much bigger concern, and it's not covered by this bill?
Well, Right Honourable Member raises a very interesting point. I think what I'm just pointing out is the massive financial ties to foreign governments. I think there's an element to which this can help start to break down that barrier. And anything, in my view, which contributes to that is a good thing. Just to wind up, I thought the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley made some really important points about sexual assault in universities. I hope the Minister's taken that on board. Some very close friends of mine were affected by that. And I think it's something that, with the Office for Students, really needs to take forwards. And I hope she'll use her good offices to that end. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sarah Sultana.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Freedom of speech does not include the freedom of hate speech. And given the content of this bill, I would like to begin with a very brief comment on the hate speech that is being directed at our England Stars. This England team represents the very best of a modern, multicultural nation. On and off the pitch, they have shown their quality. Last night, they came within a whisker of winning the first men's trophy in 55 years. They did us so proud. And off the pitch, from Marcus Rashford helping to feed thousands of working-class kids, to Raheem Sterling combating racism in sport, to Jordan Henderson standing up for trans rights. They showcase an inclusive, progressive England. Yeah. But after last night's agonising defeat, we've also seen the worst of the country, with disgusting racism targeted at our players. This is not freedom of speech, it is hate speech, but it doesn't come in a vacuum. It is promoted by those at the very top, from the Prime Minister, who sanctions racism by describing Muslim women as letterboxes, black people as pickaninnies, and refuse to condemn so-called fans booing players taking the knee. So I will say this, Mr Deputy Speaker, Marcus Rashford, Bukayo Saka, Jadon Sancho, three lions that represent the best of modern England, are so much more worth than the vile racists trying to drag them down. Mr Deputy Speaker, as a young Muslim growing up during the War on Terror, I was sharply aware of my community being scapegoated and subjected to surveillance. So before arriving at university, I knew that many British Muslims were treated as second-class citizens. As a student, I quickly learnt that this treatment extended to the university campus and that basic democratic rights and freedoms were not afforded to everyone equally. For students and staff who are Muslim, to staff who are on precarious contracts, and even for student activists, freedom of speech and academic freedom are routinely restricted and denied. These freedoms aren't threatened by oversensitive students or by academics researching the British Empire. They're threatened by this government's policies. Policies like the Prevent Duty, which human rights group Liberty have said is the single biggest threat to freedom of speech on campus. Under Prevent, students have been policed, treated as suspicious and extreme, simply for taking part in mainstream debates on topics like British foreign policy, Palestine and Kurdistan. Research has shown that 1/3 of Muslim students feel negatively affected by Prevent, and I know many students, including some of my own constituents, who are afraid to take part in political debates or even organise events on campus. If the Secretary of State for Education is really concerned, and I quote, of the chilling effect of unacceptable silencing and censoring, then he should start by addressing the main sources of that chilling effect in the Home Office and his own department. This government could not care less about the way our marketised higher education system restricts academic freedom. Tens of thousands of academic staff are on precarious contracts, with some living on poverty wages. At the whim of managers, they often feel unable to speak openly or to freely shape their research and their teaching for fear of risking their careers. Rather than pushing universities to offer permanent, well-paid contracts, the Conservatives are content to sit on the sidelines while launching their own attacks on academic freedom. Whether it's members opposite demanding that the Department of Education sack academics at Warwick University in my constituency, or ministers chasing critics of Britain's imperial past off the boards of museums and cultural institutions, or Lord Wharton, chair of the Office of Students and previously head of the Prime Minister's Conservative leadership campaign, telling Oxford academics to leave their personal politics at home, this government and its allies are happy to silence those who dissent from their agenda, while giving free rein to fascists and Holocaust deniers to spout their hate. That's what this bill represents. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is part of this Conservative government's growing authoritarian agenda. From the police crackdown bill and its criminalisation of protest, to its voter ID plans and its attempt at voter suppression, to its borders bill and its scapegoating of migrants, to this bill and its attack on academic freedom that it so claims to protect. Mr. Deputy Speaker, instead of a government defending only the freedom of the super rich to dominate and exploit, it's time for a government that advances the freedom of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now on the 6-minute limit. Beth Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As someone who has spent a large part of their adult life either studying or working in academia, including as an officer of University College Union in Wales, I am deeply disturbed by the content of this bill. My experience in the sector has demonstrated without a doubt that universities host some of the most vibrant and intellectually challenging discussions in the country. It is simply untrue that they shut down or stifle debate. The measures in this bill are excessive and unnecessary, taking a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Government assertion that there's a crisis of free speech and academic freedom resulting in cancel culture to justify this bill is completely baseless, and, as research by the Joint Committee on Human Rights Inquiry into Free Speech at UK universities recently found, it is not evidence-based. The Office of Students' own research shows that only 0.1% of requests for external speakers events by students at English universities in 2017 to 18 were rejected. This action tends to only take place with the most extreme of speakers, Holocaust deniers, anti-vaxxers and others who hold often harmful views. I remind the Minister that universities have a duty of care to their students, including LGBTQ+, BAME and female students, and are often right to prioritise their well-being and right to be free of intimidation over gifting inflammatory speakers with a platform to air their views. There already exists a strong legal framework which imposes duties on higher education providers to ensure freedom of speech and expression in higher education, and there is genuine and understandable concern that the bill could undermine existing protections against discrimination. I'd welcome clarification from the Minister on a matter raised by Universities UK regarding how this bill will interact with existing legislation and other duties which relate to free speech and academic freedom. In fact, the content of the bill actually narrows the definition of academic freedom to speak out on social or political issues to being able to do so when it is within the law and within their field of expertise. I fully support UCU's call for the phrase "and within their field of expertise" to be removed from this bill. I also share the concerns of UCU and Universities UK about the statutory tort element of the bill, which enables individuals to sue a university or students' union where they believe it has failed to protect free speech. This provision is ill thought out and should be removed. This bill is in and of itself extremely divisive, harmful and dangerous, but it also crucially exposes the government's flawed priorities. In other words, it is a very convenient distraction from the real issues facing the higher education sector. These are the marketisation of the higher education sector, endemic, precarious and casualised employment, attacks on the arts and humanities, insecurity of research funding and a failure to protect staff's right to speak out against employers. These are the kinds of issues that this government should be addressing if they are serious about protecting academic freedom and freedom of speech. How could a newly appointed academic researcher on a short-term contract feel confident about speaking out in a critical but constructive manner on any issue, including an employment situation where there is no employment protection available to them? 2/3 of researchers and almost half of teaching-only academics are on fixed-term contracts. University staff rank casualisation as the biggest threat to their academic freedom in a survey carried out by the University and College Union. This instability strips many of their job security, has a devastating effect on staff morale and well-being, and distracts from and impacts negatively on their core functions of teaching and research. This is forcing thousands of staff in higher education across the UK, including London, Liverpool, Essex, who are facing the very real prospects of redundancy to take action to save their jobs and challenge the government's inaction and failure to recognise the very real problems facing this sector. And this is why I welcome and fully supported the reasoned amendment tabled by the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington, which wholly opposed this ill-considered piece of legislation. In the short term, the government needs to step in to underwrite the sector as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. But in the long run, UK government needs to properly fund universities, end the marketisation of higher education, and provide staff with secure employment, all of which will support their freedom of speech and intellectual independence. Thank you.
Very much. Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now then, if we control what students in universities can listen to, then we are controlling what they can think and the type of person they will become. Now, that may work in places like North Korea and possibly within the Labour Party, but it has no place in our society, and this bill will strengthen free speech and academic freedom at universities. It's not the Labour Party's job or anyone else's to control who we listen to. Now, the Champagne Socialists, the Islington elite, the trade unions may agree with the Labour Party, but most of the country do not. We fought and won a war to protect our freedoms, and freedom of speech, in my mind, is the most important freedom we have. And let's not forget, universities are there to supply our great country with scientists, mathematicians, doctors, lawyers, school teachers, nurses, etc., not to provide us with state-sponsored political activists who only have one opinion or one goal in life. Our young people should be able to flourish at university and be open to all kinds of debate. Let them make their own mistakes, form their own opinions and ask their own questions. Do not dictate to them who they can and cannot listen to. By voting against this bill, Labour are saying that our university students are not capable of making their own minds up It's a bit like the Brexit debate when they told my residents in Ashfield and Eastwood that they were thick, they were stupid, they were racist, they didn't know what they were voting for. Well, that ended well. That ended up with me being stood here tonight. We know that free speech is being shut down in universities in this country. Professor Joe Phoenix was due to give a talk at Essex University about placing transgender women in women's prisons. Students threatened to barricade the hall. They complained that Mrs Phoenix was a transphobe likely to engage in hate speech. A flyer with an image of a gun and a text reading "Shut the up" was circulating. The university told Miss Phoenix it was postponing the event. And what about the human rights lawyer, Rosa Friedman, a radical feminist law professor whose event was cancelled amid allegations of transphobia? She received a passive-aggressive email from a University of Reading student who called her views on gender politics problematic and warned her to choose her words carefully. Selina Todd, an Oxford University professor, had her invitation to a conference celebrating women withdrawn due to pressure from trans activists who threatened to disrupt the event. It's a real shame that we have to legislate to allow free speech, but the biggest shame is that the party opposite will vote against this bill and subsequently vote against free speech. Perhaps, Mr Deputy Speaker, they should all come off Twitter, throw their Guardian newspapers away, leave the tea room and get out there and speak to the millions of voters that they lost at the last election. Let's have some free speech on the doorstep, and maybe that lot opposite will finally realise they have nothing in common with the very people they expect to vote for them. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. That's me done.
Kevin Jones.
So it was a pleasure to follow you, Member for Ashfield. I'm not sure it was, Mr Deputy Speaker. But the point about it is very clear. Is we legislate in this place to improve people's lives, to right wrongs, and as was pointed out earlier on, we actually base them on facts. And the problem with this bill is the reasons for it. And the Secretary of State was asked on several occasions to provide his evidence and data for reasons why. We've heard all the anecdotes, just heard a selection there tonight. And I think some clearly members opposite watch too much Fox TV or some other channels in terms of getting their information. But we asked the Secretary of State about what the figures were, and they've already been said. In December 2020, 61 university students' unions carried out the survey. 6 events out of almost 10,000 were cancelled. Their own data from the Office of Students shows only a tiny percentage. In 2017-18, it shows that nearly 60,000 events, only 53 were rejected, and this was something like 0.1%. And the reasons for some of those being cancelled were not anything to do with the facts of people wanting to change. Now, can I say, and I take great exception to the Honourable Member for Ashfield, is I'm a true defender of freedom of speech. I believe in it. It's one of the things which I think we should be most proud of in being British, in terms of we have an ability to disagree, sometimes possibly in a heated format, but we can disagree. But do not label me as someone who's against free speech, because I think it's people like him that would close it down. Now, if this legislation was needed, I would actually support it. I don't think it is needed. In a minute. And the reason why I don't is because, as already been outlined, there's a legislation in place already. Now, we know the reason why, because we've had it explained. We've just had a great example of it from Member Ashfield. This is actually, wait a minute, I'll let you in a minute. This is actually about trying to use this so-called wonk agenda in a political sense, amplifying the message. So what you get is a situation where anyone who dares to question what actually happens is then said that you're against freedom of speech tonight if you vote against this bill or any other type. I certainly will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I thank you for the important points he makes in this chamber tonight. But the most important thing I want to thank him for is mentioning the word Ashfield. That's the first time ever in this chamber that a Labour politician has mentioned the word Ashfield, so I thank him for that.
I would say to the honourable gentleman, if he wants to make a contribution to this debate, read about it and actually do it and properly represent his constituency. No, I'm not. I'm probably trying to type. The Education Act, 86 is there. 1994 Act. You've got the Charity Commission regulations around this, all of which protect and embody the idea of freedom of speech. Now, what it also does, it also gives the powers to the university to regulate themselves. I'm actually opposed, the Honourable Member for Ashfield talked about North Korea. Well, I'm sorry, I am actually vehemently opposed to governments directing universities what they should and should not say, do or teach. That is the beauty of academia. They're allowed to actually have independence. And I think this bill is dangerous in that respect. The other thing which is completely absent from this bill is how it relates to some of the other obligations which university, the member for North West Durham mentioned he was vice chair of the Durham University group. Well, if he is, then he'll have had the same briefing note I've got. And their concerns of how they actually relate this bill to their responsibilities under the Counter-Terrorism Act, the equalities legislation and other issues. Because what we're going to do, we're going to put in place a regulator which will actually oversee that. Well, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. If there is an issue in terms of university and freedom of speech, I'd be the first to argue for legislation. It doesn't need legislation. What this needs is, as has already been outlined, the existing regulations who can actually then first of all find the data on what's actually happening rather than listening to hearsay and one case being expanded over, and also not listening to the policy exchange. And it doesn't surprise me this legislation comes to policy exchange. We've already had the Overseas Operations Bill, which again was a terrible bill, which not only didn't do what it set out to do, but actually took rights away from veterans, which we should have been protected. The other aspect I would like to just touch on is the issue about bringing law and compensation into this. I am not a lawyer, and no offence to anyone that is, but anything that can actually stop lawyers making money, I'm all in favour of. This legislation is a lawyer's picnic, frankly. It will end up in terms of huge amounts of time and vexatious cases. It will also lead to money that should be spent on education in universities actually being diverted into legal fees. Well, I'm sorry, I'm opposed to that. And the point made earlier on, which Durham University do raise this, is the issue of the college system. Is the college is completely separate from the universities. So some may be wealthy, others are not. And then we have the ludicrous situation where the Honourable Member for Ashfield is quite prepared to spend £1 million a year of taxpayers' money employing 10 staff and a new director who will no doubt be part of the Conservative Party job creation scheme, which we've seen with obviously Lord Wharton getting the director of the Office of Students. But that money should be going into education. But there's another side to this as well, because the £48 million which the bill will actually cost, most of that will fall on universities. That is money that should be going into supporting universities and supporting students, and it will not be. And I think it will be a situation whereby this legislation will also, as I said earlier on, will be a lawyer's picnic. But actually, I think it'll get unpicked actually as the legislation goes through, because I think it's so full of contradictions. Now, as I said earlier, if there was an issue in terms of an attack on free speech in this country, I'd be one of those in terms of arguing strongly that we should actually protect it. I don't think there is. What this is another example of the government using an issue and trying to put fear into people's minds in terms of the so-called woke agenda, that anyone who questions it, and people that know me is, I don't think I can hardly be described as woke, are not somehow standing up for the interests of their constituencies. This is, at the end of the day, the state should not be getting directly involved in the running of our universities, deciding what they actually teach and actually how they do it. In terms of the progress of this bill, I hope it does get radically changed. I think if it's not here, it will in the other place.
Absolutely. James Daly.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wanted to touch on some legal points. Sadly, I am a lawyer. Or perhaps happily, I am a lawyer, and I wouldn't touch this civil litigation with a 50-foot beanpole. So, what I would say, though, is I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding of some of the points that have been raised. The first point, I mean, one of the objections that's put forward by members on the other side is the issue of principle. Well, there is no objection to this on principle, because the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Secretary of State, and also the member who previously spoke have both agreed that the principle behind this, the reason why this is being put into law, is good. The defence of freedom of speech is an excellent concept, and how anybody can object to that is beyond me. And so when that argument is overcome, we then come back to, well, it's already on the statute book, so we don't really need it. But that's not a defence to not supporting what we're putting forward in respect of this. 2 examples have been given of abhorrent behaviour, abhorrent statements that could be made on a university campus, which would mean that a university may well open itself up to litigation. Well, the first one is Holocaust denial, and clearly none of us want to hear Holocaust deniers or see them on university campuses. The Secretary of State at that dispatch box today, and on a previous occasion before this House, and in any number of interviews, which I could read out verbatim here, has said quite clearly and categorically, this cannot be used to justify the spread of Holocaust denial or any other form of anti-Semitism on our university campuses. And when a court interprets this legislation, it interprets the intention of Parliament. The intention of Parliament is clear. The Secretary of State has said that no university can justify the welcoming on to its campus or allowing onto its campus anybody who is going to talk about Holocaust denial. It is absolutely... No, I won't give way. The second point... Absolutely not. There is no dispute in respect of it. It is the specific intent of this legislation to ensure that Holocaust denial is not to be covered by the free speech recommendations within this. The second point... No, I won't give way. The second point is anti-vaxxers. Now, anti-vaxxers, I disagree with anti-vaxxers, but the point of this legislation is the only other example that could be put forward by members opposite is, do we seriously believe that anti-vaxxers should be discriminated to the extent of banned from state premises, banned from education establishments? What this bill does allow, which nobody's mentioned, is that universities are under a duty to use what efforts are reasonably practicable to ensure that free speech happens. Now, if we were to look, it may well then support the legislation if that's the case. The point being, therefore, in respect of anti-vaxxers, if it is reasonable, if the legal duty upon the university is to put in place what steps are reasonably practicable, do we think it's a better option for university vice-chancellors to put forward other speakers and insist that other speakers put forward the other side of the argument? Or do we just simply say, or allow university vice-chancellors or whoever makes decisions, because we don't like your view, we're just going to banish you and not allow you to speak? And what this debate is really about, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is about the regulation of legal behaviour. Because the law exists, the Public Order Act, the Equalities Act, prevent legislation, all sorts of other legislation exist, because this House has voted at different times to say that certain behaviour is not is against the law, and that the authorities should act in respect of that. I listened to the very, very powerful speech from the member for, I'm totally sorry, the member for Birmingham regarding the appalling incidents of sexual harm on campuses. But that is an utter indictment of universities. That is not a reason to allow and to see that we should have faith in universities to regulate them. If they cannot regulate the most serious sexual complaints, why should we have any faith in them regulating the ability of individuals to practice freedom of speech, which is a basic right? We cannot confuse freedom of speech. If there are allegations of serious sexual assault, we should be asking our police, why are you not investigating these things? In Greater Manchester, where we are run by the Mayor of Greater Manchester, we have a conviction or a charge rate of about 1% for serious sexual offences. Are we seriously arguing that that should be taken away? That appalling record of the Mayor of Greater Manchester in respect of serious sexual offences should be taken away, and we should be concentrating on whether university professors are regulating serious criminal behaviour? It is a ludicrous point of view. So we come down to this. This whole debate comes down to a central fact, and I thought it was quite dystopian by some of the comments that were mentioned opposite, in that we should have a debate about what we as individuals think is right or wrong to say on a university campus. How utterly ludicrous is that? If we feel that something is not to be said on a university campus, that if it is harmful or makes a person feel in fear of their safety, the Section 5 of the Public Order Act, Mr Deputy Speaker, makes an offence to cause somebody harassment, alarm or distress. That's all you need to do to prove an offence under the Public Order Act. It is for the law to sanction people's behaviour, not individuals, and certainly not those institutions which are the beneficiaries of taxpayers' money. This is a good bill, it's a manifesto commitment, and it's a commitment to free speech we should all celebrate and support.
Daniel Zeigner.
Thank you. And let me declare some interests. I chair the university's all-party parliamentary group, and I represent an education city with a fantastic further education college, Cambridge Regional College. Two great universities, very different, but both outstanding and very well led by Roderick Watkins and Stephen Tooke, plus the University of the Third Age. And universities is something we're brilliant at in this country. So much talk of world-beating. Well, we are actually world-beating when it comes to universities. Wouldn't it be nice to have a minister for universities rather than an education team for doing us down? Now, I'm not saying that everything is perfect. There are huge challenges, not least the students, who've had such a tough time and still face huge debt for a very different experience of those who have gone before. And wouldn't it be nice to hear something positive from the front bench opposite in terms of the amazing work the staff in universities have done, as they've been transformed their practice to devise online courses to go alongside the traditional teaching methods. Government could have been talking about that today. All the thorny issues around finance. Where is Augur exactly, beyond leaks and rumours? And we live in a world, as we heard, about where international students play a huge role in financing our universities. But those students can't be taken for granted. The government could be telling us today about the quarantine arrangements that are going to be needed when 100,000 from red list countries are expected in September. That's urgent. Or the impact of a 43% fall in students applying from the EU. All the challenges facing research when ODA cuts are biting, with still no clarity on the horizon gap, how the horizon gap will be funded. So all these things matter. But for this government, the only thing that matters is themselves. How can they stoke up some more divisions to throw more red meat to people who don't like universities? So it's pretty hard to take this pathetic bill seriously. Is there an issue around free speech? Of course there is. There always has been, always will be. Labour's commitment to free speech is uncontestable, as we heard from the Shadow Secretary of State. It was Labour that brought the European Convention of Human Rights into UK law. Is it more difficult now in a socially media-driven instant communication world? Well, yes. But it isn't just universities that face that. It's a wider societal question. And remember, I say to this other side, remember how you got your get-out-of-jail card on the vaccine. It came from universities, researchers working together, using the huge amounts of detailed knowledge accumulated across institutions. World-changing, world-beating, our universities. And are those universities calling for this legislation? Hardly. They know how difficult it is to balance the rights and freedoms of different groups and individuals because they're doing it every day. They've been doing it for years, long before this here today, gone tomorrow, lot opposite snatch power, and they will be doing it for years to come. Will there be incidents and flashpoints? Yes, of course. There will, as there always have been. Because freedom allows... I will give way.
Gentleman who's making a powerful and measured speech, and I agree with him, actually, that the problem is much wider than universities. He talked about social media, many have. And there is an increasingly vitriolic level of debate, which is coarsened and in my view, damaged discourse, perhaps irreparably, certainly profoundly. But dealing with universities is surely part of that. And I think that's what this bill attempts to do. It doesn't solve everything. He's right. But it certainly does no harm. In my judgment, it does a great deal of good. And I ought to have referred members to my entry in the members' register, by the way, when I spoke earlier. So I do so now.
Well, I was happy to take the intervention, but the point about freedom of speech is that it's always difficult to deal with because freedom allows for a fair amount of offence to be given, as others have pointed out, until it becomes too much, and then you have to respond. But that's about a judgment call. You can't legislate for that. And I think it's a great irony that a government that claims to be the Conservative Party promotes measures that I think many of their predecessors would have been very quick to criticise in other countries. A commissar for free speech. Come on. But actually, of course, this isn't the Conservative Party, is it? Because their boss expelled those who dared to dissent. And that's where all this leads. So we have this bill, and those who have looked at it can see the problems. I'm sure the government won't have much interest in hearing from those who actually run our universities, but it's worth actually repeating what they say. Universities UK warn that those promoting conspiracy theories could easily take the opportunity to sue universities or student unions. They point out that with existing routes of redress available, the same complaint could lead to very different outcomes if an individual goes by the Office for Students, who will now have a so-called Director of Free Speech, or if they went down the Office of the Independent Adjudicator route. And as others have said, the likely consequences of all this are that universities and student unions will err on the side of caution and just steer away from anything risky. Not more free speech, less free speech. And for those with really outlandish views, a legal stick with which to beat institutions. So, good times for the crazies everywhere. A moment for an intervention.
Could I just ask that if he thinks that universities will err on the side of caution, that's essentially restricting freedom of speech, which will guarantee a lawsuit. The one thing about this bill is it is going to guarantee more freedoms, because if you don't want the risk of being sued, you are going to allow people to speak on within a university setting.
I have to say, I do wonder how much time some members opposite actually spend in universities and how much they know about how they operate. They work very, very carefully. They're very conscious of the threats and challenges to them. And believe me, they will look at this and they'll think it's too risky, and so they won't do it. That's what will happen. That's what will actually happen. So there'll be less discourse. Now, I just hope there are a few genuine Conservatives on the government benches opposite who can see the absurdity of all this, and who must surely at times ask themselves why they have a leader who can't work out whether it's okay for people to boo our football team, or a colleague who ends up supporting our national team by boycotting them, because that's where all this ludicrousness leads. I suspect, as my honourable friend said, this speech will be savaged in the other place. I do invite people to read some debates from the other place, actually. It is astonishing seeing how Conservatives of a former age are so appalled by this government. So it will be savaged. But if it does make it to the statute book, I suspect it will be totally ineffectual. The provisions unenforceable. This time last week I was talking about the Dangerous Dogs Act in Westminster Hall, and I suspect this will be seen as a similarly ludicrous piece of legislation in times to come. The best thing the government could do is to drop it altogether. Our universities and our country deserve so much better, and they have, of course, glimpsed a better way, a decent way. And I just hazard a guess, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in about 9 months' time we'll have a glut of newborn children called Gareth, but not many Gavins.
Video link, Rendon Clark-Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last night I watched the England match with my family, and like many in this chamber, I've never seen my country appear in a major final, and we all felt that finally football was coming home, and it was not to be. But we've been here before, and as an Englishman, I've almost come to expect falling at the final hurdle when glory's within touching distance. And it's important we remember this is a team game and that blaming individuals won't change a thing. Instead, let's be thankful for what was our second most successful tournament ever, with the World Cup only 18 months away. And there's a lot to be celebrated. And how disappointing then to see the subsequent barrage of abuse that those unfortunate players have received on social media. Even more so disappointing are the attempts of the opposition to conflate the debate around taking the knee, and the suggestion that to be a real England supporter, you must also support this, with something which is quite different and completely unacceptable to all decent people. And this is the same cancel culture we see on our campuses. And if people wish, they can criticise their run-ups, criticise their accuracy, or criticise the choice of penalty takers. But what we have seen goes beyond mere critical opinion. It is vile abuse and should be recognised as such. And social media companies and internet service providers must do more to stamp out these cowardly trolls, and they have a responsibility to stop people doing this under the veil of anonymity. And I'm glad that we'll be dealing with this later in our online harms bill. And many of those comments will be threats and abuse of a criminal nature. And this is not freedom of speech or freedom of opinion, and any reasonable person can clearly see the difference. But that is what today's debate must not be confused with. And this, instead, the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill will ensure that healthy and reasoned debate is protected on our university campuses. And criminal offences will remain criminal offences, including hate speech. And when honourable members of this House wish to criticise my stance on an issue, I do not try to prevent them from speaking. I do not demand I'm given a safe space, and I do not attempt to have them cancelled because I don't like their views. Our electorates can cancel us all through the ballot box if they so wish, and that is democracy. So why on earth do we allow this type of behaviour to flourish in our universities? And it's quite incredible for organisations where academic debate and challenging the views of others are part of the experience. And we now see the no platforming of speakers and student unions getting rid of organisations they simply don't like. We see academics being chased off campus and spiteful open letters calling for them to be removed from their positions. And yesterday, many condemned the behaviour of a number of football fans and the violent disorder, hooliganism and vandalism perpetrated by some. Yet this is not isolated to football. It wasn't football supporters who tried to pull statues down or who created a situation where the University of Bristol sought to impose security costs on a student society purely for inviting the Israeli ambassador. And this was due to the behaviour of extreme left groups on campus. And these social justice warriors are certainly not warriors, and they also have a bizarre and warped understanding of social justice. And freedom of speech allows these people, and indeed some members in this chamber, the right to hold and express these views. And it's a shame they do not believe in the right of others to hold alternative beliefs. Some have even referred to members on this side of the chamber as evil in the past. And to borrow a saying from a colleague, I do not believe my opponents are evil. I simply believe they are mistaken. And education is one of my passions. However, I can only imagine the storm were I ever to consider a career in academia now. And when I went to university, believing in free market economics, being a conservative, or simply having a traditional view of what constitutes a man or a woman would not be controversial positions. And now I would be accused of hate speech and screamed at by somebody with bright pink hair demanding I'm either fired, locked up, or perhaps both. And our universities are world renowned as centres of excellence. They played a key role in our fight against COVID-19, as honourable members have already mentioned, and we must be forever grateful. But they must not turn into organisations which churn out graduates unable to think for themselves, unable to tolerate the views of others, or unable to deal with the daily challenges and realities of life. And as our friend from Halton, Price and Howden said earlier with Voltaire, whilst Voltaire never actually said the line he is famous for, a little like in Casablanca, I disapprove of what you say, but I would defend to the death your right to say it. And I think it is one that many of us can identify with. It's time some of our universities followed suit. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Very much. Video link. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill won't apply in Scotland, and I couldn't give it my wholehearted support if it did, because I share some of the reservations already expressed in this debate, particularly those expressed by my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North West. However, I want to be clear that, as my honourable friend also acknowledged, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that there are problems with freedom of speech in our universities. In 2018, the Joint Committee on Human Rights, of which I'm proud to be Deputy Chair, published a report into freedom of expression in universities, in which we found that there were issues and we recommended some reforms. We heard evidence about a number of problems, including attempts by students to no platform leading feminists and LGBT activists with a lengthy pedigree in campaigning for LGBT rights, simply because they had engaged in critical debate about issues around feminism and trans politics. We also took evidence from student unions who argued that it's necessary to limit speakers who, as they put it, cause harm through speech. We were concerned on the JCHR that such an approach is detrimental to free speech and could prevent certain debates and viewpoints being heard. So we were very careful to emphasise that the right to free speech includes the right to say things which, although lawful, others might find offensive. Sadly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since 2018, the treatment of leading feminists and lesbian activists engaged in critical debate about issues around feminism and trans politics has worsened, both at the hands of student unions and at university authorities. Others have spoken about the attack on Julie Bindel, a well-known feminist activist who was attacked outside an event at Edinburgh University after she'd spoken about male violence towards women. Attendance at that event effectively ended the careers of two of the Scottish Parliament's most outstanding MSPs and my friends Joan McAlpine and Andy Whiteman. At the same time, Anne Henderson, the well-respected Labour activist who was rector of the university, feared for her own safety on campus after students repeatedly falsely accused her of transphobia. The university failed to take appropriate action to deal with the hostility directed against her. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not an isolated incident. Another well-respected feminist academic at Edinburgh University, my friend Shireen Benjamin, has faced considerable problems. Both Shireen and Anne are Labour activists. Their comrades should defend them. I've spoken before in this chamber about the abuse, threats of violence and deplatforming directed against Professors Selina Todd, Kathleen Stock and Rosa Friedman at universities across England. Others have mentioned a report into similar events at Essex University, which was recently published and which identified that part of the problem is that universities are not correctly applying the law under the Education Act. Now, the chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, my right honourable friend, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, raised this with the Secretary of State when she wrote to him about the bill. And in fairness to him, he did take the trouble to deal with her detailed concerns about the bill, and copies of both her letter and his can be read on the JCHR website. But what was really important, as I said, about the University of Essex report into the cancellation of one speaking event and the decision to rescind an invitation to another was that both these events concerned gender-critical feminists. And the report found that their decisions the university's decisions were unlawful and recommended that apologies be made, and highlighted that the university appeared to misunderstand and misrepresent equality laws to the extent that the impression had been given to members of the university that gender-critical academics seeking to exercise their right to free speech could be excluded from the institution. Thanks to the Employment Appeal Tribunal's important decision on discrimination law in the case of Forstater against CGD Europe, we now know that gender-critical beliefs are protected under the Equality Act. So I think it's really the Equality Act that universities need to look at more than anything else to solve this problem. Because the Equality Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is frequently being misconstrued or ignored in universities, and I'm afraid to say it's a symptom of a wider malaise. To quote the best-selling author and founder of the positive birth movement, Millie Hill, those who are being dragged to the pyre are in most cases lifelong, left-leaning, open-minded, educated, tolerant women, often with a history of supporting minority groups. The efforts to silence us extend to violence and threats of violence, which many in position of power are too afraid to condemn. There's not much point in pious words about standing up against the abuse of women, then doing nothing when that abuse is going on right under your nose. But university authorities often look the other way, or worse still, participate in the witch hunts against lifelong feminists who simply want to make sure that women's voices and women's concerns are heard in important debates. This bill might not be the best way to deal with these problems as they are representing themselves in the university sector. The bill is flawed, but at least the bill acknowledges that there is a problem. And those who say there is not a problem are simply ostriches with their head in the sand. Thank you.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I don't wish to comment about members' opposite speeches, other than really to highlight one particular speech that I did find moving, and that was from the Honourable Member for Yardley, whose comments I did agree in a substantive way, and I do suspect a number of members on these benches also agreed with. So I do hope the Minister is aware of that. Madam Deputy Speaker, ask any member opposite if they champion free speech, and no doubt they will all queue up to say, yes, of course. But isn't there a spectacular contradiction in this stance and their intention to vote against this bill? Here is what the Labour member for Streatham tweeted today. She said, The biggest threat to free speech on university campuses is not the student society's no platform policies. It's the Tory hate speech bill back in Parliament today, which threatens student society's freedom to choose who speaks at their events and their ability to protect students. Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't no platforming exactly a form of censure? Isn't describing the free ability to choose a speaker simply an Orwellian turn of phrase? No doubt because some speakers must be more equal than others. If we want universities to be centres of discussion, debate, expression, challenge, places to develop our young, brilliant minds, must we not hear both sides of a debate? A young constituent of mine recently invited me to speak at his university's Conservative Society event. Before I was allowed to speak, the Students' Union insisted on assessing me, regardless of the fact that I am, like everyone else in this House, a democratically elected Member of Parliament. How can that be right, Madam Deputy Speaker? Freedom of speech has allowed our society to evolve, to advance and to protect the vulnerable. It is freedom of speech that gave women the vote. It is freedom of speech that decriminalised homosexuality. But an unacceptable culture of censorship, a wokery, a heckler's veto has been allowed to develop on our campuses and to brainwash our young minds. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights released a report on freedom of speech in universities in 2018, and it found that 1 in 4 students don't share their true opinions because they clash with those promoted by their university. And a staggering 40% of students stated that views held by speakers had led more frequently to cancellation of events. This very place, Madam Deputy Speaker, is seen as a bastion of democracy, and free speech underpins any liberal democracy, so I will be supporting the bill.
Of course. The Honourable Gentleman from Cambridge, who I respect very greatly, said this has always been a challenge and a problem. And indeed he's right. There have always been challenges to freedom in universities and elsewhere. But the point is that the circumstances have changed, both quantitatively and qualitatively. It is to do with the wider problem about the brutalisation of debate. But it finds form in universities in a particularly arch form. And if we don't recognise that and don't respond to it through legislation, we'll be failing in our duty to those universities and to the students who study at them.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the intervention, which was most welcome. I wholeheartedly agree with it. And how can censorship be something that we cannot take action against? Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be nice to know how many members opposite with the Voltairean principle that has now been quoted a couple of times in speeches prior to mine. I wholly disapprove of what you say, and I will defend to the death your right to say it. Or is perhaps hypocrisy the order of the day again? Thank you.
We now go to Belle Ribeiro Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Universities and Colleges Union have rightfully argued that there is no evidence to support the notion of a free speech crisis on campus. In 2018, the Joint Committee on Human Rights concluded that there was no wholesale censorship of debate, so why on earth are we here today? The government want us to believe that they're engaged in some liberal defence of freedom of speech, and it's a complete farce. The bill today is in fact a threat. It tramples on students' unions' autonomy, it overturns students' unions' long-standing no-platform policies, it narrows the legal definition of academic freedoms, and it fails to address the real threat to campus free speech, the ever-failing prevent duty, casualised employment, and insecure research funding, and of course, this government. This bill is yet another part of this government's authoritarian agenda, and if you want any immediate proof, it's almost unique in the breadth of its provision. For example, rules on judicial review state that if someone wants to challenge a decision of government, they must have standing, meaning that they must be affected by the decision they challenge. But this bill requires no standing, and any person, any business, any campaign can sue. What a free-for-all that will create. Where are the safeguards that the Minister spoke of earlier? Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope in my short time in this House I proved that I am a civil libertarian. I was also a full-time National Union of Students officer, a liberation officer in the union's anti-racism, anti-fascism convener. I held its long-standing no platform policy and I defended it against attack then, and I'm proud to defend it today. But I can't tell you how much it irks me to find myself making the same arguments I made 10 years ago, and worse, not in the student campus or student conference, but in the House of Commons. Further evidence of how regressive a decade of Conservative government has been. What the government need to realise is that whilst we decide here who should be allowed on university campuses, that for many students studying at colleges or universities, these campuses are their homes. And what's possessed the government to put demands in law that students must allow anybody, even fascists, into their homes, their safe space of living and learning. We routinely saw that whenever speakers who espouse fascist views were even promoted as coming onto campus, racist and homophobic attacks against students increase. Now, the Minister said in his opening, of course, it will not allow Holocaust deniers on campus free reign. But this ill-advised bill doesn't realise that over the years, no platform policy served as the main line of defence for keeping Holocaust deniers and other fascists off our campuses. And who gets to decide the remit of this? This government who routinely passes legislation that goes against our own equalities legislation without even publishing an equality impact assessment. You would forgive me for not trusting that this government would defend liberation groups even within the law. And why should students trust the same ministers that repeatedly endorsed the booing of England players at the start of the tournament? The racist abuse that's now being directed at them was sanctioned from the very top. Students' unions cannot depend on this government to protect them, and this bill stops them from protecting their members. I've heard so many arguments today about what should be debated and how we should debate things, to expose them. But what these neoliberal, supposedly free speech fanatics seem not to realise is that whilst they're in a room putting together well-informed arguments for fantastic debates, young Black, Muslim, Jewish and LGBTQ people are out on the streets being victimised, verbally abused, physically assaulted, and in some cases murdered. So what exactly is there to debate? What arguments could there possibly be to pose? What they're basically saying is the reason why these people face this discrimination is because they couldn't argue their case well enough. Now, the member for Dudley South said we should hear both sides of any debate. So should we hear a debate that, from paedophile who thinks it's okay to have sex with children, because there are people that believe children should consent? Shall we debate misogynists on whether or not women should have equal rights to men? Because as we've seen with the growing case of incel groups, that is on the rise. And shall we debate people that want an all-white Britain and say that we shouldn't, Black, Asian and minority ethnic people should not have the right to live and worship as they choose, free from discrimination? Free speech is not an absolute right. No rights are absolute. In a society, this isn't the case because all of these comes with a responsibility to others, responsibilities that we legislate for in this House. The right to live free from hate is not up for debate, and it never should be. That's not stifling freedom of speech. It's exercising our human rights and defending the human rights of others. And this bill wants to stop that today. We don't expose fascist beliefs by debating them. We don't give fascists a platform and give more oxygen to their hate. When we do that, we say that their views hold the same value as ours, and that is just not true in a civilised society. And this government says that this bill is about freedom of speech, and we know that it's got nothing to do with that. Thank you.
Miriam Cates.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this bill and to set out why it is so important that as a society we continue to hear and engage with minority and controversial opinions. We all know what it is like to feel challenged or discomforted, even offended by what others say or write. This experience of offence is a negative feeling of embarrassment, anger, sometimes hurt. But on occasions, this uncomfortable experience can also lead to something absolutely essential for human progress: change. I'm not talking about personally offensive or targeted abusive attacks on individuals, which are clearly abhorrent. This kind of persecution and intolerance has no place in civilised society. I'm talking about the kind of offence or discomfort that is felt when we hear something that is deeply challenging to our deeply held points of view, and it causes us a kind of emotional pain that sometimes forces a response. Now, history is full of great offenders, people who put forward minority beliefs that were not initially popular, but which nevertheless they sought to bring to the attention of the majority. Some of these great offenders were of course completely wrong, and their controversial views have died with them. But there are many others who stand out now as heroes. Churchill, with his opposition to appeasement, Fawcett's views on women's rights, Darwin's findings on evolution, Galileo's heretical views on the solar system, Martin Luther's challenge to the teachings of the Church. All of these great men and women held views that were contentious, even offensive in their day. But through the force of argument and in time, they changed the tide of opinion and brought change. Change that I doubt any of us in this house today regrets. That change came because people changed their minds. Listeners, including people of influence, heard these views. Many fought to shut them down, often violently, but enough people responded differently and allowed their attitudes to be altered. Over recent decades, we have enjoyed unprecedented freedom of speech in this country, and as a result, new ideas have been thoroughly critiqued, with some being widely adopted, whilst others are rejected. But this freedom is now in danger, particularly in our universities, and we have heard members on both sides speak today about alarming incidences of no platforming, particularly of women with gender-critical views. This understanding but misguided desire to protect students from harmful views is shutting down opportunities for those with different opinions to be heard. I say this is misguided because the way to prevent harm to young people who are faced with views they find offensive is not to stop those views from being heard as long as they are within the law, but to prepare our young people to teach them to respond in a mature and open-minded way so that they can criticise, debate and, if appropriate, change their minds. That's why I so strongly support this bill, which will protect free speech in our universities and secure academic freedoms. We do our young adults and our whole society a great disservice when we do not allow students to be exposed to the ideas and beliefs that will challenge them and allow them to grow in character and resilience. When we encounter beliefs we find difficult, we have a choice. We can shut our ears, we can react with anger, or we can respond thoughtfully and honestly, considering whether our own opinions need to evolve or be strengthened. This is the path to maturity and to tolerance, to individual and societal progress, and I'm delighted to support this bill.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been stuck getting here, but since I've got here, I've listened to a number of speeches before my own, and it's entirely normal for me to disagree with speakers before I speak and to find what they say objectionable. But I have to say that I heard a couple of speeches, and not the honourable member who spoke before me, but others prior to that, who I felt were verging on hate speech themselves and were really objectionable to a number of minority groups in this country. And I felt that the quality of some of this debate was demeaning to this House. I will give way, although I might not agree with what the honourable member has to say.
Indeed, and that surely is the point, though. You see, what really worries people on this side of the House is that what starts off with a justified condemnation of hate speech ends up by saying that people speaking in a free parliament are verging on hate speech themselves. And can he not see the slippery slope of the argument that he's putting forward?
I'll make an argument about slippery slope. I think there are members opposite, and maybe even on the opposition benches, who feel that supporting this bill may be settling some old scores, making a dog whistle to people that want to hear it, giving a nod and a wink to a certain sort of constituent. But, you know, as somebody of Jewish descent who came from the war generation in Eastern Europe, I feel really strongly that the slippery slope we're going down is one that members opposite in the government side might not be able to control. And I'm not saying that they themselves are like this, but there are other forces in society, that will take advantage of this type of legislation and utilise it, and other bills that we've seen recently. And they will utilise it in a way that the government will cease to have control over, and it will create a runaway train effect. And I do not want that to happen in this country. People like me and other people in this chamber will find it a very difficult country to live in. We just need to look at what happened yesterday to 3 of our brave England footballers after they missed a penalty, something that happens to every footballer in their career, and the horrendous racism that they experienced. I'll come back to the subject, but I was deeply uncomfortable at some of the previous contributions to debate, and I felt I had to raise that. During my time at the University of Leeds, and I was a student and a staff member there as well, the 2 most notorious new faces of the British far right made our campus the site of their race war. And their story tells me all I need to know about why this legislation should never reach the statute books. During my year on the executive of the Leeds University Union, supporters of Claire Fox, now Baroness Fox, and living Marxism established a free speech society to remove the students' no platform for racist and fascist policy. In the name of libertarianism, maybe the reason why many of members opposite are supporting this bill. 2 unknown first years joined the society, and when the adherents of Baroness Fox graduated, those 2 took over the society and stepped up their activities on campus. Many known racists and fascists were seen in their company on campus. It was difficult to administer the policy and the legal framework that now exists and vet who the free speech society would platform in rooms they were trying to book out. The 2 people involved were Chris Beverley and Mark Collett. They are now 2 of the most notorious fascists this country has seen. Mark Collett was tried alongside Nick Griffin in 2006, and I'll come back to that. They were both in a number of absolutely notorious documentaries produced in the 2000s, and I'd suggest if members don't know what I'm talking about, they watch Young, Fascist and Proud to understand more about these 2 characters. The issue came to a head in an attempt to overturn the no platform for racist fascist policy by Collett and Beverley at a general meeting of the Student Union, which had to be held in the refectory, which had hosted The Who in their seminal Live at Leeds concert. There were easily over 300 people there, and many, many Jewish students spoke against the attempt to remove the policy, as well as the campus rabbi and myself. Collett and Beverley were the only ones to speak in favour, and in a highly inflammatory way. It was overwhelmingly defeated. It had been clear for some time to all on campus who Collett and Beverley really were, but the mask slipped for everybody, everywhere that day. The policy had passed. Collett and Beverley would have invited figures such as Nick Griffin and David Irving, this country's leading Holocaust nut, onto campus under the auspices of free speech. The Free Speech Society soon ran into trouble. In the following AGM, the Student Union fully understood the issue of these 2 fascists, but gave them a room fearful of legal action. The meeting didn't go ahead, and the society, which was just acting in front of fashion by that point, was disbanded, not due to any policy of the Student Union, but to a protest by students themselves. Just 5 years later, around the same time as Mark Collett was on trial with Nick Griffin at Leeds Crown Court for race hate crimes, at Leeds University in February 2006, a contributor to the university newspaper, Leeds Student, interviewed Dr. Frank Ellis, in which the academic expressed support for the bell curve theory that said there are racial differences in average intelligence. The Leeds Student also published an article by Ellis, Time to Face the Truth About Multiculturalism, in which he described the Parrott Report as a very nasty anti-white tract. He then went on to be interviewed on media, and the Student Union put out a statement calling for his dismissal. Leeds University condemned Ellis' views as abhorrent. I'd left the university by then, but I went up to meetings at the university and I objected to his continued employment as a member of the alumni committee. Ellis was subsequently suspended by the Vice-Chancellor pending disciplinary proceedings, which never concluded because he retired early. My point is that if this law was in place, then the Student Union and university would never have taken any action against these radical far-right fascists whose only intent is the erasure of diversity on the planet, people like me and Charlotte, and the honourable member next to me, and others in this chamber. And that is why I think that people need to be really careful about how they use free speech. Free speech is something that we all defend. We all talk about pluralism, but it can also be a cover for something much deeper, something much more unpleasant, and the consequences of which we all know, and we will speak strongly against in this chamber every year. And we marked yesterday about Srebrenica and the Srebrenica Memorial Day. And this government needs to be very careful on the dark road that is taking us down. Thank you.
Christina Wakeford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will apologise about my voice, first of all. Just like most people, 2 hours of shouting at a TV screen last night, feeling quite hoarse. Although you'll be pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's the only reference I'll make to football today. It's actually a delight to follow the Honourable Member. Whilst I share a lot of the concerns that he has in regards to this particular bill, I've come to a very different conclusion, which is why I'm rising to support the bill. This, to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, goes a long way to actually protect our freedom of speech on university campuses. It's absolutely right that healthy debate, and I emphasise that word healthy, is encouraged and facilitated, and opinions challenged, but in a safe environment. In recent years, we've seen a growing concern of harassment, abuse, and intimidation on our university campuses, from blatant anti-Semitism espoused by lecturers to imposing security costs on Jewish student societies at their events, and no platforming external speakers. Not all students and staff feel able to express themselves without fear of repercussions, particularly those Jewish students on campus. During the latest round of violence between Israel and Hamas, Jewish students faced anti-Semitic abuse and even death threats almost on a daily basis. A Jewish student at Glasgow University was told to go gas herself, and a Jewish student at UCL was sent a picture of herself photoshopped under a guillotine. The NUS blamed Israel for the rise in anti-Semitic incidents before backtracking, and it's absolutely abhorrent that our universities have failed to protect our Jewish students and that students do not even feel protected by the NUS. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I'm interested in the specific examples that he's raising, because surely this bill would actually promote and protect the right of the people to make exactly the kinds of abhorrent remarks that he's talking about, making Jewish students less safe on campus. How does he reconcile this aspect of his speech with his support for the bill?
I thank the Honourable Member for her contribution. Unfortunately, I do disagree with her, and as we've already heard from the Education Secretary himself in his opening remarks, that wouldn't be the case. So going back to my contribution, Madam Deputy Speaker, it should be a source of shame for all of us and for every university that Jewish societies often keep their event locations secret due to concerns about safety of students. So we simply cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that our Jewish students do not feel safe on campuses here in the United Kingdom. Last year, Bristol Student Union asked for a fee of £500 to safeguard an event with former Ambassador Mark Regev. This was not an isolated incident, and it should not be down to students to provide security for themselves. As I've said before, universities have not just a moral obligation, but a duty to ensure that all students are protected. This must extend to securing events and putting a stop to no platforming once and for all. And it's not just pro-Israel speakers that have been no platform. Indeed, we've had a former Home Secretary no platform from going and speaking at events previously as well. Okay. So it's absolutely crucial that the government commits to ensuring that this legislation does not become a shield for those who wish to endorse poisonous views, including, as has been mentioned many times, Holocaust deniers and far-right and far-left extremists. Universities must be a safe space for all students, and institutions must take their duty of care seriously. After a great deal of encouragement from the Secretary of State and others, over 100 institutions have now adopted the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. This is a crucial step in ensuring that universities take accusations of anti-Semitism seriously. And what I am encouraged with this bill is that whilst IRA is now being adopted, this actually gives some teeth to actually implementing it, because far too often do we see a lack of implementation, and again, I refer honourable members to what's going on in Bristol University at the moment. In regards to what's happening, we've just, very recently indeed, just last month, the University of Warwick Assembly passed a motion to actually challenge the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. So the University of Warwick, and I'm sure the Shadow Minister will hopefully address that in his wrap-up, has failed to condemn the motion despite calls from Jewish students to actually do so. So the Union of Jewish Students rightly asks, how can we claim they want to fulfil moral duty to protect all members, which includes Jewish students, when this motion clearly disregards the wants and needs of those particular students? Could I therefore ask the Minister what further steps the government is taking to not only ensure that these definitions are being rolled out across all institutions, but it's fully implemented? And what more can be done to ensure that academics face disciplinary action for making remarks or supporting motions considered to be anti-Semitic under the definition? And I refer again to Professor Miller in that regard. And lastly, will the Minister join with me in condemning the incident in which the University of Bristol sought to impose security costs on the student society for daring to invite the former ambassador for Israel? And can she confirm that this bill will actually help to stop repeat incidents of this nature? Although this bill actually delivers on our manifesto commitment to strengthen academic freedom and free speech in higher education, universities must now follow up and ensure that campuses are truly open to rigorous, healthy contestation of ideas or be held accountable. We cannot rest until all students feel safe on campus.
Number 34 is withdrawn, so we go straight to David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Characteristic of good education settings is that there are opportunities to be challenged, and education must be a place for open minds rather than a place for narrow minds. Speaking personally, university was an opportunity to have my view of the world challenged. As a newly minted student, I joined the Durham Union Society, a venerable debating society which is known for bringing a very wide range of speakers in front of the student body. And it gave me a chance, and thousands of other students, a chance to hear from people on a range of issues, from nuclear power to environmentalism to various forms of human rights. A chance to hear from people whose views were simply beyond the range of anything I ever heard or learnt about at my school in the South Wales valleys. I heard from Dave Nellis, the inspiration for Private Eye's Dave Spart of the Looney Left, who set out a very robust defence of his view of socialism, something I'd never heard about or learnt about in my life. I heard Peter Tatchell, who set out a robust defence of direct action in pursuit of his campaign about gay rights, and more importantly, heard him articulate in a way that many like me will have heard for the first time at university, the long history of injustice and prejudice that needed to be addressed. And then we heard and saw his commitment to that action in opposition to the appointment of a Bishop of Durham, who he regarded as having been a hypocrite on that issue. And I had the opportunity to encounter speakers representing organisations as diverse as the Monday Club on the extreme right and the British Communist Party on the extreme left, and every point in between. And I strongly believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I am in good company in that these diverse range of challenges to what I learnt, what I perceived about the world, helped me to become, as I believe I am, a more socially liberal and a more enlightened person. And it certainly developed my interest in and my commitment to politics. And it is clear from the engagement I've had with constituents who are students, who are part of the academic life of many of our university campuses across the country, that there is a serious and well-founded and genuine concern that the actions of some in our university system have had a chilling effect on their ability to speak freely, to ensure that future generations of students are able to enjoy the benefit of having their prejudices and their views challenged on whichever side of the spectrum. And so whilst I strongly welcome the fact that we will continue to have, and completely unaffected by this bill, very robust laws that will tackle hate speech in all its forms, that will deal with the many prejudices that we have as a society decided are unacceptable, and where we have enshrined protections for people in the Equality Act, that we will also have measures in place to ensure that the freedom of speech of our academics, of our students, and the ability of future generations to be challenged and to develop their thinking in a way that is fundamentally important and that we see going on every day in our House of Commons, in our parliamentary democracy, that that is preserved for future generations. And we do not see a narrowing of the thinking and narrowing of the debate in our universities, but we ensure that they remain what they have been for generations, a place where open minds can thrive, where prejudices can be challenged, and that we can develop our thinking as a society in a way that then contributes to our national life. So for all of those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems to me that the proposal from government, what's come forward to us today, is a sensible step. We need to demonstrate to those academics, those students who have these concerns, that we take them seriously, that if we are to be the bastion of democracy that we wish to be, that we will ensure that free speech is something which can happen in our universities and in every other part of our education system as well. And that is the reason why I strongly support the legislation that's coming forward from government. And I hope that it will bring about the great benefit of demonstrating that the United Kingdom is genuinely committed, not just to tackling those who would peddle hate in our universities and other education settings, not just those who would peddle prejudice, but we're also determined to be a place where open minds can thrive and where free debate and free speech can thrive for the long-term benefit of our democracy.
Number 36 is withdrawn, so we go to Taiwo Awatemi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the many pressing issues universities are facing right now, such as the harassment on campus, a struggling economy, the plummeting number of students enrolling, and the challenges posed by remote learning, just to name a few, I'm disappointed that the government has chosen to spend its time focusing on a complete non-issue with this bill. Indeed, this entire debate is surplus to requirements. Now, in the minds of ministers and in the minds of those opposite, freedom of speech is under relentless attack, and so they have decided to pass an entirely new law to protect it. Well, we all know, actually, in reality, that could be further from the truth. A recent study of 10,000 speakers events on British university campus found that there were only 6 that had been cancelled. So that's 6 out of 10,000 speakers events had been cancelled. I'm sure the Minister can do the number to show that was relatively low. 4 of those that were cancelled were due to incorrect paperwork. Again, that's an admin error. So, it wasn't, it's something that would happen regardless. 1 was simply to move to a larger venue. That wasn't discriminatory. And the other one was a pyramid scheme, which I'm sure the Minister will condole. So the Office for Students in 2017 and 2018 found that just 0.9% of speaking invitations across universities had been withdrawn. Therefore, I find it very difficult to understand the fears and the concerns of ministers today. We already have an Education Act 1986, which sets out the protection of freedom of speech on campuses. Protections for students' right to freedom of speech already exist, and this bill does not make any substantive change to the already broad rights that are protected. As it is crystal clear what this bill will fail to do, I would like to focus on what this bill will actually do. First of all, it introduces a new mechanism which allows hate-filled individuals to sue a university if they feel their opinion has not been adequately heard, meaning that this measure would allow extremist, racist and Holocaust denials to have a voice and a much-craved platform on our campuses. Now, overwhelmingly, student unions and research bodies are telling us that if this bill is passed currently as it is, then universities will spend much of their time and resources fighting against such individuals. So they are spending resources in areas which I'm sure that students and parents would prefer them not to. With the threats of a lawsuit hanging over their head, there will be new incentive to narrow and not widen debates. Actually, what would happen is that universities will avoid inviting certain speakers to campus altogether who may have stimulated thought-provoking discussion from fear of financial repercussions. Empowering those who peddle hate speech will not help protect free speech. The government must seek to better understand this. Free speech is the right to say whatever one likes and the ability to think without constraints. It doesn't matter if one's opinion is unpopular. Free speech is essential to democracy. Now, hate speech is when somebody takes that right and abuses it so that they can bully, so that they can demonise and subjugate others. And this is what the government will end up promoting. Now, within this chambers, the ability to stand up and speak out freely is both essential and cherished. This chamber illustrates the importance and the benefit of speech, of free speech, each and every day. We are doing this right now as we are in this debate. However, should a member of this chamber begin to say something vulgar, something racist, something hateful, then the speaker would quickly interrupt, end the speech, and demand that the comment be withdrawn. Why is that? It's because, although we theoretically have the right to say something in a free society, we use our judgment to reject hate speech that threatens, incites, harasses, and demeans because it has no place in a tolerant world. So therefore, universities should enjoy that same latitude as we do. Now, this chamber safeguards itself from elevating hate speech each and every day, and I have never, for once, heard the government try to dismantle this practice. So I ask the government to simply uphold the same standards that we all work to here in Parliament at our universities. And finally, I politely ask the government minister to instead turn their attention to far more important issues facing higher education in this country. For example, we're all waiting on the online harm bill that I'm sure that universities, both students and lecturers, will welcome. So it will be great for the government to let us know when that will be coming back. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Charlotte Nichols.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. University students have never had such a raw deal as today. Sky-high tuition fees lumber them with decades of debt. Living costs soar along with private sector rents. Thousands suffered lockdowns and virtual learning last year without a reduction in what they were charged, and sexual harassment and assaults on university campuses are at shocking levels. But what is the issue that the government chooses to legislate on? Giving peddlers of hate speech the right to sue universities or student unions if their events are cancelled. The university's minister opposite admitted that this would include Holocaust deniers and views that would be hugely offensive, would be hugely hurtful, her words. The Star of David around my neck was a gift from my friend and comrade Ria on the occasion of my bat mitzvah. It was bought from a market on the site of the former Jewish ghetto in Poland, and I wear it proudly not only as a symbol of my faith, but as a reminder of the millions killed because they were like me. Even if ministers tried to row back from their declaration of guaranteeing platforms for Holocaust deniers, will they now come up with an official list of what hate speech is protected and what hate speech isn't? Will their hierarchy of hatred allow denial of the Srebrenica genocide, for example, whose 26th anniversary was yesterday? Or will they accept that giving fascists the legal protection to demand restitution from the courts is a terrible idea? Fascists incite hatred and oppose our right to live in a non-violent democratic society. We're not obliged to accept their bile or their attempts to fundraise and recruit when given a platform. When Nick Griffin was given a seat on a question time panel, the BNP reported 3,000 new membership applications and thousands of pounds raised. This platform did not allow his views to be challenged, it validated them and grew the very cancer of extremism that he represents. What academic merit is there, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the denial or distortion of the Holocaust, or in the kinds of ideology that saw a member of this very House killed? How many more people have to be murdered before we realise these aren't ideas that can be debated away? My grandfather, Edward Nichols, of blessed memory, didn't go to fight Hitler in the marketplace of ideas. That generation had the right idea, and we must have too. Communities, including university communities, are not obliged to welcome violent, degrading or dangerous lies from genocide deniers to virus deniers. This government's lack of commitment to free speech is made clear by its planned crackdown on protest in the Police Crime Courts and Sentencing Bill, and this is a tawdry piece of vice signalling to groups who wish students weren't so favourable to social equality. This is a bad bill that offers nothing to students or to society. This is not a matter of cancel culture, but but of consequences culture. This bill and the rhetoric around it is nothing more than an import from Trump's playbook in the United States in furtherance of this government's nonsense culture wars. Rightly, we do not have an absolute right to freedom of speech in this country, whether it's our libel laws, the criminalisation of hate speech, or the government's push to have universities adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, or universities' statutory duties under the Prevent strategy. Even in this chamber, as rightly raised by my honourable friend, the member for Coventry North West, we do not have freedom of speech, whether it is the fact that when we say you in the chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, we refer to your good self, or whether it's the fact that, as my honourable friend here, when he accidentally named me earlier, got a little ticking off for it, as she said, as my honourable friend, member for Coventry North West said, this is about actually creating a better culture of debate. So what is the purpose of this bill? What free speech does it extend beyond the limitations in existing legislation? It doesn't, as those restrictions to absolute free speech remain in place. This was never a policy designed to address the problems in the university sector, and is revealed as even more cynical and shoddy today as we condemn the racist abuse of our national footballers by the kind of vermin that have received tacit endorsement from the very highest levels of government. As Tyrone Mings rightly said, this government does not get to stoke the fire at the beginning of the tournament by labelling the players' anti-racism message as gesture politics and then pretend to be disgusted when the very thing they're campaigning against happens. This bill is yet another dog whistle from a government that is unleashing forces that it will not and cannot hope to control. Let's scrap this bill and move on to things that really matter to our constituents.
We now go to Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be speaking in this debate as chair of the APPG for Friends of Durham University. And to be clear, I support freedom of speech. I want students and academics to feel comfortable discussing and promoting unpopular views in order to challenge conventional wisdom. It is, after all, a vital part of university. However, I do not believe that freedom of speech should mean freedom from consequences. Under this legislation, universities and student unions could be forced to roll out the red carpet for Holocaust deniers, transphobes, anti-vaxxers and others with deplorable views. And if they don't, then they risk being fined or sued. This isn't a free speech bill, it's more of a hate speech bill. And aside from being problematic morally, it's also not clear how this legislation will actually work in practice. Durham University have told me that they still don't know how it will fit in with their existing duties. For example, the university subscribes to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, but now could be compelled to host Holocaust deniers or face sanctions. Alternatively, speech around gender identity that might be allowed under this legislation could at the same time be in violation of the university's policies on equality and trans rights. The university could therefore potentially be forced to break its own codes of conduct that are designed to protect staff and student welfare or face fines. This is clearly wrong. And does this legislation supersede universities' duties under the Education Act, Prevent and Employment Law? It's all really a bit of a mess, quite frankly. And what's especially frustrating is that this bill is aimed at tackling a problem that doesn't really exist. While Tories love to decry the so-called cancel culture at our universities, a study of 10,000 university speaker events found that just 6 were cancelled. As we've just heard from the member from Coventry North West, 4 of them were for incorrect paperwork, 1 to upgrade to a bigger venue, and 1 was a pyramid scheme. The words moral panic come to mind. In fact, Durham University have informed me that far from encouraging a wider range of views, the threat of sanction could actually result in a more risk-averse speaker programme. And the thing that really irritates me about the legislation is that there are so many other issues in higher education that need fixing. Freedom of speech is threatened less by woke and more by insecure work and limited funding. And students are concerned about the cost of rent, tuition fees, levels of sexual harassment, and so much more. So where's the legislation to address these issues? This bill shows that the government is more concerned with stirring up a culture war than addressing the real problems in society. And it's only going to make life harder for students and staff in Durham who are already overburdened by introducing more bureaucracy into education. It's just the latest example of the government's twisted priorities. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll finish by saying to the government, stop playing politics, scrap this bill, and introduce some measures that will actually improve higher education. Thank you.
We now go to Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to confess that I've got some sympathy with the Universities Minister, recognising she'll soon be winding up this debate. She's a decent minister who knows the real issues facing our universities and their students. And I'm sure she knows this bill is nonsense. She certainly struggled to explain its impact. She knows, and she's admitted, that it will protect some hate speech, but she's having to defend it to play her part in stoking up the culture wars that are at the heart of this Conservative Party's electoral strategy. Let's be clear, free speech is at the heart of our values. And on this side of the House, we've a long record of protecting it. But it's too often been used by the party opposite as a political football. I remember 35 years ago, with unemployment at a post-war high of 14% amidst the deep gloom of that Tory decade, when Margaret Thatcher produced the 1986 Education Act, requiring universities to uphold freedom of speech. I played my part then in drafting the code of practice for the University of Sheffield to ensure our compliance with the legislation. But the Act was followed by a series of speaker meetings orchestrated by Conservative students to provoke a reaction and fuel division. Then, almost 10 years later, with John Major's government struggling, out came the free speech dead cat again, with the 1994 Education Act, this time deciding that too much free speech of the wrong sort was a bad thing, and trying to limit the activities of student unions. Now, with the mismanagement of COVID leaving the UK with one of the worst recessions and worst death rates in Europe, their flawed Brexit deal hitting businesses in every sector, people at work facing insecurity and rising inequality across society, free speech is again rolled out as a diversion, a look over there tactic. And with no irony, they're introducing this bill the week after ministers were cracking down on free speech with the anti-protest provisions of the policing bill. Now, as the Universities Minister acknowledged on Radio 4, this is a bill that empowers Holocaust deniers and other hate speech by giving them powers for vexatious complaints against universities. And if that doesn't do enough to fuel the culture war, it creates a new Director for Freedom of Speech at the Office for Students, with a full-time responsibility to keep the issue alive. Doubtless another job for another Conservative crony with undue influence over academic debate. Does the Minister really believe that this is the most important addition to the OFS team? More important, for example, than a Director of Learning Remediation to deal with the lost learning experiences for both new and current students as a result of COVID? Does she not recognise that the financial and legal liability within this bill could be a chill factor on open debate, requiring universities to spend more on lawyers and less on students? But of course, this bill isn't about the real priorities. I represent both of Sheffield's universities and more students than any other member of this House. Over the last year, I've received hundreds of emails from students, from parents with children at university, from staff working hard to provide the best possible learning during the pandemic against a backdrop of confusion and late decisions from the government. I've received none on free speech. We could have spent our time better today looking at the issues that are being raised. We could have discussed the recommendations of the APPG for Student report, which involved two of the Minister's Conservative predecessors, and argued for a learning remediation fund to assist universities provide access to experiences, specialist facilities and equipment for skills development and more. Those things that students have missed during the pandemic. We could have discussed our case for proper hardship in respect of rents paid for unused accommodation by students who have lost out from part-time jobs that dried up in the hospitality and retail sector. We could have considered why students in England have been treated far worse than in Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland, with only an average of £43.70 allocated per student in England for hardship support, while those in Wales receive an average of £400 per head, Northern Ireland £500, Scotland £80 plus other support packages. We could have talked about the issues for staff who faced enormous pressure and made huge efforts to moving entire courses online, delivering the best possible teaching, but knowing that some of the learning experiences would inevitably be lost. We might have asked why the latest guidance for teaching in the autumn has been issued too late, after timetabling has been done, making things more difficult than needed. We could have been considering the quarantine arrangements for the new session, as those of us on the all-party group for international students have been arguing. We could have discussed the vital role our universities will play as we rebuild our economy after COVID. But instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're faced with this sorry bill. The government really needs to deal with the priorities that we face, and I hope that it will drop this unnecessary bill.
We now go to Catherine West.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite finding no time to legislate for social care or reform or employment rights, the government can find time to protect anti-Semites and people whose only aim is to cause deep hurt and offence. These are clearly the wrong priorities for us as a parliament currently and for the country. The government should drop the bill, which has dangerous and deeply troubling consequences, as the member for Leeds North West and the member for Warrington North so eloquently pointed out. It's a real pleasure to follow the member for Sheffield Central and the chair of the all-party group for higher education and for students and for international students, and to thank him for the work that he's done in the House in highlighting the plight of students. And that brings me to what is really troubling my constituents. Number one, I have had Jewish families contact me as a constituency MP, very worried about the welfare of their children and young people in universities where they have faced abuse. But I do not believe the current bill is seeking to address that. In fact, potentially it could make it worse. I've also had briefings from the organisation Tell Mama, which has explained how Islamophobic attacks have happened against students on university campuses. I'm not sure how tonight's bill would address those sorts of concerns. Not only that, first-year university students have contacted me for the last 12 months, first before they gained access to university during the exams fiasco, asking how on earth the Secretary of State could have kept his job despite such a huge level of incompetence. There have been images on our television screens in the last 12 months of international students queuing around the block for food banks, well, because they haven't been able to get part-time work due to COVID. The broken loan system is an international disgrace. The financial pressure which students are under, is something which the government really needs to address. My local university, the London Metropolitan University, offers courses for nurses. If nurses need assistance while they're studying nursing, which of course is very much a needed occupation with COVID and was before due to the shortage of nurses, the fees are still £9,000 a year. And then of course there are the living costs over 3 years. Nurses can come out with a bill, a loans bill of £50,000. They then start at the local Whittington or North Middlesex hospital on a starting income of about £25,000. How they can ever pay off those ridiculous loans should be troubling the government, not this bill. Where is the results and the outcomes and the action the government will take as a result of the Auger report? Or is it just growing, it's just growing dust and mould on shelves? And what about facing down the uncertainty and trying to clarify for students who are studying in September 2021? We have 10 days left of this Parliament in which we could be debating urgent issues such as, will students be studying under a hybrid system? Will they be studying in person or remotely? Will they be undergoing quarantine if they're coming in from abroad? What will happen to the European student numbers which have dropped due to Brexit? How will Horizon be funded? How will short-term contracts, which so many women academics are currently facing, be put on a proper employment footing? And while we're on the situation of women students, how will the issues which the member for Yardley so eloquently raised this evening be addressed? These are real questions. We need proper services for women who have experienced sexual violence. We need firm action, and we need firm action against perpetrators. Finally, universities are not the enemy. This bill will just cause more paperwork and bureaucracy for a sector which is already struggling. Instead, what we need is a proper debate on the issues which matter. So I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government will listen to the contributions made this evening, those very serious ones from the member for Leeds North West and Warrington North, about how determined a small far-right group can be to use legislation which is not carefully worded to cause mayhem, or how we can actually work together on the issues which the member for Sheffield Central and also the member for Cambridge have both raised in their contributions. We need to see urgent action. We need to be in the real world, not stoking culture wars. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We now go to Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member from Hornsey and Wood Green and her heartfelt sentiments on behalf of students in her constituency. During the pandemic, I've had students from Luton North get in touch with me about so many of the worries that this government has put in front of them. The exam chaos last year and worries that they'll see that repeated again this year. Being sent back to COVID-filled universities last September, having to pay for accommodation they've not been in because of the pandemic. Moved to permanent remote learning at some universities for the same costs as an in-person degree. Missed graduations, freshers' weeks, a growing sense of crisis in young people's mental health, and the rest of it. This has been a hard time to be a student. But can I ask the House to guess how many students from Luton North have got in touch with me about no platforming, about the need to balance out the debate on anti-racism and anti-fascism? Zero. With everything that's going on at the moment, everything that is facing young people, how can this be a government's priority? One thing people in Luton North do talk to me about is the impact of prevent duty on campuses and in our schools. 43% of those who reported being affected by prevent felt unable to express their views or be themselves on campus. Only a quarter of Muslim students say they feel entirely free to express their views on Islam within university contexts. This has meant Muslim students are less involved in student democracy, are more likely to feel there is no space for them, and are less comfortable engaging in political debate on campus. That is simply not right. Madam Deputy Speaker, prevent is the real block on freedom of speech in their campuses. But this bill's 21 pages only very briefly mentions it. So I hope, given how students and Muslim students especially feel their freedom of speech is being restricted on campus by prevent, that the government will change this bill to help all students feel more welcome on campus. Seriously though, how can a government talk about free speech when it actively seeks to criminalise young people who talk and share opinions on issues that we should all be talking about, from Palestine to plastics in our oceans? The government simply cannot have it both ways, or take people for fools. We know this bill isn't really about freedom of speech though, is it? It's about stoking a culture war. It's about enabling those who profit from hate, silencing young Muslim students and students who care about climate change. This bill is a nonsensical, hypocritical, as the Home Secretary attempts today to condemn the same sorts of racism that this Conservative government have courted and continue to stoke with divisive bills like this and the upcoming Nationality and Borders Bill. And ultimately, what it boils down to is that the opposite side of the House are worried. They're really worried that even when they won a landslide victory in the election, only 22% of 18 to 29-year-olds voted for them. This isn't because young people are a bunch of liberal, snowflake, red, left-wing, knee-taking, no-platforming work warriors who need to have debates balanced out and then all of a sudden they'll discover how to vote Tory. No, it's because since we last had a Labour government 11 years ago, they've had their fees more than trebled. They've had their EMA axed, and most of them are stuck renting at extortionate costs with little prospects of owning our own home in parts of the country. When we talk about values, I see a Home Secretary obsessed with deportations and not their own safety. They see a diversity-bashing Prime Minister and a dog-whistle Tory party who spends their time insulting even our English national football team for having the audacity to speak out against racism and try to get food in the bellies of kids who are going hungry because of this government's shameful policies. No amount of so-called balanced debate will ever cancel out those facts, no matter how hard the government try to punish young people in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the party opposite really want to fix their electoral prospects with the optimistic, dynamic, hopeful, and yes, sometimes radical new generation of our country, maybe they should stop stoking a culture war and just get on with helping them to live freely, securely, and to realise their ambitions, just like a Labour government would do. Young people want and deserve hope, not hate.
Number 43 is withdrawn, so we go to John MacDonald.
It's the principled eloquence of the honourable member for Luton North that gives me hope for the future of our country. I feel the country is safe in the hands of her generation, the people like her. I've listened to the debate throughout, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I just say this: we're in the midst of what in other eras we would call a plague. Nearly 30,000 members of our community have died. Many of them faced appalling deaths alone, isolated from their loved ones. Poverty also runs rife amongst our people. Over 40% of the children in my constituency are living in poverty. It took a footballer to force the government to act to secure many of our children a basic meal. And what does he get last night from some of the racist scum populating our country? More racist abuse. With so much scarring the lives of many of our constituents, with so many wrongs to be righted, what is this House debating? A proposal for a law to legislate against behaviour for which there is barely any evidence that it exists. The Office for Students found, and I quote, no evidence of free speech being systematically suppressed. It went on, our experience to date is that providers are working hard to be compliant with their duty under Section 43 of the 1986 Education Act. Selina Scott has been referred to tonight. She's my friend. I helped her launch her recent book. I was contacted before the event by a students' club urging me not to attend, not to participate, and I explained. I went ahead because disagreement with Selina was best dealt with in discussion, and it was left at that, an agreement to disagree. But if there was any incidences arising from the suppression of free speech, then the laws and institutions exist already to protect freedom of speech in higher education. The Human Rights Act, which I remind the House, the Conservative Party actually voted against. The 1986 Education Act, it was passed by a Conservative government. It contains Section 43, which has been referred to. It requires universities, and I quote, to take such steps that are reasonably practical to secure freedom of speech. There are already regulatory bodies to ensure these provisions are protected and enforced. The Office of Independent Adjudicator deals with student complaints that cannot be resolved through internal processes of individual universities. And likewise, if academic freedom is being impinged, then there's employment law and employment tribunals that can address this. It's interesting, I have not witnessed this very often, but Universities UK, the National Union of Students and the University and Colleges Union, even the Russell Group, are united in opposing this legislation. I just say to the government, do not insult the intelligence of the members of this House, but more importantly, the intelligence of the British people. This is a grubby political stunt worthy of the derision it's received tonight. It is a propaganda exercise in this government's persistent provocation of the culture war, as many members have suggested. But I just ask the question, how far does the logic of this policy go? Who's next? Is it further education establishments? Is it schools? Is it government-funded charities and community groups? If not, why? If not them, why are the universities being singled out? The logic of this policy is ludicrous. If government ministers want to know the real issues in universities, I say to them, go to Liverpool, go to Leicester, speak to the lecturers who have been forced onto picket lines because they're being sacked. Go and visit any college and talk to lecturers about the way their profession is being casualised, their wages frozen and cut, and their pension under further threat. Go and speak to the University College Union and see what their members are up against at the moment. None of the issues that's so relevant to education, higher education, so relevant to students, so relevant to lecturers are being addressed by a government more interested in divisive culture wars than solving the real issues faced by our universities or the people in this country. This legislation should be dropped. But I also fear, as others have warned, be careful what this government wishes for, because it could open up serious division within our society and on our university campuses, and open up a can of worms that the fascist right will exploit. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seem to be following the honourable gentleman for Hayes and Harrington and various debates, but I have to say that his comments are very much the opposite of what my comments will be, and I want to put it on record. And I come from a very specific point of view, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll explain what that is. I don't take for granted the right to speak and to speak freely. I treasure and cherish the right to do that in this House. I know before I speak that there are many in this chamber who may not agree with me, and I accept that because I understand that we're all different and with different points of view. That is their right. The fact does not take away from my right to speak, as long as I speak with courtesy, manners and respect. And I've always tried that, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this House with everyone, even though I might have a very different opinion from those in a different part of the chamber, just to express a viewpoint which I hold every bit as hard fast and as strongly and sincerely as others do. I've always maintained that freedom of speech does not mean freedom to berate, to belittle or to badmouth individuals. And yet we must be allowed to hold different opinions in a respectful manner, and that's what I would wish to refer to. There are intrinsic rights that we hold dear, and I'm watching a world. I watch it every day, and I grieve sometimes, Madam Deputy Speaker, for this world that seems to say, if you don't agree with me, then you shouldn't speak. Well, I don't subscribe to that. This seems to be strongest in universities throughout the country, and that is why I believe that the government stance on this is correct and proper, and why I will be supporting their opinion tonight, and on behalf of my party, I'll be casting votes, approximately proxy votes for them as well. We must remind people that you must hear, if not accept, other arguments. And if we continue to raise generations who believe that their opinion trumps, that they are right and others are wrong, and to disagree with them means to hate them, then we will find ourselves in a very different United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that we are in at present. We all long for a place that tolerance needs to be given to all people, from those who believe in no gods, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to those who believe in one God, as I do, because I've got a faith, and I believe very much in that faith, and I know others in this chamber have the same faith, and I know that others in this chamber have a different faith. As these persons are right to speak of their faith and their belief. I'm chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the APPG and freedom of religious belief. We speak out for those with Christian beliefs, we speak for those with with other beliefs, and we speak for those with no beliefs at all. And why do we do that? Because we have respect for other people. I do that on behalf of Christians, on behalf of Hindus, of Muslims, of the Ahmadiyas, of the Ahmadis, of Jews, of the Baha'is, of the Shias. And I do that because I believe that they have the right to have their beliefs as I have the right to have my belief. And I will speak as strongly for them as I do for people of my own belief. Because that's what I believe, and that's what I seek to get in this House, and I understand that's what government is trying to get. And I'm going to give some examples of those things as well. I read a shocking case against street preachers, and I'd say this because I'm a Christian, and I have a strong faith belief, who have been drawn into speaking on abortion and other sensitive issues in an attempt to silence them having their rights upheld by the rule of law. In one case, the judge said, I'm going to quote what the judge said because it's important to have it on record. It's important to hear what the judge said in his deliberation. He says, free speech includes not only the inoffensive, but the irritating, the contentious, the eccentric, the heretical, the unwelcome, and the provocative, provided it does not tend to provoke violence. And that's what you should be able to say words without bringing people to anger. Freedom only to speak inoffensively is not worth having. In Northern Ireland, we had a worldwide known case of the Asher's cake sale. I mean, I don't need to rehearse it in the House, I'm not going to, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I just want to put it on record again and say it's a case where those with a strong faith, like myself, were taken to court for not baking a cake for a certain group of people. They took their case to court, the Christian Institute helped them, and they won their case. But those people were dragged through the court because they had a belief, and it's about respecting of other people. And I just see in society today that there's so much of that happens in a different way. This is a principle we must live by, and I believe this should be clear in universities. Today in Northern Ireland, the 12th of July, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had a celebration of the orange culture. I'm wearing my lodge tie, Kirkcalban LOL 1900, because I came straight from that parade the day to the plane came across over for this debate. We had a fantastic celebration of our orange culture in Newton Ards, as it was across the whole of the province. But at the same time, the people who watched those parades, and I know them because it's my constituency, and there were people from all sides of the community who were there to celebrate, enjoy, and have respect. Respect. What a great thing it is to have respect for other people. And again, that was an example, I believe, of people from all communities coming together and enjoying something that maybe they don't necessarily want to be part of themselves individually, but are happy to come along and support and enjoy and enjoy not just the good weather in Newton Ards as it was today, but enjoy that time together. Oh, sorry, I apologise, I didn't realise there was a time limit. It's my fault. I'll come with an end. Sorry, my apologies. I read an article by the Christian Institute, and I finish with this here, Madam Deputy Speaker. Freedom of expression is central to the health of a democratic society. It allows us to seek truth and objective justice. Without free speech, a society effectively closes the door to the exchange of ideas that can lead to positive change. So we need to be vigilant to protect this vital freedom for future generations. Along with this has been some growing intolerance of dissent.
Do you thank the Honourable Gentleman? Yes. Thank you. Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Higher Education Bill is a damaging non-solution to a non-existent problem that only exists in the minds of this reactionary government and its outriders. Trade unions led by the Universities and College Union rightly argue that there is no evidence to support the notion of a free speech crisis on campus caused by what the government deems to be intolerant or even oversensitive students and staff. Indeed, a 2019 policy exchange report which claimed to find evidence of a free speech campus crisis and which was cited repeatedly in the government's own white paper that informed much of this legislation has since been discredited. For instance, one of the report's main examples of no platforming at Cardiff University said did not happen at all as the event went ahead as planned. Democratically elected student unions who represent their student bodies, much like trade unions in the workplace, have long adhered to a no-platform policy which was formed in response to fascist groups that sought to exploit and subvert democratic platforms to promote hate, racism, fascism and Holocaust denial. What this government does not understand is that if someone is allowed to have free rein to espouse racist, hateful or discriminatory views without challenge, it can directly contribute to a culture where people of my class, my race and my gender no longer feel safe. Yet this no platforming is an incredibly rare outcome. Of the 62,000 requests by students for external speaker events at English universities in 2017 to 2018, only 53 were rejected by a student union or university, which is less than 0.1% of the total. Despite this, the government has created a self-serving narrative of an imagined free speech crisis to force through this authoritarian legislation. The bill fails to secure the ability of staff to speak out against their employers and would empower the Office for Students with appointments by the government to politically interfere in university and academic life, thus seriously imperiling academic freedom and democratic norms. The bill also narrows the legal definition of academic freedom in a way that is almost unprecedented in British law. As unlike rules on judicial review, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no standing requirement, meaning that any person, any business, any campaign can sue universities. The threat to freedom of speech and academic liberties therefore does not come from the imagined free speech crisis. It comes from this government and this hugely disproportionate legislation. As the University and College Union rightly highlight, the much graver threats to academic freedom take the form of casualised employment, sustained attacks on the arts and humanities, insecurity of research funding, the PREVENT programme, government interference with academic research agenda, especially on decolonisation and targeted redundancies. More than 2/3 of researchers and almost half of teaching-only staff in the higher education sector are on fixed-term contracts. Widespread insecure employment strips academics of the ability to speak and research freely and curtails chances for career development. Indeed, the proposed compulsory redundancies across England's universities, including Leicester's, Liverpool, Aston and Chester, are very alarming. In Leicester and across the UK, university management must listen to the workers' demands and withdraw compulsory redundancies. The government must end the marketisation of higher education, which restricts academic freedoms, and instead encourage universities to work constructively with trade union representatives to protect higher education livelihoods across the UK. There are many aspects of higher education that need urgent redress. For too long, universities have been treated as private businesses and left at the mercy of market forces while top salaries soar and students pay more for less. Tuition fees have trebled and maintenance grants have been scrapped, leaving the poorest graduates with an average debt of £57,000. Education must be a universal right, not a costly privilege. The government must properly fund our universities, scrap tuition fees and cancel student debt, yet instead they are pushing through this legislation which solves none of the real issues facing the higher education sector and will instead compound the very problems that it claims it wishes to solve. And I'll end on this, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government must end its divisive culture wars. Stop stoking the fires of hate. Abandon the power grab over the higher education sector and commit to properly supporting the freedom, well-being and funding of all staff and students, and scrap altogether this free hate speech bill. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Shadow Minister Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank everyone who's participated in today's debate. A sledgehammer to crack a nut. So have said the honourable friend, my member for Canterbury and the member for St Albans. And as my right honourable friend, the member for Stretford and Urmston, succinctly put it, this is a bill that will result in the legal protection for hate speech. But with this bill, the government is seeking headlines. A bill that's mostly about headlines, but of course, Labour supports free speech. Labour is the party that has done more than any other when it comes to free speech. Just look at our record. In fact, Labour introduced two significant pieces of legislation in this regard. The introduction of the European Convention on Human Rights and the Equality Act. Without exception, every one of my colleagues has risen to speak and extolled their support for free speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is fooling no one with its claims for this bill, laid bare by the contribution of my honourable friend, the member for Cambridge, and my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Central, and chair of the APPG for Students, who talked about the numerous attempts by successive Conservative governments to use the free speech dead cat. Many will have listened intently to my honourable friends, the members for Leeds North West and Warrington North, who made it absolutely clear that this legislation would facilitate the likes of David Irving, Nick Griffin and others to spew out their anti-Semitic, racist hate speech on our campuses, asking what hate speech will be allowed. Both called this dog whistle politics over which the government will lose control. What we have before us, Madam Deputy Speaker, would be more aptly titled the Hate Speech Protection Bill, a piece of legislation that would protect anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers, and people whose only aim is to cause deep hurt and offence. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government claims to advance the people's priorities, but this is certainly not one of them. For example, you would have thought this government would prioritise an inquiry into the COVID pandemic, or in regards to higher education sector, more specifically, the greater number of challenges it faces, the impact of the pandemic on education, as we've heard, mental health crisis, the fact that violence against women is endemic. On the last point, my honourable friend, the member for Yardley, asked the Secretary of State about his failure to address violence against women. She pointedly asked, where's that bill? Where's the officer? The Secretary of State remained silent. My honourable friend, the member for Nottingham South, said why hadn't the government prioritised support for students throughout the pandemic, which has exposed enormous inequality. My honourable friend, the member for Luton North, spoke of the ongoing crisis in mental health on our campuses, asking why wasn't this a priority. Instead, this government has manufactured a bill to once again distract from its own failings. It claims it has evidence, it has data. But as my right honourable friend, the member for North Durham, said, this government is in an evidence-free zone. Because, as my honourable friend, the member for Coventry North West, said, the bill is motivated by the cancellation on university campuses of just 6 scheduled events out of 10,000 last year. 4 of those were cancelled due to incorrect paperwork. 1 was moved off campus and the other was a pyramid scheme. And as my honourable friends, the members for Hornsey and Wood Green and Hayes and Harlington asked, why is the Secretary of State so attentive to a virtually non-existent problem? Why was the Secretary of State not fighting his corner for the $15 billion for catch-up funding proposed by Sir Kevin Collins, rather than meekly accepting the $1.4 billion pittance? No, he would rather focus on 6 or truly 2 cases where people were not heard on campus. This bill is a charter for hate speech. Many, including the Honourable Member for Coventry South, remind us that the University's Minister herself was unable to deny that the bill would create a legislative safeguard for Holocaust denial. Madam Deputy Speaker, why are we devoting our attention to a bill which provides legislative backing to help Holocaust deniers, racial supremacists and other preachers of hate gain special access to university campuses? The simple truth is that the existing legislation already covers the issues it seeks to address. Section 43(1) of the Education Act 1986, the Human Rights Act, the Equality Act, the Counter-Terrorism and Security Act 2015, including prevent duties, and indeed the Higher Education and Research Act 2017, the latter of which saw the establishment of the Office for Students, and which states that, and I quote, the governing body must take such steps as reasonably practical to ensure that freedom of speech is within the law and secured within the provider. My honourable friend, the member for Cynon Valley, questioned why why, despite those existing powers, this bill seeks to create a range of new obligations on higher education providers and give the OFS new powers to find an institution. My honourable colleagues have questioned throughout this new tort enabling those individuals to seek compensation through the courts, resulting in universities and student unions having to spend more significant time and money fighting legal battles against vexatious and frivolous claims. The unintended consequence? That institutions and student unions will naturally become risk-averse and avoid inviting speakers for fear of financial repercussions if they are subsequently cancelled. Remember, many HE institutions and colleges are actually quite small, maybe 2,000, 3,000 students, and will certainly not be able to cope administratively or financially with the additional burdens placed on them. The result? Fewer speakers, fewer debates, and an overall reduction in free speech. Then there is the threat to academic freedom, with the inclusion of the new qualifying concept of within the field of expertise. Perhaps the Minister would elaborate on how academic freedom will be limited in practice. And who would decide? Increasingly, this sounds, and I have to agree with the member for Hulton Price and Howden, how this begins to sound like McCarthyism that started in the US in the 1950s, but McCarthyism against our university sector. As we've heard repeatedly from these benches, this is a bill that claims to safeguard, yet perversely will have the reverse effect and numerous unintended consequences. The idea that this bill could actually facilitate Holocaust deniers to speak on campus, which itself should send a chill through the public consciousness. Likewise, it would enable other anti-science brigades to hold court on campus. Perhaps I could paraphrase the late Donald Rumsfeld and suggest that there may be intended unintended consequences. That is to say that the government may not have fully thought through the forms and scale of damage to the higher education sector. However, it seems it would not be dissatisfied with the turmoil of litigation and financial impact it had unleashed, because this is the precursor to its attack on the sector. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the Office for Students and its central role. If we needed to understand what was going on here, we could do no better than start with the appointment of the new chair to the supposedly independent OFS. Now, I know the Prime Minister is a recent convert to the love of dogs, but appointing his poodle? And of course, one of Lord Wharton's first acts was to make an £8,000 donation to the Conservative Party. That's 2 months' pay from his 2-day-a-week job. So now we have what many are describing as an office for stooges, overseeing higher education. That's how free and independent speech will be in future. A body whose purpose now is to do the government's bidding, and particularly when central to this legislation is the appointment of a czar for free speech and academic freedom. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is chilling. One person with all those powers. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be voting for our reasoned amendment. Given that there is no serious evidence to suggest that there is a problem with freedom of speech on our campus, and instead of addressing the urgent problems faced by students and higher education institutions, it is yet another case of the wrong priorities from a government that seeks to divide rather than unite. And I invite the Minister to explain why the public should trust this government when it comes to free speech. After all, this is a government that shut down Parliament illegally. This place, illegally. A government that interferes with the independent selection of members for the Parliamentary Board and the selection of museum trustees. Even a government that tells the National Trust not to explain the history of certain of its properties that were funded on the proceeds of slavery. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is sinister. This government should drop this bill and get on with addressing the urgent needs of this country, where people are more concerned about how they're going to pay their bills this week and month, where inflation is ripping through people's hard-earned income, with an economy that has become so distorted, so riven by inequality these past 11 years, that we, the people, are more vulnerable to the pandemic even before the government managed to mismanage the crisis. The public simply wants good government that understands that politics is all about priorities. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge all members to vote for our reasoned amendment.
Minister Michelle Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard a range of views today, but the House is united in an understanding that free speech is the cornerstone of democracy and a liberal society. This was passionately articulated by the honourable members for Congleton and South Holland and Deepings and many others who shared an endless list of examples of the curtailment of free speech on our campuses. Disappointing, though, there was disagreement from the opposite benches over the role that the government should take to both protect and promote free speech. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe that standing up for free speech is a key responsibility of any democratic government. On this side of the House, we believe that students and lecturers should not be silenced. And on this side of the House, we are prepared to stand up for free speech and not just make tokenistic soundings regarding its value. And that is why we are bringing forward this legislation to deliver on our manifesto pledge. Today, some honourable members questioned whether there is a problem on our campuses. Well, tell that to the countless academics and students who have shared their experiences with me. Tell that to the students and the academics whose stories have been shared by honourable members today. I will give way.
Honourable Lady's just said that there were countless examples she's got. So would she, if she hasn't got it with her, fine, except now, would she, after this debate, publish the data on which this bill was actually done? Because that would at least show there's some evidence behind this bill, rather than just hearsay that she's telling us today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am confused at how the Honourable Member cannot recognise the evidence. Today we have heard from so many Honourable Members who have shared examples. The Honourable Member for Ashfield, North West Durham, Erebus South West, Canterbury, South Holland and the Deepings, Gower, Congleton and the Honourable Member for Dudley North. Numerous studies have also shone a spotlight on the problem, but they only document the tip of the iceberg, given the very nature of the chilling effect, as outlined by the Honourable Member for Halton Price and Howden. Think for a moment about those who feel too afraid to speak out for fear of repercussion, who feel that they have to self-censor. Our universities should always be bastions of freedom and intellectual discussion, and this point was well made by the Honourable Member for Watford. And as the Honourable Member for Penistone and Stocksbridge stressed, how can we expect society to progress or for opinions to modernise unless we can challenge the status quo? The intolerance and influence of some has led students and academics to self-censor their views. These individuals are some of the best and the brightest, yet their ideas go unexpressed. Imagine the potential loss here. We will never know. What we can at least do is look back at the past. Where would we be now if the views of 100 or even 200 years had never been challenged? As a woman, I doubt I would be an MP, let alone Universities Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, no one can deny the massive impact that COVID has had on students, on universities and staff. But to address the question by the Honourable Member for Warwick and Leamington as to why we are doing this now, I would argue that COVID has highlighted the value of personal freedoms which many of us used to take for granted. This is on top of the fact that the British public place their faith in us to deliver on a manifesto, and deliver we certainly will. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard from some members opposite that we need cultural, not legislative change. I should like to remind them that the current legislation lacks an enforcement mechanism. And yes, some universities have got their house in order, including Essex, and recently we saw a strong commitment from the Russell Group. But as so many speakers today have highlighted, there is a problem. We also know the crucial role legislation can and has played in cultural change. Take gender equality, race discrimination and human rights as examples. Now, a number of members have also spoken of how higher education providers will have to balance competing duties. It is important to remind the House that they already have to do this. This legislation, however, places a duty on providers to take reasonably practical steps to secure lawful free speech. It does not supersede the Prevent Duty or the Equality Act. And the requirement to take reasonably practical steps is right. It cannot be sensible to require providers to act unreasonably or to ignore their other legal duties. And this bill will give providers further clarity, because the new director will give advice and issue comprehensive guidance. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to be very clear. This bill only protects lawful free speech. Harassment, racism, discrimination, hate crimes and incitement of violence or terrorism will have no place on our campuses or in our society. In fact, I vehemently believe that we should defend and safeguard freedoms on all fronts, from freedom of speech to freedom from persecution.
The Minister for giving way. What we've heard from the opposition benches is quite clearly fear-mongering in trying to suggest that Holocaust deniers will be supported in going onto our university campuses. Will she actually set the record straight and highlight that this is not the case and that we are supporting our students?
Thank the Honourable Member, and I absolutely will confirm that and agree with him. Some members have, in fact, today asked how this bill will interact with the government's work to combat anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is abhorrent and will not be tolerated in our universities, which is why we have encouraged over 100 higher education providers to sign up to the IHRA definition. Now, regarding the specific question of Holocaust deniers, any attempt to deny the scale or the occurrence of the Holocaust is morally reprehensible and no factual basis. In many cases, those who deny the Holocaust have links to neo-Nazi extremism, anti-Semitic violence and intimidation. There are numerous reasons why someone who denies the Holocaust should not be invited to speak on campus, and nothing in this bill gives them a right to a platform.
Agree totally with the Honourable Lady, and I've got to say I don't think for 1 minute that she is promoting those individuals. But can I ask what is to stop, say, a Holocaust denier who's denied speech in the university, then using the legal framework in this to sue the university? It might not get anywhere, but it's going to spend a lot of time and effort of that university to defend that.
Thank the Honourable Member. The European Court of Human Rights has held that Holocaust denial is not protected speech under Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights, and as such is intolerable in a democratic society. And as I have said, and will put on the record again, just as my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, did before, there is no place in universities for an extremist view, which masquerades as fact but is complete fiction, whilst grotesquely seeking to misinterpret global history in a deeply offensive way. So, to be absolutely clear, this bill does not override the existing duties under the Equality Act of 2010 regarding harassment and unlawful discrimination, the public sector equality duty, the prevent duty, or hate crimes, and of course criminal law may apply, a point excellently articulated by a number of members, including the Honourable Member for Bury North. The opposition raised the issue of anti-vaxxers. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have one of the world's most successful vaccination programmes, with over half of 18 to 24-year-olds already having had their first jab. And this bill categorically does not give the right to a platform of anti-vaxxers who may make baseless claims. In fact, this makes me wonder whether the opposition have in fact read the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not be supporting the opposition's amendment today, which only serves to highlight their desire to inhibit free speech. The Honourable Member for Stretford and Erston and the Honourable Member for St Albans argued that the bill will actually result in universities refraining from inviting speakers. The reality, though, is that the bill places a duty on providers to promote free speech, and they will be investigated by the Director if they fail to meet this duty. The importance of the new duty to promote was clearly articulated by the Honourable Member for North West Durham. Madam Deputy, I want to note the powerful speech by the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley. I 100% agree that abhorrent sexual harassment has absolutely no place on our campuses, and every university should have a robust complaints process. 2 weeks ago, I wrote to all universities stating the government's very clear view that NDAs should not be used in these circumstances. And the OFS have produced a statement of expectation and is looking at creating a new registration condition. Recently, I met the Everyone's Invited founders, and I'm also happy to meet the Honourable Member to discuss this very important topic. The Honourable Member for Bury South raised the issue of security costs resulting in no platforming and cited the example of the Israeli ambassador. Higher education providers should not be no platforming by the back door. This bill is clear. Reasonably practical steps should be taken to secure freedom of speech for visiting speakers, and I expect the Office for Students' Guidance to make clear that this does apply to security costs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will protect numerous views that are alien to me and many in this chamber. But it is not only naive but also dangerous to suggest that defending the right of a view in any way endorses a specific view. Surely, as politicians, we should all agree with the sentiment of Evelyn Hall, who stated, when summing up Voltaire's views, "I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend until the death your right to say it." And it is disappointing that not all members of the opposition understand this very simple principle. This is very much at the heart of this bill, not a right-wing anti-vote agenda, but an agenda that allows all views and ideas to flourish. We have an immeasurable pool of talent in our students and our academics, overflowing with ideas and values that will drive forward this country to build back better, and now is the time to unlock their potential. Universities should not be echo chambers, but petri dishes of new thought-provoking ideas, concepts and visions. And that is why this government is making good on its manifesto commitment to tackle the pattern of self-censorship and the chilling effect by protecting and bolstering free speech and academic freedom. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes Jill Furness and Mary Glindon. Tell us for the noes Maria Caulfield and Tom Purslow. Lock the doors. Order!
The ayes to the right, 216. The noes to the left, 367.
The ayes to the right, 216. The noes to the left, 367. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and Means resolution to be moved formally.
Beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now come to motion number 4 on public health, motion number 5 on criminal law, and motion number 6 on constitutional law, which with the leave of the House I will put together. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we come to motion number 7 on business of the House for the 13th of July. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 8 on delegated legislation. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and we go by video link to Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a huge honour to be doing this debate under your chairmanship today, and I thank the Speaker for granting this debate. Today, I would like to update the House on the desperate need for the creation of a new state-of-the-art public health science campus, one that is fit for the 21st century. This debate is timely as we seek to recover from the devastating COVID-19 pandemic that has plagued us for far too long. In September 2015, the then Chancellor, George Osborne, announced that the government would be investing £350 million to create world-leading public health laboratories in my constituency of Harlow, Essex. The original intention was for Public Health England's headquarters and scientific functions to be relocated to our town. And I would like to pay a special tribute to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, my hard-working constituency neighbour, not just Deputy Speaker, but the Right Honourable Member for Epping, who's worked hard with me for a long time on supporting Public Health England. I give thanks to the Honourable Member for Brentwood and Ongar, and also to my honourable friend with whom I share a constituency office, the member for Hertford and Stortford, who has done so much on this issue. I know that she will be speaking today, and I strongly welcome her solid support, as I do yours, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the move of Public Health England's successor body to Harlow. However, I of course understand that Public Health England is being disbanded and that the organisation is due to be replaced by the newly formed UK Health Security Agency. I have been well assured that this new organisation will also require modernised laboratories. Previous problems have not turned to dust. The current facilities that are available at Porton Down and Colindale remain exhausted, burnt out, and ultimately no longer fit for purpose. Significant funding has already been committed to the Harlow site. I understand that the total amount of money spent on the project thus far is approaching 250 million. In a vote of confidence in response to my recent parliamentary question, the Minister for Health explained that a further £120 million worth of investment has been agreed for the period spanning 2021 to 2022 in Harlow. And this shows a real commitment from the government. I would like to thank the Minister, the Health Department, and particularly the former Health Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk, for the continued support for the project and for my Harlow constituency. Not only has significant investment taken place, but also the plan for the creation of a public health science campus in Harlow is now mature and shovel ready. Considerable site demolition work has been completed. The buildings have now been stripped to their core and the drainage and power systems are beginning to be installed. Contracts are being drawn up and construction proper could start this year. In this debate, I'd like to outline 3 reasons why this campus remains necessary and why Harlow is still the best location for the government's investment. I'm pleased to have met with the health ministers, the Chancellor and senior officials at Public Health England to discuss these matters over the past months. First, the need for updated facilities has become even more important given the current public health context. We must learn lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic. We should be looking to the future and onwards into the horizon as we climb down from the coronavirus mountain. And we cannot afford to be too cautious. Given that there will be ever-increasing public health spending, the Harlow plant provides excellent value for money. Furthermore, the Harlow project has been designed with the threat of a novel pandemic infection in mind, and this point has been emphasised on the government's own website. It is stated, and I quote, "Early learnings from COVID-19 clearly show the importance of an integrated public health response and the need for rapid sharing of data, information, new laboratory tests and other innovations, coordinated and led from centres like Harlow. These learnings have strengthened the case of the campus, which will place Harlow as one part of the public health system for the development and application of a range of public health interventions. These can then be adopted across the country. The construction of a new campus with world-leading laboratory facilities will surely go a long way in improving our resilience and ensuring preparedness for future pandemics. The project will provide a reassuring message for us to give the nation whilst managing continued uncertainty and scrutiny. This hub could be a shining beacon of hope in the stormy sea from which we are emerging. Second, Harlow's location within the UK Innovation Corridor makes it the ideal place for the creation of such a campus. The London Stansted Cambridge Corridor is a driver for growth in data sciences as well as life sciences, and this setting offers a unique set of opportunities. Creating this campus in Harlow will mean our nation's core microbiology, epidemiology, genomics and data science capabilities will be close to major universities in Cambridge, Essex, Hertfordshire and North London, the Wellcome Sanger Institute, as well as leading life science multinational companies like GSK and AstraZeneca. The East of England could be set to become the public health science capital of the world. We could lead the way in research, science and technology. And the importance of the project was even referenced in the Innovation Corridor submission to the 2020 spending review, where it stated, and I quote, "The creation of a new public health science campus represents an enormous recognition of the region as being at the forefront of UK science research and innovation. It's integral to enabling the Innovation Corridor to fully realise its potential and positioning the UK as a scientific superpower." In addition to this, Harlow itself has a tradition of life science and public health investment. The proximity of the campus to the town's enterprise zones and science park makes Harlow and the Science Hub the best location for business and research partnerships. The new Harlow Hospital, expected by 2025, will also create greater opportunity for health science partnerships, skill sharing and research. Third, the project will bring significant benefits to the Harlow constituency and the surrounding area, and will fit neatly with the government's commitment to level up disadvantaged areas. The government should be looking to distribute research capacity widely across the UK rather than concentrating investment in the big capital cities. Harlow is the second most deprived town in Essex and has some of the most deprived neighbourhoods in the country. Even before the pandemic, jobs growth and educational attainment had stalled. Much of this is rooted in a new town legacy of ageing infrastructure, poor housing stock and poor perceptions of place. And by that I mean disused buildings, some levels of antisocial behaviour and low economic capital. The government's committed to a levelling up agenda. I've worked hard to ensure the Harlow constituency has received great investment. Harlow's been given £81 million for the M11 Junction 7A, hundreds of millions for our new Harlow Hospital, major investment for our Enterprise Zone Science Park, and most recently £23.7 million as a result of the Towns Fund bid. Further to this, Harlow College, one of the finest FE colleges in England, is also bidding with other colleges in Essex for a new Institute of Technology. This bid comes on top of a £2.5 million upgrade of the college and the creation of a £12 million advanced manufacturing centre. Public Health England is also currently helping to provide skills for Harlow and the surrounding area with its construction hub that was opened at Harlow College in October 2019. We also have further exciting developments taking place, such as the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town project. This project could bring thousands of new homes. It's reliant to an extent upon the creation of a new public health campus in Harlow, as the campus would bring jobs to sustain this new influx of people. The creation of a new public health science campus in Harlow would be the golden thread that would tie all of this investment together. It's the linchpin upon which much else rests. The project represents an opportunity to drive forward Harlow's growth strategy and address some of the socio-economic challenges faced by our town and the surrounding areas. The impact that this project will have on Harlow is clear, as has been estimated that the project will create 2,900 gross permanent jobs and generate around £80 million per annum across Essex through employment, skills, STEM, local procurement and support for the local economy. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, and your place in the chair tonight signifies your vote of confidence and hard work for Public Health England. I welcome the government's investment into Public Health England and the vote of confidence of £120 million this year into the Harlow plan. Clearly, things will be different with the new UK Health Security Agency, but for the reasons that I've outlined, the government could not have made a better decision by investing in Harlow. First, the public health context and the need for new facilities makes this project ever more crucial. Second of all, Harlow's location is second to none. Our town is part of the Innovation Corridor and has a long history of life science investment. And third, this project is an essential part of the Prime Minister's levelling up agenda and will transform our town by bringing jobs, skills, growth and opportunity.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his kind words, for pointing out how extremely important this project would be for my constituency of Epping Forest, next door to his constituency of Harlow, and for his setting out of the case so well. I thank him very much indeed. Julie Morrison.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to have you in the chair, and it's a real honour to follow my right honourable friend, the member from Harlow, and I congratulate him on securing this important debate, because I commend the argument he's made, and actually the powerful argument doesn't recognise boundaries. The economic opportunity that he outlines knows no boundaries, and they include parliamentary boundaries, because the economic and strategic benefits of the Public Health England successor moving to Harlow also will have a powerful benefit in Hertford and Stortford, my constituency. Now, Hertford and Stortford is a beautiful place to live and work, but we too have pockets of deprivation, and we too are part of the government's levelling up agenda. And we are also building thousands of new homes in the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town project. Now, the success of that project is so important. It's a flagship project with part of the biggest release of greenbelt land, as far as I know, ever. Now, that project is dependent upon people and placemaking, having jobs, having skilled jobs for people to go to and to make that a vibrant new place to live and work. My constituency is also at the very heart of the Innovation Corridor, and as co-chair of the APPG for the Innovation Corridor, I am absolutely passionate about the strategic benefits and the synergies of siting the public health science campus in this globally renowned cluster for life sciences and healthcare. The corridor is an ecosystem. It's part of an ecosystem, and by its very nature, every ecosystem is complex. It's not just a case of plonking somewhere down randomly. You need to think about housing, about skills, about infrastructure, and we have all of this in the London, Stansted, Cambridge corridor, and Harlow is at the heart of it, but so is Hertford and Stortford. And we really do want to make the absolute most of the clusters and the skills that actually are at their peak in our part of the Innovation Corridor. And I know that this is part of the government's strategic objective, to attract investment into our area, particularly foreign direct investment. And at our recent AGM at the Innovation Corridor, we heard from people in North Carolina, in Canada, and we asked them, what is the driver of success? And it's about clusters, and it's about strategic thinking. And so I know that this is a crucial part of the success. This campus, with its wider benefits in my constituency, my county, and the Innovation Corridor will be a further step in creating the area as a scientific global superpower. And I commend it to the Minister and again congratulate my right honourable friend on allowing us to have this debate.
Minister Jo Churchill.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am most grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, for securing this debate and for driving home so eloquently the three core threads of his argument. But also, I would pay tribute to him and the honourable member for Hertford and Stortford, and Madam Deputy Speaker yourself, whose passion for your area overflows. Because I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you too have been acting and listening tonight for those constituents in Epping Forest that you represent. Now, our experience of tackling the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated, as you said, the fundamental importance of an integrated health response in the United Kingdom. It's illustrated how critical it is to bring together scientific and public health expertise with operational agility.
It's underlined that importance of public and private sector collaborations to deliver world-class science and innovation. Getting this right, as you outlined, is critical to the future security of the nation. And it has arguably required a fundamental rethink of how the public health system and the National Health Service will work together. Now, the establishment of the UK Health Security Agency and the Office for Health Promotion are crucial to this new way of working. And in this evening's debate, I'm going to focus on the UK HSA because that is the organisation that has a distinct bearing on what we're talking about here this evening. Now, that public health transformation is happening at pace, and the UK HSA will be fully operational by October this year. It will focus on protecting the public's health and ensuring health security for the nation. It will prevent threats by deploying the UK's scientific, genomic and analytical capabilities to tackle infectious diseases and public health hazards, such as the one we have been facing in the past 18 months. It will be science-led. It will maintain the highest science and research standards and respond to those threats that may come upon us at pace and at scale. Managing the current Delta variant while working to ensure that UK HSA has those solid, firm foundations is our immediate priority. And part of that is ensuring the underlying operating model for the National Science Hub is the right one. UK HSA is responsible for the Science Hub initiative, and the principle remains to deliver a step change in public health science and research capabilities with genuinely world-leading facilities. And, as you would expect, making sure they are sustainable in every sense of the word. Now, I'm aware that prior to UK HSA's creation, one of the key reasons for considering the campus at Harlow was its strategic, or is its strategic location, as was so eloquently laid out by the Right Honourable Member and by his parliamentary neighbour in Hertford and Stortford. As we heard, it in the east of England is wonderfully placed near to major cities and also close to that vibrant life science industry that he spoke about, but also to some of the key aspects of academia as well. Now, across the UK, we currently have a number of leading centres for life science research and innovation, and the UK Innovation Corridor between London and Cambridge, as you pointed out, is one of the fastest growing in Europe, and something that as a nation we should be very proud of. It's widely recognised, particularly, as you said, around those key areas of genomics and data science. And together with academia, the Wellcome Sanger Institute, leading multinationals, we do have that rich environment for academic and commercial partnerships to which you referenced. As we've seen, indeed, from the development of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, these partnerships are critical to the future success of public health response here in the United Kingdom. Now, of course, Harlow has, as a town, ambitious plans for the future to level up. As you said, it has potential to realise, and that lies at the heart of the innovation corridor. And anchor institutions play a vital role. As you said, it recently won support for more than £23 million to underpin local regeneration projects, local garden town development, bringing that new housing and improved transport. And further government support, I know, is being sought, which, if successful, could take that investment for Harlow to more than £100 million. And alongside that, the Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harlow is at the vanguard, is one of the 6 of the government's ambitious hospital building programmes. So there is definitely a bright future for Harlow. Now, the Science Hub programme is working with my department to support the transformation in public health. This will take into account learnings so far from the pandemic response, the UK's and UK HSA's implementation thereof. I would like, in conclusion, to also congratulate my right honourable friend on his judicious timing of this debate. Ahead of recess and in the run-up to the official establishment of the UK Health Security Agency this October, I know his backing for science to be centred in Harlow will be heard, and I'm sure that we will go on to have further discussions on this interesting topic.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn, as well as that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order.